The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Hey, man, I just had a thought, and this is going to bug me till the day I die. So why are you sharing it with me? I just thought you'd like to wonder with me. Why do colds exist, but not hots? Let's just get on with the show. It's August the 19th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 43 BCE, Octavian, later known as Augustus, compels the Roman Senate to elect him consul. In 1839 AD, Louis Daguerre-type photographic process with complete working instructions is published free to the world in Paris as a gift to the world from the French government. In 1942, over 4,000 Canadian and British soldiers killed, wounded, or captured raiding Duffy, France. In 1988, Iran and Iraq begin a ceasefire in their 8-year-old war. In 1991, conservative members of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union attempt to depose Mikhail Gorbachev in a coup d'etat. In 2010, Operation Iraqi Freedom winds down as the last of the U.S. state brigade combat teams cross the border to Kuwait. In 1950, ABC begins Saturday morning kid shows, Animal Clinic and Acrobat Ranch. And I'm sad that's not around anymore. Yeah, seriously, anyone who grew up watching the Reboot and the Bugs Bunny and Tweety show, it really hits you here that it doesn't exist anymore. In 2008, Interscope Records releases The Fame, the debut album by Lady Gaga, Grammy Award Album of the Year, Best Electronic/Dance Album 2009. In 1909, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, home of the Mobile race, Indianapolis 500, opens in Speedway, Indiana. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows.
Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Stop that yelling, Costello. Come over here. I need $10,000 in a hurry. Will you loan it to me?
Ha ha!
Haven't got that much, huh? Well, how about 8,000? How about 5,000? 1,000? Costello, when are you going to stop that laughing?
When you get down to about $3.25.
I should have known better. If you stopped chasing girls, you'd have money.
I don't chase women, Abbott. I'm repulsive to women.
Repulsive to women? Who told you that?
Women.
What? Haven't you ever had a real girl, Lou?
Oh, yes, I have. Once, Abbott. Her name was Mabel Kumquat. Dear old Mabel Kumquat. Sweet kid.
Not bad.
Met her in a delicatessen factory in Patterson. I was a salami sniper.
A salami sniper?
Snipper.
All right, so what is it?
Well, a salami snipper? That's an endless chain of salami would go by me every 20 inches. I would go snip, snip.
Go on.
One day I looked up and there stood Mabel. I stood there looking at her for 15 minutes.
And what happened?
Abbott, did you ever see a salami 2 miles long?
And that was the start of your romance, eh?
Oh, yes. One night I took her up to Bung Mountain.
Wait a minute. There's no Bung Mountain in Patterson.
Abbott, when I take a girl up a mountain to a mountain, it's Bung. Then we became engaged. I slipped the ring on her finger. I didn't have a ring, so I used a cigar band.
Where did you get the cigar band?
Mabel happened to be smoking a White Owl at the time. I know it was a White Owl. I could smell the feathers.
Costello, you could graduate with honors from an idiot's college.
Thank you, Professor.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Here's a serious-looking fella trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's see what he has to say.
Costello, stop that yelling. Where have you been?
I've been hiding my Christmas present.
Have you finished with your Christmas shopping, Lou?
No. On the way down here, I stopped at Nancy's department store, and boy, was that place crowded.
Lots of people, eh?
Ah, but it was so crowded. While I was in there, my belt broke, and it was 20 minutes before my pants fell down. Another thing. I can't stand those women shoppers.
What's wrong with women shoppers?
Well, I was standing by the notion counter. There was one woman there. She was turning everything bottom side up to see where it was made.
She was turning everything bottom side up.
Everything bottom side up. The floor worker saved me just in time.
Never mind that.
Would have got me for $1.94.
Look, no. Skip that. Did you write your letter to Santa Claus yet?
Did I write my letter to Santa Claus?
Yes.
I ain't gonna tell you.
Oh, come on. Did you or did you not write a letter to Santa Claus?
Well, if you must know, I did. And I asked him to bring me a new bicycle.
But Santa Claus brought you a new bicycle, a brand new bicycle, 2 years ago.
Yes, but don't you think I'm old enough now to have a boy's bicycle? Hello. I hate to interrupt your program, but I've got some bad news for you.
Out with it, man. What is it?
Mr. Costello, your Uncle Tom was just run over by a truck on Wilshire Boulevard. My Uncle Tom was run over by a truck on Wilshire Boulevard? Thanks for telling me. Abbott.
What?
You got a pencil?
What do you want with a pencil?
I want to cross Uncle Tom off my Christmas list.
How can you say that, Costello? How can you be so heartless? Isn't there any love in your family around Christmas time?
Oh, sure. Our family all love each other. Last Christmas, my Aunt May gave my Uncle Mike a broken arm for Christmas.
A broken arm?
Yep.
What kind of a Christmas present is that?
Well, after she broke it, she wrapped it up as a gift.
I'll bet your house is a pleasant place around Christmas.
Oh, you should have been there last year. Aunt Alma called Uncle Jim a no good, and Aunt May hit her over the head with a vase. Then my uncle hit my brother Pat over the head with a cane-bottom chair, and then Uncle Tom hit my cousin Vincent with the umbrella stand, and my sister Marie fired 3 shots at my sister-in-law.
What happened?
Well, before you knew it, an argument started. Well, I want to tell you something, Abbott, and speaking of arguments, what are you going to get your wife for Christmas?
Well, I gave her some money. She wanted to buy herself a new corset.
Lovely.
Yes, but she can't seem to find one that will fill her budget.
She's so fat, nothing would fit her budget.
Costello, my wife is just pleasantly plump. She's not fat.
That reminds me, Abbott. My sister would like to borrow one of your wife's stockings to hang over the fireplace on Christmas Eve.
What does she want with one of my wife's stockings?
She's expecting a grand piano.
Are you trying to insinuate that my wife Betty is fat?
Well...
Did you ever see her in a bathing suit?
Yes, I have.
Repulsive, isn't it? Wait a minute. Who put that in this script?
I told you, Abbott, you should have bought those writers presents.
Did you buy the presents?
No, but I asked them what they wanted, and they said to me, Lou, you know what we like best. You just go out and get it. Wrap it up and put it under the Christmas tree.
Well, why didn't you do it?
Abbott, you can't wrap up a saloon.
Well, if you didn't get the writers anything, you should have at least bought their wives something.
I did, Abbott. I gave each one of them a corsage.
No, not corsage.
Corsage.
That's corsage. Spelled A-G-E is pronounced like odge, as in corsage or garage. Now, where did you get them?
From the man who picks up the garbage. Well, I gotta go now, Abbott. I gotta do some shopping for Louis B. Mayer. He wants me to get a box of cigars. He's gonna give them to Margaret O'Brien for Christmas.
Now, wait a minute. Why would you want to give Margaret O'Brien a box of cigars for Christmas?
He wants to stunt her growth.
All right, Costello, that did it. Now I'm going to tell you what I think of you. You're the lousiest comedian on the radio. You tell the worst jokes on the air, and furthermore...
It's my brother-in-law.
I wouldn't come to see your show again if you gave me $1 million. You stink.
Sounded good, Lou.
This guy means it. Tough guy, huh? Do you want to step outside and say that?
Certainly I'll step outside and say it. Why?
Well, there's a lot of people out there in front that couldn't get in the studio. Maybe they'd like to hear it, too.
That's what I thought. You're a yellow rat.
A yellow rat, that did it. I'm not taking that sitting down.
Oh, you're not, eh?
No. He got me, Abbott.
Where'd you get you, Costello?
As I said before, I'm not taking this sitting down.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Why, Costello, I didn't expect to see you here tonight. I thought you'd be up at the North Pole looking for Santa Claus.
Nah, it's too cold up there. My Uncle Jim moved up there to the North Pole. Last I heard of him, he was keeping company with a girl polar bear, and he was going to get married.
To a girl polar bear? What stopped them?
Her parents objected.
If I remember right, your Uncle Jim took your cousin Vincent to Alaska with him, didn't he?
Yes, and one day Vincent was fishing for whales. He hooked one and started to pull in his line. Then the whale pulled, then Vincent pulled, then the whale pulled.
Where's Vincent now?
I don't know, but every time I get a postcard from him, he sends regards from Jonah.
Viola, you look so pretty. Why don't you and I step out together after the show? I'm in a gay mood tonight. I'm feeling my oats.
Yes, Abbott. Have you been out to lunch with Trigger again?
There's no reason why Viola shouldn't go out with me. I'm a regular ladies' man. Why, women throw themselves at my feet.
I don't blame him. Anything to get away from that face.
Costello, it's my turn to go out with Viola. Why, you've been over to her house 5 nights running.
Oh, no, Mr. Abbott. Only 4 nights running. Last night my father didn't chase him. Look, there's no use in you boys fighting over me. I want to find a big, strong, robust, romantic man.
How about me?
Okay, you can help me look.
Costello, I don't blame Viola for not wanting to go out with you. You're fat, you're ugly, your front tooth is missing.
Oh, no, it's not. I got it right here in my pocket.
Costello, honey, what are you going to get me for Christmas? You know, I need a new car.
A new car?
Well, Costello, as soon as a new car prices come down a little, maybe you can get her a new car.
I don't think so, Abbott. I went to a dealer yesterday, and I said, how long will it be before I can get a new car for $900? He felt my pulse and says, you'll never make it.
Oh, forget about Viola. We've got a lot of people on this show, and we've got to get them Christmas presents. Come on. Let's go across the street to the department store. Gee, this store is crowded. Look over there. It's our band leader, Matty Malnick.
Hiya, fellas. I'm looking to buy some records. Costello, do you know where the music department is?
No, I don't.
Well, you take down this aisle to the escalator, then you take the escalator to the next floor, then you go towards the front of the store.
Just a minute, wait a minute. You asked me.
I asked you what?
How to get to the music department.
Well, you go down this aisle to the escalator, then you're right in.
Come on, now, get out of here. Matty Malnick.
Now, look, Costello.
Some musician. He just don't give a toot.
Look, Costello. Costello, there's Santa Claus in the toy department.
Hey, come on over there. I want to talk to him. Are you Santa Claus?
Yes, I'm Santa Claus. Yes, little man. Oh! What's the idea of kicking me in the leg?
That's for last year.
Costello, that's no way to act. Santa Claus is here to find out what you want for Christmas. Now, go ahead and tell him what you want for Christmas.
Gee, Santa Claus, I wish that Christmas morning I could find Rita Hayworth in my stocking.
With those fat legs of yours, you'd have plenty of room for the Andrews sisters.
Say, Santa Claus, that was pretty good.
Oh, it's nothing. I tell those jokes all the time up at the North Pole.
Who's your straight man?
A penguin.
You want to trade?
No, I don't want to trade. I'm too fond of this penguin. I keep him in a bottle of ink.
Oh, a fountain penguin.
Santa Claus. Costello's just a kid at heart. He craves affection. The thing for you to do is mother him.
Oh, well, that's different.
Sure.
Here. Come on, get up on my knee, fat boy. Now, put your head under my beard. Now I've got you.
Santa Claus! Santa Claus, what are you doing? I told you to mother him.
Oh, I thought you said smother him.
Yeah, I hate to break it up, man, but it's time to change the subject for just about 60 seconds.
here's our musical Christmas gift to all of you. Hal Winters in a Christmas song, along with Matty Malnick and his music.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Summer song by Hal Winters. Hey, Abbott.
Hi.
My brother Pat just told me some wonderful news. Tomorrow he starts playing with the girls in Phil Spitali's orchestra.
What instrument will he play?
No instrument. He's just going to play with the girls.
I thought your brother was a musician.
No, he's a singer. He sings just like Nelson Eddy.
Does he sing shortening bread?
Well, he could, but the places he sings in are so small and narrow, he can't sing shortening bread. He's got to sing right crisp.
Never mind that. What are you doing with that newspaper?
I wanted to show it to you, Abbott. My Sam Shovel Detective series is becoming so popular the newspapers have taken it off the radio page and put it on the front page. Look.
Wait a minute. I don't see it on the front page.
There it is, there it is. Under crimes committed in Los Angeles today. And besides that, I'm getting more fan mail than ever. Listen to this one. Dear Lou Costello, if your Sam Shovel Detective series is not the funniest program on the air, then I'm not the next president of the United States.
Who's it from?
Tom Dewey.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel Detective mystery for tonight?
It's one of my latest cases, Abbott. I call it the case of Clarence, the dress designer who gave himself up to the police, or I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
And now to the further adventures of Sam Shovel, private detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, private detective. I'm sitting here in my little office. It's mighty chilly in here. I think I'll throw another log on the fire. Every time I build a log fire in my office, the landlord complains. Maybe it's because I have no fireplace. I pick up the newspaper. I drop it on my desk. It was the Mirror. I read the one ads. Woman who washes Mondays and Tuesdays wants place to hang out on Wednesdays. Here's another one. Wanted man to teach nuclear division of atomic astrophysical cyclotronic fissures. No experience necessary. I glance out of my window to see what's playing in the movie across the street.
Chicago. Cleveland. Boston.
Must be that new picture, The Cry of the City. Next door to the movie is a Hollywood nightclub. Those Hollywood nightclubs cut the liquor so much the bartenders have to have a barber's license. In the winter, they have to put alcohol in the whiskey to keep it from freezing. I remember once my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, was so disgusted that he went into that joint to drink himself to death. He didn't get drunk, but there was so much water in the whiskey he nearly drowned. Suddenly the phone rang. Sam Shovel speaking.
Sam Shovel, you're on the spot. Get wise to yourself. You've got to play ball with us.
Who are you?
UCLA football team. We'll play anybody.
One line went south. I look out the window again. Crowds, nothing but crowds. Everybody doing the last-minute Christmas shopping. The crowds give me an idea. I'm going to write to my congressman and have him change Christmas to April. The stores aren't so crowded then. In the crowd, I see my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. Abbott is the cheapest guy in the world, all year round. But when Christmas comes, he'd give you the shirt off his back. I know. Last year for Christmas, he gave me a dirty shirt. Lieutenant Abbott is a great detective. He worked on the Morelli case, and in 2 days he had it sewed up. Then he got the Murray case, and it only took him 3 days to sew that up. Then came the famous Lewis case. He sewed it up in 24 hours. He never carried a gun. Just a sewing machine and 3 extra bobbins.
Hello, Sam Shovel. Sam, tomorrow's Christmas Eve, and I dropped in to find out what you want for Christmas.
Well, I live just a stone's throw from Hetty Lamar's house, and my bedroom window is just a stone's throw from her window.
What do you want for Christmas, Sam?
A stone. Lieutenant, why don't you send me some mistletoe so I can kiss the girls under it?
That's not mistletoe. That's mistletoe. Missile, not muscle.
When I want to kiss a girl, I gotta use muscle.
Sam, I want you to help me on a job. I've been assigned to guard a department store during the Christmas rush.
I guarded the Broadway Hollywood store last Christmas. I put a man on the 5th Street door, a man on the Broadway door, a man on the 6th Street door.
How did you make out?
They didn't lose a single door. But all the windows were stolen.
Come on, Sam. We're going down to the store right now. Sam, this is a big store. They sell anything from sailboats to a pound of pecans.
I see. They got everything from sloop to nuts.
Come, gentlemen, you'll have to go to work right away. The shoplifters are stealing everything in aisle 9.
Where is aisle 9?
Well, this is aisle 7, that's aisle 8, and that... How do you like that? They stole aisle 9.
I think I like this job. Say, who is that gorgeous girl behind the crowded counter?
Oh, that's Miss Fairchild. She works in ladies' slippers.
She's beautiful. What else does she do?
She just works in ladies' slippers, that's all.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, that kid. He just stole a pair of roller skates. I'll get him.
You let go of me! Let me go, you copper! Let me go!
I'll teach you to steal. I'm going to lock you up.
Lieutenant, I'll take charge of this case. You keep your eye on the store. Come with me, son.
Please don't take me to jail. Please don't take me to jail.
I didn't have the heart to take that kid to jail. He didn't look like a bad kid. He was poorly dressed. His face was dirty, but I could still see some of his freckles. His name was Johnny. I took him to my little office and sat him down in a chair. I could see he was scared, plenty scared.
Gee, Mr. Shovel, I don't want to go to jail.
And I don't want you to go to jail, son. That's why I brought you here. Those were plenty expensive roller skates you took off the counter in that store, Johnny.
Oh, gee, they were only $1.98.
I'm not talking about the cost in money, Johnny. It's the cost in shame and disgrace. Not only to you, but to your mom and your dad.
Gee, I never thought about that. Mom and Dad.
That's the trouble with doing a wrong thing, Johnny. Most time it hurts others more than the guy that does it.
Gee, you're a funny guy. You're supposed to be a detective, a cop. And me and the kids in my neighborhood, we ain't got no use for coppers. But gee, I kind of like you. You don't talk like no cop. You're more like a friend.
Johnny, cops aren't bad guys. Every cop on the force wants to be the friends with every kid on his beat. When a kid is in trouble, if he'd run to a cop instead of away from him, he'd find out that cops are pretty regular fellows. You see, Johnny, you're a kid and I'm a cop. But lucky for us, we're both living in a wonderful country. A country that's interested in the welfare of its children. Our police know that no kid wants to be bad. It's just bad environment. Neglect on the part of parents. Lack of love and understanding. That makes a kid go wrong.
Yeah? And are you sure that all cops is my friends?
All cops, Johnny.
Aha, there you are.
Even him?
Even him.
I don't know what this is all about, Sam. But I gotta get this kid to the lockup. This is Christmas Eve, and I gotta...
You gotta get a little of the Christmas spirit, Lieutenant. I think Johnny's very sorry for what he did. He'll never do it again.
Well, he tried to get away from me. He ran from the law. That's a sign of guilt.
Honest, I won't never do it again. I promise I won't.
Besides, Lieutenant, I think I've made Johnny understand that cops are his friends.
Yeah? Johnny, if you know that cops are a kid's best friends, you've really learned something.
Yeah, well, there's only one thing that puzzles me.
What is it, Johnny?
Well, Lieutenant Abbott's a cop, ain't he?
Yes?
Well, how could a guy with a face like that be any kind of a cop?
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, it's Christmas Eve. Listen.
Well, it's Christmas Eve again. I promised my wife I'd be in church, saying my prayers, singing hymns. And here I am in this broken down...
You don't have to be in church for that, Lieutenant. How about it, Johnny? Know the words to that song?
Yeah, I think so.
Johnny, let's try it, huh? What do you say?
Costello will have the last word as usual. But before they do, we'd like you to ponder this.
Costello, before signing off, let's wish all our listeners a very Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody. And I'd also like to say Merry Christmas to our fine crew that helped us put the show together. Our writing staff, which is headed by Eddie Fulmer, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
Now, don't forget the swell boys of the band and our leader, Matty Melnick, and our vocalist, Hal Winters.
And a Merry Christmas to our producer, Charles Vander.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and Merry Christmas to everybody in Patterson, New Jersey, and all over the world.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. And be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Sick. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Here we are, Dude. Hi, Rosie.
Hi, Bing. Lovely day.
Isn't it grand?
I guess you rate the first song today.
No, you sing it, Rosie, if you please.
I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every hour is spent dreaming of you. I need you. Oh, how I need you. When I feel so blue, I never knew unhappiness or that a heart could ache. But now that I've known happiness, I fear my heart will break. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you. I love you. Oh, how I love you. My every thought is you.
Say, friends, did you know that it's no longer necessary to slip, slide, and take a spill in your bathtub? Did you know that?
Now, don't tell me someone's come up with a non-skid bathtub.
Well, someone's come up with a way to make your bathtub non-skid, Rosie. Isn't that scrumptious?
Grand. My goodness, that's super colossal.
I was very acrobatic in the tub this morning. I slipped and nearly flew out the window.
Well, you'd have been a big hit out in the street, wouldn't you? Well, we all do our share of acrobatics, I guess.
But now, you say we can enjoy non-slip bathings, that's all?
That's right. Bathing no longer is so hazardous thanks to Safety Tub.
Oh, is that what this non-skid tub is called?
Safety Tub, yeah. And it's not a tub, it's a paint that's applied to the tub.
This is the greatest news since a bubble bath.
Biggest thing since hot water, I'd say.
I class it right alongside inside plumbing.
This must be catching on like wildfire.
Oh, great, it's sweeping. Think of it, sure footing in the bathtub.
And it's not a mat.
No, not a mat at all. No mat of any sort. This is just as smooth as your bathtub. Safety Tub is applied right on the surface.
See, I think some of the hotels have inaugurated Safety Tub, haven't they?
I believe. I've heard that some of the more progressive hotels have installed it already. Great, huh? Permanent non-slip surface in the bathtub.
Well, now, what about slipping on the bathroom floor?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Gee, you can't have everything. Safety Tub just takes care of you in the tub. When you step out of the tub, you need a rosin bag or something.
And if you don't have it, there you go.
Well, I guess I just got carried away. I guess we can't expect miracles these days.
Oh, and we get miracles. We really can. I suppose this preparation might work on the floor. I don't know. I've just heard about it, and I broadcast it pursuant to our policy, bringing our listeners the very latest in fads, fails, fancies, frivolities, facts, and fashions.
Phew. Say, what about a non-skid song now?
Well, is there a bathtub tenor in the house? Hey, you. You're driving me crazy. What did I do? What did I do? My tears for you make everything hazy, cloud in the sky, so blue. How true were the friends who were near me to cheer me, believe me they knew. But you were the kind who would hurt me, desert me when I needed you. Yes, you. You're driving me crazy. What did I do to you? Just look at you. You know you're driving me crazy. What did I do? What did I do? My tears for you seem to make everything hazy. Cloud in the sky, so blue. How true were the friends who were near me to cheer me. Believe me, they knew. But you were the kind who would hurt me, desert me when I needed you. Yes, you. Oh, you're driving me crazy. What did I do to you?
There's one thing most everybody agrees about, and that's cold distress. When you've got it, you want to relieve it fast. And here's how to do that. Listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance. So what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
By the breathless way you always spoke, by the mischief in your eyes. And what about this heart you broke? How will I remember you? How could I forget a kiss so rare and a touch that carried me away out into space somewhere? Come back to me. Come back to me. We hold the secret of a special love, a love that's meant to be. How will I remember you? What a foolish question, sweetheart mine, when 1,000 memories are with me nearly all the time. Come back to me, but till you do, how well will I remember you?
One more question now about the non-slip bathtub surface, Bing.
Righto.
Does it come in colors?
Oh, yes. Comes in several colors, happily. If you want a little color contrast in your bath, in fact, you can put your family crest on your tub or your monogram, if you wish, in this safety material. Isn't that lovely?
I think I'll go for an RC monogram in pink letters.
Oh, pink monogram would be very chic.
I believe I'd like to have Betty and Ken etched in our tub.
Oh, that's cozy. That's real Club Betty and Ken.
Yeah, it gets the point over, I think, and it'll match the sign on our mailbox.
What about you, Bing? You got any thoughts?
I'm kind of mulling it over. I
got an idea for your tub, Bing.
What's that?
Bing Crosby soaked here. You like that?
Think I'd be reaching a little? I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
Bing Crosby soaked here. That might become as famous as George Washington slept here.
You think so, huh?
Not really.
I may have mine read Road to Hong Kong, along with a picture of Bob Hope, you know? All this thing has endless possibilities, doesn't it?
Fun in the bathtub.
I wonder, do we have a fun song handy?
Oh, yeah, we're long on fun songs. Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun?
Not much money, oh, but honey, ain't we got fun?
The rent's unpaid, dear. We haven't a car.
But anyway, dear, we'll stay as we are.
Even if we owe the grocer, don't we have fun?
Tax collectors getting closer, still we have fun.
There's nothing surer. The rich get rich and the poor get poorer. In the meantime, in between time, ain't we got fun?
Ain't we got fun? Ain't we got fun?
Are you sure? Take off those boxing gloves.
Ain't we got fun? Still we have fun.
Hysterical.
Ain't we got fun?
Every morning,
every
ain't we got fun? Not much money,
but honey,
ain't we got fun? The rent's unpaid, dear. We haven't a car.
But anyway, dear, we'll stay as we are.
Even if we owe the grocer, don't we have fun? Tax collectors getting closer, still we have fun. There's nothing surer. The rich get rich and the poor get poorer. In the meantime, in between time, ain't we got fun?
Bing, can you give me your one-sentence definition of Sara Lee all-butter pecan coffee cake?
Cinch, Rose. It's cinch. It's just the finest Danish pastry coffee cake that you can buy anywhere.
Right you are, Bing. And remember, it comes in 2 sizes.
It do indeed. Regular size for small families, family size for big families and parties. Mighty convenient.
That's one of the joys of serving Sara Lee coffee cake. It's the most fabulous tasting coffee cake you can buy. And it's so convenient. It's completely baked and ready to serve, so there's no work.
You know, Rosie, that reminds me of another Sara Lee treat. Cream cheesecake. A delicious dessert that's mighty convenient for the same reasons, and it comes in 2 sizes, too.
And no work to serving any of the wonderful Sara Lee treats, Bing.
Did you put that to music?
It's very easy. Merrily, merrily, only Sara Lee tastes so good.
Gee, you know, if we had a sound effects man here, you know what I'd do? I'd ask, well, I'd have the rustle of grass skirts, and I'd have the roll of the surf at Waikiki Beach, just to sort of back up this little Hawaiian offering I have here. Down Hawaii way, where I chanced to stray, on an evening I heard a hula maiden play. Yaka hula hickey doo la, yaka hula hickey doo. Down Hawaii way, by the moonlit bay, when I lingered a while, she stole my heart away. Yaka hula hickey doo la, yaka hula hickey doo. Oh, I don't care if you've loved the ladies far and near. You forget about them all if you could hear. Yaka hula hickey doo la, yaka hula hickey doo. I'm coming back to you, my hula-loo. Beside the sea in Waikiki, you're gonna play for me. And once again you'll sway my heart away with your yaka hula hickey doo-a-too. Back to you, a little hula-loo. Beside the sea at Waikiki, you're gonna play for me. And once again you sway my heart away with your yaka hula hickey doo too. The yaka hula hickey doo la. Another radio day is over for us, Rosemary. You make a note, though. We meet right here on Monday. Same time, same place.
Should the folks listening make a note, too?
Oh, indelibly. Pleasant weekend to you, folks. See you Monday, then.
Hunger hurts. And right now, it's hurting some 2/3 of the people in foreign lands. Hunger breeds disease, despair, and unrest. It's the enemy of peace and freedom. There is something you can do to help alleviate hunger. Join CARE's Food Crusade. Send one or more CARE food packages to hungry families abroad. Mail $1 for each package to CARE, New York 16, New York.
Fire.
tell everything about a soldier by looking at his chest. Hologram.
No, real. That long.
That big around.
Dang near. I love you. But you're hopeless.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood, with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our singing star, Margaret Whiting. Our special guest, Jane Wyman. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. I don't know what my sponsor really thinks, but every time I get near him, he looks at me and starts singing, "Your Cheatin' Heart." And this has been my biggest year for fan mail. My fan mail has been so heavy, I had to hire a man to help me carry it down to the post office. You'll have to get him a little faster than that. Or my summer replacement will be getting the laughs for this stuff. This season, just think, I've done television, movies, personal appearances. I really didn't want to work that hard, but I promised the Air Force an extra group. And you won't escape me, I guarantee you, because I'll be in every medium. I've even made a deal with Las Vegas. When you get 3 cherries straight across in the slot machines, I'll be the middle cherry. I'm going to take a vacation, and I need it. Other years, I've been a little tired, but this year I'm really worried. It's the spots in front of my eyes. They're not just spots. They're audiences laughing at other comedians. You know, there's a certain amount of jealousy among comedians, you know. I used to go to sleep hating Jack Benny and Milton Berle and Jerry Lewis. Now I can't even get to sleep. I lay awake all night sneering. I didn't realize how tired and nervous I was till this morning when my son Tony insisted on walking to the studio with me. I said, "What for?" He said, "This way people on the street will think you're talking to me." In this spot, we bring on Margaret Whiting. Move in, Maggie, please.
When my arms caress you, something wonderful happens. I can feel a thrill so heavenly. Possess you. Something wonderful happens, though it rains. It's beautiful to see. Even the showers can bring a thrilling refrain. A street without flowers
ladies and gentlemen. Like all of us, Bob is looking forward to his vacation. So when Margaret Whiting and I dropped in at his home in North Hollywood yesterday morning, we found Bob knee-deep in luggage.
Oh, come in, Maggie. Come in, Bill.
Gosh, Bob, what is all this? Did someone die and leave you the sporting goods department of the May Company? Or have you been playing gin rummy with Esther Williams?
You've just heard from nothing. I'm just getting ready to go on my vacation, Bill.
With all this junk? Where are you going? Timbuktu?
No, Maggie, I'm going to Santa Monica.
Is that all?
Well, I can't go just anywhere. I have to take my vacation at a place within 20 miles of Hollywood.
Yeah? Why?
Well, if he goes any further than that, he gets outside the radius of his book of phone numbers.
Careful, Bill, or I'll hide your electric floor polisher and your teeth will look just like everyone else's.
Gee, I never saw so much stuff. Wouldn't it be easier to move Santa Monica here?
Well, maybe I won't bring the outboard motor. It vibrates too much.
Oh, it does? Now, what size boat do you use it on?
Boat? Bill, if I had a boat, I wouldn't mind the vibration.
Bob, where are you staying in Santa Monica?
Oh, I'm staying at a place called the Surf and Sand Motel. It's on the American plan.
Oh, the American plan?
Yeah, they have to charge you 4 times as much because they're supporting all the other hotels in the area.
Gee, I've seen that place, Bob. It's just a huge barn for tourists.
I like it.
But there's nothing charming or exclusive about it.
I like it.
There's so many people that it's like Grand Central Station. Gee, in the summer there's even a man in the lobby selling hot dogs.
I like it.
I don't get it.
I like it.
What do you like about a place like that?
He's the man who sells the hot dog.
I'm the only one on the beach who serves them with mustard, sauerkraut, chopped onions, Tabasco sauce, relish, coleslaw, pickles, cherries, chopped walnuts, and whipped cream.
That sounds pretty messy.
It is. You don't get a bun.
Say, Bob, are you going to spend the whole summer at the beach?
Oh, 5 days, Bill. Then I fly to Chicago for a benefit, then New Orleans and Miami, then up to New York and Buffalo. Then I fly over to France, Germany, Holland, and England for one-day appearances.
This is your vacation?
That's right.
Gee, I'm glad I'm not a lazy slob like you.
Bob, when you go to all those countries, can you speak their languages?
Well, I have a book I'm studying, Maggie, and besides, I'm going to take a lesson tomorrow morning at the Wurlitzer School.
Rob, don't you mean the Berlitz School? The Wurlitzer people make those big organs.
I wondered why they told me to report at 9 a.m. at Angela's Temple. I'm getting so punchy, I'm glad the season's almost over.
Oh, that reminds me, Bob. You know, on every program at the end of the season, the performers get a very nice gift.
They do?
Oh, sure they do, Bob. An appreciation for working hard all season.
Well, what about it, Bob? Why don't you say something?
Well, it's a wonderful thought, but you shouldn't do it, really. I don't expect a thing.
I told you it wouldn't work, Maggie.
Yes, Maggie?
Look out the window. There's Jane Wyman coming up the front wall.
Oh, fine. Jane's going to be the guest on our show this week. I'll let her in. Hiya, Jane.
Hello, Bob.
Come in, Jane. Entree, s'il vous plaît. Entre usted de mi casa and das Blumenbrett haben de Gartensuch.
Well, that's jolly. Can anybody play, or do you have to belong to the United Nations?
Well, you don't mind my showing off my knowledge of languages, do you, Jane?
Oh, not at all, Bob. Languages are my hobby.
Oh, then you understood what I said.
Certainly. In French, you said, come in, please. In Spanish, enter my house. And in German, you said, the flower pot has got a geranium in it.
Well, let's go in and join the others.
Hello, Jane.
Hi, Jane.
Hello, Maggie and Bill. Good grief. What's all this luggage? Are you leaving town?
Oh, I'm going on my vacation, Jane, down to the beach.
With all those trunks and suitcases?
Sure.
Well, what are you doing? Bringing your own sand? Gloria Swanson Swanson doesn't travel with this much stuff. Gloria Swanson doesn't have a hot dog stand. That big brown bag there is full of sauerkraut.
Yeah, the other suitcases are full of colored balloons, pinwheels, mechanical mice, and buttons that say, "Kiss me, kiddo, I'm a hot shot from Keokuk."
Easy, Bill, easy. When it's too late in the season to fire him, he gets mad with power.
Well, yes, it is the end of the season, isn't it?
That's right, Jane. That means you're going to be the guest on my last show.
Wonderful, Bob. I can't think of anyone in Hollywood I'd rather say goodbye to.
Well, that's the nicest compliment I ever had stuck in my back.
Bob, have you definitely decided to spend your vacation at the beach?
Pretty much. Why?
Well, if you were going to the mountains, I've heard of a lovely place up there. It's called the Sierra Lodge.
Oh, well, I don't know about the mountains, Jane. I have trouble with altitude.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah, I get fainting spells just watching a Gary Cooper picture.
Well, this place isn't up very high, Bob, and it's so nice and cool.
Well, Jane, I might go to the mountains if I knew anyone else who was going up there.
Well, how about Bing?
No, Bing hates the mountains, especially the Sierras.
He does?
Yeah. He refuses to go near him until someone thinks up another name for old Baldy. But I'm not enthusiastic about the mountains, Jane. Maybe I'll go there some other time.
I knew you wouldn't get Bob to change his mind, Janie. He goes to the seashore every year.
Well, I don't get it. Why are you so set on spending your vacation at the beach?
Well, it's just a difference of opinion. Maybe I see a lot of things at the beach that appeal to me that you wouldn't even notice.
Understand what things you mean.
Well, I do, and I may get my hat and go with it.
I don't need to. Here's Margaret Whiting doing Big Mamu, backed up by Les Brown and the boys. Come in, Maggie.
For another, you left me alone and blue. Please, come on back. Hey, Jack, come on back. Make me happy and live with me in Big Mamu. How come you roam from Big Mamu? Can't you hear me loud and clearly? I'm calling out to you. Ah, ha, ha. Ooh, la, la. Hurry, hurry home to lonely mama. Big Mamu. Another, you left me alone and blue. Please, come on back. Hey, Jack, come on back. Make me happy and live with me at Big Mamu. You Big Mamu, Big Mamu, make me happy and Big Mamu.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Bob was going to the beach for vacation, but Jane Wyman has sold him on the idea of trying the mountains instead. Right now, Bob and Jane are in Bob's car on their way to look over a place called Sierra Lodge.
Gee, Bob, this is a wonderful day, isn't it?
Yeah.
The typical California weather.
That's right. The birds are singing, the sun is shining, and if the smog clears up, I'll be able to see the dashboard.
A pleasure to ride in a car like this, Bob.
Yeah, I bought it because it's got power steering, power brakes, hydraulic windows, dual injector carburetor, and super torque converter body suspension.
What kind of a car is it?
I forgot to ask. Hey, we're getting into the open country. Look at that sign. You're now leaving Los Angeles, City of the Angels.
Bob, I wonder why they named this town the City of the Angels.
Because that's what happens to most of the pedestrians.
Right, mister? Ooh, there are lots of hitchhikers on the road today. You know, I feel kind of sorry for those people. Do you think we ought to pick them up?
Jane, I make it a rule never to pick up hitchhikers under any circumstances. It's a very bad practice. You know, you never know what kind of person you're taking into your
Oh,
car.
look, there are two girls hitchhiking.
Chummy here in the glove compartment, isn't it? I hope I didn't stop too suddenly for you.
Oh, not at all. If you need the cigarette lighter, you'll find it in the middle of my forehead.
Jane, how far is this mountain lodge you want me to see?
Oh, it's only a few miles ahead, Bob. Just keep driving. Oh, look, Bob. There's a forest ranger standing in the road holding his hand up. I think he wants us to stop.
Let's see what he wants. Hiya, Ranger.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Sierra National Park. 60,000 acres of virgin forest, lofty peaks, and purling mountain streams.
Purling mountain streams?
Sierra National Park has every facility for the tourist. Its own gas station, restaurant, laundromat, and the lodge.
Well, that sounds great. Is there a drive-in theater, too?
No, in these woods, we don't permit people to do anything that might start a fire.
Yes. Besides, it could set a bad example for the animals, couldn't it?
I must say it's very nice of you to welcome us to the park so cordially.
Well, this is a special occasion. You two are the first visitors of the season. You'll be the only people in 60,000 acres of mountain scenery.
We're the first visitors?
That's right. I wish you'd let me know yesterday you were coming. I'd have tidied the place up.
Yeah, some of those pine trees look as though they haven't been dusted in weeks.
Well, I've only got two hands, you know.
Hey, we're driving up to the lodge. Are we on the right road?
Yes, most tourists come this way. You know, I haven't seen your license plates, but I can guess just what part of the country you're from.
You can?
Yeah, just by looking at your faces. Now, don't tell me. I'd say that you're a retired farmer from Iowa. And this lady with you is your daughter.
I'm afraid you're way off. Mr. Hope certainly isn't a retired farmer.
He isn't?
No, but don't feel badly. I can see how you'd make a mistake judging by his clothes.
Thanks a heap for the help. Can't help it. This suit fooled me, too, and it looked so good on the fellow sitting in the tractor in the catalog. So the lodge is straight ahead, huh?
Yes, you can't miss it. Goodbye, folks.
Goodbye, Ranger.
Oh, and before you go, let me say again, welcome to Sierra National Park.
Thank you.
No hunting, no fishing, no swimming, no picnics, no open fires, no parking, no loud noise. Remember, this is your national park. Have a good time.
Take 2 pieces of scenery out of petty cash. And eat those, too.
Oh, come on, Bob, let's go.
No, I don't think I'm allowed in here. I'm a heavy breather.
Gee, Bob, we've been climbing for an hour. We're up so far we're actually above the clouds.
Yeah, I just saw a Burma shave sign with a nosebleed.
But it can't be very far to Sierra Lodge.
Hey, this lodge of yours would be a great place for Phil Harris to spend his vacation.
Phil Harris, why?
I heard him say he's going to spend the summer getting as high as he can.
Oh, there's the lodge, Bob, right over there.
Gee, it certainly is a beautiful place, Jane. That's the prettiest mountain lodge I've ever seen.
I thought you'd like it. What does the sign say in the front?
It says Sierra Mountain Lodge, your home away from home. Sleep in cool, pine-scented mountain air. Closed for the season.
Closed for the season? Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. Oh, to think I made you drive your car all the way up here for nothing.
Well, it's just as tough on you, Jane, all that money you wasted paying for the gas. Well, the place seems to be all locked up. We better get back to the car, don't you think?
There you go. Not so fast.
Why, Bob, that man has a gun.
Who are you?
The name is Eggs McGloin.
Eggs McGloin?
Yeah. They call me Eggs because I just got out of cold storage. What are you characters doing snooping around here?
We weren't snooping, and you stopped pointing that gun at us.
Lady, I will point my gun at whomsoever I please.
Well, you'd better stop, or Mr. Hope here will take it away from you. I'm warning you, Mr. Hope has a violent temper, and that gun doesn't scare him. He may hurt you pretty badly. You know, he's not afraid of anyone.
Keep talking. This is the bravest I've ever been.
Shut up, you. I know your type. You ain't gonna do nothing. I can tell just by looking at you that you're chicken. You're a punk. You're nothing but a low, crawling, yellow-bellied weasel. What do you think of that?
It's all right, but I'm warning you, I won't stand for any insults.
Now, please, mister, whatever your name is, won't you let us go? We don't want any trouble.
Well, you don't know the score, sister. Me and my boys, we're using this place for a hideout. You see, I just knocked over a gas station, a supermarket, and a bank. If anybody was to go blabbing about it, it'd be serious.
It would?
Yeah. I don't want the unemployment office to know I'm working.
Oh, yeah, that would be awful.
Hey, boss.
Yeah, Lefty?
Everything's in the card. Let's climb out of here.
In a minute. There's a couple of civilians here to whom I must first say au revoir.
Oh, yeah. Goodbye, Mr. McGloin. See you around sometime. We'll watch for you on Gangbusters.
Goodbye.
Hold it down. Second thought, I think I'll take the skirt with me.
Take the skirt with you? What for? It's not your size.
Come on, sister. You're coming with me.
Oh, no, you don't. Take your hands off her.
I am warning you, Pudgy. Stand back.
I'm not afraid of you or your gun either.
Oh, you're not, eh? Well, then I'll play a little tune on it for you.
How awful. Oh, Bob, you're dying. Quick, speak to me.
We'd better get out of here. Some of those shots came from the audience.
Hope Show is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's impossible to imagine a more exciting film, says Rona Barrett. Rex Reed called it a colossal triumph. Months before its release, it stunned and overwhelmed a special preview audience. It's the movie they couldn't wait to talk about. The movie is Midnight Express. He was a 20-year-old American boy, up against a system he didn't understand, spoken in a language he couldn't speak. He was beyond the help of his parents and the power of the United States government. And yet, he triumphed. His name is Billy Hayes. His story is true. And his ordeal is so incredible, it will change you forever. The movie is Midnight Express.
Forces Radio and Television Service presents the Bob Hope Show with Les Brown and his band of renown. And yours truly, Bill Goodwin. And now here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. No, but I've just returned from a trip through Minnesota and Canada, and I'll never know why we criticize our California weather. It was almost as cold up there. No, I had to make the whole trip with one arm down in the baggage compartment. My hand was frozen to my suitcase. I played Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan. That's pretty tricky, but once you learn how to say it, it pays off. You never again have to buy dental floss. Of course, some people never learn how to say Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. One guy tried for years, but he couldn't say it. He finally did the only thing he could do. He moved to Montreal. Saskatoon is way up in northern Canada, but it's easy to get there. You can go by plane, train, dog sled, or make a wrong turn on the freeway. When I arrived, they gave me a wonderful welcome, but I didn't like the way the papers wrote it up. The headline in the Saskatoon Daily News said, "American ham arises from Canadian bacon." It's pretty cold up there. I saw a Pontiac, and the Indian was wearing earmuffs. White-haired Indian. I got back here just in time to go to all the big department stores around town and autograph copies of my book, Have Tux Will Travel. And it was a lot of fun, although I didn't like the attitude of one department store manager. When I arrived to autograph the books, he looked at my nose and said, "I see you brought your ballpoint with you." Autographing copies of your book is a favor you have to do for the publisher. Well, it's not exactly a favor. It's part of the deal. Let's face it, we have to get the money back somehow. One kid was standing there for an hour just staring at me. I said, "Aren't you interested in reading my life story?" He said, "No, I'd rather watch it on Dragnet." But my book is really exciting. It tells the story of a poor barefoot boy in Cleveland who was determined to be a comedian regardless of his talent. And I'm sure you'll like Have Tux Will Travel. I tell all about my education, all the awards I won in show business, and all the beautiful girls who are crazy about me. Page 2 is exciting, too. The New York Times printed 2 reviews of my book. The first one said my writing ranked with O. Henry. The second one said, "Not the author, the candy bar." One of the editors of Reader's Digest phoned me and asked if my book could be boiled down. I said it could. He said, "That's fine. With all this smog, we hate to throw it in the incinerator." Jack Benny read my book with tears in his eyes from strain. He was trying to finish it before the clerk made him put it down. I still have a few books left, so if any of you haven't got your copy, please see me after the show. I'd love to get my car back in the garage. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our guest for this evening, Mr. David Niven, right here.
Oh, thank you, Bob. That's a very nice introduction, but why the mister?
Well, David, I thought it was appropriate. I consider you a perfect gentleman.
Well?
A distinguished actor.
Well?
And besides that, I like you. Easy, or I'll hide your tweed monocle and you'll be drummed out of the Deborah Carr fan club. You'll never get into the Huntington Hartford Theater.
Well, now that we've exchanged a few unpleasant pleasantries, what type of show are we going to do, Bob?
Well, I was just thinking, David, you know, they're giving out Academy Awards for the movies, Emmy Awards for television, but radio doesn't get its share of recognition. And, you know, radio will soon be celebrating its 50th birthday.
50th birthday? Milton Bell been around that long?
Yes, he went to medical school with Joyce Jordan.
I gather we're going to do the history of radio tonight, Bob.
That's right, David. We're going all the way back to 1900 when Hollywood was just desolate, flat country.
Then the movies came along, radio came along, and Hollywood became the glamour capital of the world.
Yeah, and then Santa Anita came along and it became flat country again. Well, David, shall we plunge in and tell the story of the Magic Wireless from its infancy right up to today?
No, I'm all set, Bob.
Let's go. Music, Les.
Radio had its first glimmerings away back at the turn of the century. In the science laboratory at Yale University, an excited young student rushed up to his professor and said,
"Look, Professor, I've found it."
What is it, my boy?
Oh, I've created a vacuum tube with a filament that emits electrons across a magnetic field so that high-frequency modulation up to 18,000 megacycle causes sonic alternating audio amplification.
I'm sorry, folks, but what else could I do with him?
That young student, of course, was Lee DeForest. On May 1st, 1903, radio was born. DeForest invented the Audion tube.
And on May 2nd, 1903, radio received its greatest setback.
What's that?
DeForest dropped the tube.
Lee DeForest continued his labors on the electron tube, and in 1905, at a meeting of the stockholders of his company, he made an announcement of tremendous importance.
Gentlemen, I'm happy to say that I've finally perfected the first radio tube. Here it is before you. A huge rectangular tube, and only one thing is stopping us from putting it into mass production for use in radio.
What's that?
We can't get Arthur Godfrey's picture off it.
Bob, how could Arthur Godfrey's picture possibly be on a radio tube? Is that historically correct?
That's pretty close, David. My writers looked the whole thing up in the racing form.
Well, we can't dispute that, can we? Well, what happened next, Bob?
Aerials began appearing on rooftops, and it was dangerous, David. I'll never forget my Aunt Minnie got a couple of electric wires crossed one night.
What happened?
She became the first woman in Cleveland to have a crew cut. What's the next milestone of radio, David?
The presidential election of 1924. Here's the first president to speak on radio.
Thank you, Calvin Coolidge.
The world's fastest human is interviewed after running the 4-minute mile.
Thank you, Roger Bannister. Or Rin Tin Tin. But getting back to our story, in the 1920s and 30s, radio grew by leaps and bounds.
Yes, everybody was tuned in. You were entertained by such famous names in sport as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey,
Errol Flynn.
Yes, the average family could sit home in the parlor, switch on a receiving set, and hear the great stars of the era.
Crosby sure sounded good in those days.
Radio soon became a giant of the entertainment field.
It brought us fine drama, the best music, great comedians. In 1931, we were all thrilled by the lively singing of a young man named Eddie Cantor.
If you knew Susie like I know Susie, ooh, ooh, oh. I'm sorry, that's the best I can do.
That was Eddie Cantor, strained through Anthony Heaton's Homburg.
But at the same time, another great star thrilled the nation.
That's right. He's now known as Evelyn and her magic violin.
You know, Bob, I never realized there was so much to radio.
Oh, these are only a few highlights in the field of entertainment. Radio was also used in industry and commerce, and it played a very important part in World War I.
World War I? Let's do some of that.
Okay, music, Les.
The time, the closing hours of the war, November 10th, 1918. The German armies are collapsing on all fronts. For the first time, radio is used as a means of military communication.
Achtung! Achtung! General Ludendorff calling General Pfaffenhausen. Come in, Rudy.
Jawohl, I am here. Can you hear me?
Nein, I can't hear a thing. What's the matter? You talking to a Wiener Schnitzel or something?
What you want, Hermann?
Something's gone kaflooey. I can't find the army anywhere.
Me neither. What do you suspect, mein General?
I don't know, but something is definitely verstunken in Berlin. Oh, 26,000 men, where could they all? Where could they all disappear to?
Oh, I know. I know where they might be.
Where?
Mademoiselle Vermont is fun.
No, I called her up, Ding. There. Now, wait a minute. But Rudy, if we can't find the army, you just gave me a great idea. Mademoiselle from Army.
I get mine helmet and go with you. Well, what happened next in radio, Bob?
Well, we'll continue our history in a few minutes, David, after this number by a star of present-day radio, Margaret Whiting, singing Melody of Love. There she is.
Hold me in your arms, dear. Dream with me. Cradled by your kisses, sings a melody of heart to heart forever, lips entwined. I'm yours and you are mine. Heaven wrote the music above, for our melody of
This is Bill Goodwin. You know, someone once said humor's the true democracy, and that's why we Americans can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped to build our country's great institutions and industries. Like old Pecos Bill of the cattle industry. Now, when Bill was a year old, he was crawling around the ground one day when a swarm of mosquitoes swooped down. Bill crawled under a fat-rendering kettle, and when the first mosquito hit it, his stinger went clear through. Quick as a flash, Bill whipped an axe out of his diaper
and he bent the stinger back like a nail. He did the same to the other mosquitoes till the outside of the kettle looked like a plum pudding filled with raisins. When Bill was 14, he invented the lariat, the roundup, and the branding iron. And his special brand has become the heritage for all American cattlemen, IXL. Yes, it is a democracy which lets us tell stories of such legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. So long as we continue to laugh together as a people, ladies and gentlemen, we will live together as a nation.
Well, Bob, shall we continue our history of radio?
Yes, David. Now let's look at radio as an advertising medium.
Oh, you mean commercials?
That's right. And here's the man who invented the first commercial jingle.
Mary, Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? With silver bells and cockle shells? What? No big at all?
Well, Professor Corona, right? You're the man who invented rhyming commercials, Professor.
That's right, Hope. I'm the first man who ever found a rhyme for orange.
Well, that's remarkable, Professor. How did you rhyme orange?
Squeezed it. And I rhymed juice with spruce.
Professor, you're off your trolley.
Yes, but I'm not worried.
Why not?
I've got a transfer.
Professor, do you really know anything about radio commercials?
Everything. I introduced the paper-made pen sweethearts to each other. And single-handed, I put over one of the most popular products on the market today, Chibaba Chibaba cigarettes.
Chibaba Chibaba cigarettes? I've never heard of them.
Of course you have. Why, 4 out of 5 doctors who smoke them say, quote, quote,
Are they good, Professor?
There's no cigarette in the world like a Chibaba. It doesn't have any ordinary cotton filter or a nylon filter. Absolutely no harmless ingredients could get through the filter of a Chibaba.
Why, what's it made of?
Cement.
Tell me, Kelowna, did you ever jump out of a window and land on your head?
Why, no, don't think I ever have. Pardon me a moment. What do you know? It's fun.
Kelowna, you're 2 steps below an idiot.
Don't drool.
And au revoir. So long, Brushmush.
Well, what's next, Bob?
Well, disc jockeys have become very important in radio, David. Let's show the folks how those happy record spinners operate. Music less.
Now, for you early morning listeners, Flakies, the breakfast food that bites back, presents the Rise and Shine Boys. Hello, everybody, hello. We're here to say hello, so hello. Hello, everybody, hello. We don't mean au revoir, but hello. We don't mean auf Wiedersehen, we don't mean toodaloo. And now we're trying to say it, hello to you and you. So hello, everybody, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Well, second chorus.
Hello, everybody, hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
That's funny.
What happened?
They hung up.
Well, good morning, Bob.
Oh, good morning, David. Well, here we are, folks, the Rise and Shine Boys. Good morning, everybody. It's 5 a.m., but the weatherman says we'll have a beautiful day, folks.
What is the weather report, Bob?
6 below and more snow. Which reminds me, folks, are you prepared for a cold snap? Get a suit of Zingelmeyer's long underwear today.
The only long underwear with the electric flap.
5:01 a.m. Folks, why wake up with a grouch in the morning? Sleep alone. Come on, sleep. Come on, sleepyheads. Throw the covers off. Now open your eyes and take a good look around. Are you in the right house?
And now for the first joke of the day. Tell me, Bob, how do you make antifreeze?
I don't know, David. How do you make antifreeze?
Hide her woolen pajamas.
Oh, we're killing them today.
And now, the makers of Woofoo, the dog biscuit that tastes like a cat. The makers of Woofoo bring you the news.
Hollywood, California. Yasha Heifetz is playing Beethoven tonight at the Hollywood Bowl. The winner will meet Bobo Olson. And now a word about Dr. Niven's reducing method. Step in, Doctor.
Thank you. Attention, ladies over 300 pounds. Do you have the feeling you're being followed? You are. It's you.
If you have this problem, by all means, try Dr. Niven's reducing method. It's simple, no pills, no diet, no exercise. Once a week, Dr. Niven comes to your house and beats you with a rubber hose. And now your favorite platter spinners bring you the first record of the day. What do we play for the folks, David?
The song that's number one all over the country. I've got those, my baby done left me, she ran off with another guy, I feel so bad, if I ever catch her, I'll break her neck, blues.
I want to dedicate this number to the boys down at Firehouse number 7. Don't forget, fellas, dab a little of Mother Murphy's brass polish on the knees of your pants, and your fire pole will always be bright and gleaming.
Now we'll play the record.
Whoops, too late. Our time is up. This is the Rise and Shine Boys signing off and saying, goodbye, everybody, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. We mean goodbye. Took care of the disc jockeys, and I hope they forgive us.
You know, Bob, we can't do a history of radio without bringing in the dear old BBC.
British radio? Good idea. Here we go, David. Some Piccadilly music left.
Well, how do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the BBC commencing another evening's broadcasting.
Our first offering of the evening is another visit with the Master Detective David Niven, Private Eyeball, and Gentleman Bounder.
Thank you.
Before tonight's chapter, a word about our sponsor, Fotheringay's Mutton. That mutton that makes you a glutton. Ladies, next time you want to serve something delicious, remember that only Fotheringay's Mutton contains that unusual locked-in aroma.
It has to be locked in once it got out and killed Fotheringay.
Remember, friends, there are many imitators of this fine product, but Fotheringay's is the only mutton that contains genuine mutt.
That's right. It comes in 3 delicious flavors, orange, raspberry, and cocker spaniel.
Now for tonight's adventure with David Niven, Private Eyeball.
How do you do? My name is David Niven, Private Eye. I was sitting in my office today when the door opened and she came in. Believe me when I tell you, she was most captivating. She had honey blonde hair, blue eyes, and the deepest dimples I'd ever seen. In fact, her dimples were so deep that when she smiled, her face turned inside out. Suddenly, this heavenly creature spoke.
My husband has just been murdered.
What?
Yes, I stabbed him 6 times and then shot him through the head.
I see. Who do you suspect?
I've come to you to help me to, as they say in America, beat the rap.
Well, very well. Bring in the rap and I shall beat it. Just one moment, dear lady. I'm on to you and I shall have to report you to Scotland Yard.
No, you can't. Don't you see I'm in love with you? I insist that you kiss me. Take my lips.
No, thanks very much. I have a pair of my own.
But I insist. Take my lips.
No, all right, but I shall have to wear them on my watch chain. Now, romance won't help you, my dear. I'm going to turn you in, and they shall send you up the river.
You wouldn't say that if you'd kiss me once.
I'm sorry, you're going up the river.
Come here. Well?
All ashore is going ashore.
You cad. How dare you kiss my wife?
Your wife? I thought you were dead.
I was, but now I'm alive again.
Well, how could that be possible?
I ate an extra large portion of Fotheringay's delicious mutton. That just about wraps up our little saga of radio, and I hope somebody appreciates it.
Mr. Hope, Mr. Niven, I've been listening to your show upstairs in my office, and it was wonderful.
Well, thank you very much. Who are you?
Well, I'm the president of the NBC network, and I want to thank you. This history of radio you've just put on will bring us millions and millions of new fans.
Well, that's fine. And you're the president of the radio network?
No, television. Radio and television service.
Everyone knows the glorious story of the child born in a faraway manger. Well, this isn't that story. This is Monty Python's all-new Life of Brian.
They call Brian.
He was born into the golden age of Roman rule.
Do we have any crucifixions today?
139, sir. Special celebration.
It was a time of miracles.
I was blind, and now I can see.
Friendly persuasion. And gracious invaders. But there was just one thing on everyone's mind.
Sex, 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 that's all they think about it.
Oh, dear. In those days, getting stoned wasn't against the law. It was the law. And things looked bad for the people of Jerusalem.
Still a few crosses left.
Until Brian dropped in. He was a born leader.
Brothers, brothers, we should be struggling together. We are.
A potential martyr.
What will they do to me? Oh, you'll probably get away with crucifixion.
Crucifixion?
Yeah. First offense.
And his mother's joy.
Been telling them? They think I'm the Messiah, Mum. I'm the Messiah!
There's no Messiah in here. There's a mess all right, but no Messiah.
And now, it's up to Brian to deliver a despairing nation from the throes of oppression. Tough luck, Jerusalem. This is the life of Brian. Just when you thought you were saved. It's Monty Python's Life of Brian. He wasn't the Messiah. He was a very naughty boy.
Terrific race, the Rovers. Terrific.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the missing persons detail. You get a call that a young mother and a 9-month-old baby have disappeared. Routine investigation turns up the possibility of foul play. Your job, find them.
It was Tuesday, August 12th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide Division, missing persons detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:14 a.m. when we got to 1865 Malabar Street. Manager's apartment.
Better try it again, huh?
Well,
Just a minute. I'm moving as fast as I can.
Sounds like she's got trouble.
yeah.
Yeah?
Miss Fleischer?
Yeah, what do you want?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Come in. I got to take care of that kid.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, ma'am.
Sit down. I'll be right back.
All right, thank you.
Sounds like colic to me.
All right.
Yeah, sounds like colic. Wonder if she's got a hot water bottle.
What?
Hot water bottle. Put it on the kid's stomach. Makes him feel better.
Oh.
Both of ours had the colic. Pour out 3 hot water bottles.
On 2 kids?
No, Joe. We lost the stopper on one of them.
Baby's teething, having a rough time.
Oh.
This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday. We'd like to ask you some questions about one of your tenants.
Oh, which one?
Mrs. Shipley. We understand she had apartment 207.
Yeah, she did. What about her?
Do you know where we can get in touch with her?
You ain't got any idea?
When did you see her last?
Guess it must have been a month ago.
Possible you might be able to give us an exact date on that?
Well, if I could have done that, I told you right out. I got nothing to hide.
Well, we didn't mean to say that you had,
Well,
ma'am.
it sounded like it. Sounded an awful lot like it. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yes, ma'am.
When Harriet first moved in here, we got along fine. She was all the time wanting me to tell her how to take care of the baby when it came.
Yes, ma'am. Go
Got
ahead.
along just fine. Used to have our little cup of coffee in the afternoon. Chummy. Then all of a sudden, it all got different.
Well, how was that?
Just did. Her husband was overseas. In the Army. I guess Harriet missed him pretty much. Anyway, she was always saying how she did. Wished he could be here when the baby was born. Got terrible depressed.
I see.
Moody, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
I did what I could to cheer her up. Used to go up there and we'd sit and talk. Taught her how to knit. Gave her some needles and yarns, a little present. I thought maybe it'd give her something to think about. Kind of take her mind off her and her husband. Didn't do no good.
Well, how long had her husband been away, do you know?
4 months this time. He's over in Japan, I think, Army.
Mm-hmm.
Harriet used to go out once in a while, go down to the show. Seemed like just about every picture she saw made her sadder. I guess that's why she did it. Just got so sad she couldn't take it anymore.
Oh, what's that?
Tried to kill herself.
Shipley?
Yeah. I got the kids in bed one night and went up there. I hadn't heard nothing from her that day, so I went up to see how she was. Good thing I did, too. Found her right there in the living room. She cut her wrists. Right away, I called for the doctor, and all the ambulances and police came running around. Took her to the hospital. Big deal. Guess I found her in time, though. They pulled her through.
Mm-hmm.
I walk up there and find her dying, that far from death's door, and when she comes home from the hospital, what thanks do you think I get?
I wouldn't know. Go ahead.
Nothing. Not a single solitary word do I get. She's mad. Says I should have left her alone, let her done it. Come in here when she got back and read me off in words that I ain't used to hearing.
Uh-huh.
I got 5 kids, mister. They take a lot of time, and I ain't got enough to go running around after nobody who don't thank a person for saving their life like that. I called it quits right then. Right at that minute, we were no longer friends.
Mm-hmm. When did she make the attempt on her life?
Last September. I don't remember the date. I think it was the 2nd. Maybe the 3rd week. I'm not sure about what day it was. Anyway, after I saved her life, she's mad at me.
Does she have any people here in Los Angeles, would you know?
I never heard her talking none. She's got a sister. I don't know, but I don't know where she is. Don't think Harriet ever said.
Well, what did she say to you when she left? She give you any idea where she was going?
I didn't even see her. She didn't even come by and say so long. Goodbye, take a jump, nothing. She just left. One night she's here, next morning she's gone.
She get any mail while she was here?
Yeah. Once in a while she'd get a letter from her husband. Then there was a couple of letters from San Francisco. I don't know who they was from.
She take everything with her? All of her personal things?
Nothing. Left it all here. Of course, it's not much, but it's all here.
I see. Where are the things, ma'am?
Downstairs in the basement. I got it all put away in case she ever comes back. Gonna cost her, too. Storage and for me to pack it. I told you it isn't much. Some dresses, a few clothes for the baby, phonograph, couple of records. That's about it. You can see them if you want to.
We'd like to take a look at them before we leave.
Yeah, sure thing. Can't let you take them, though. I got to collect for the storage.
Yes, ma'am.
Does Shipley have any close friends that you know of?
Well, not that I know of. Of course, she might have had some down at the Dream Palace.
Where's that?
Where she worked. Dance hall downtown. She was kind of hostess there.
Mm-hmm. That's the name of the place, is it? Dream Palace?
Yeah. She might have had some friends down there. None of them ever came here, though. At least if they did, I never saw them.
Do you know of any reason that she might have left in such a hurry?
Well, not right off, I can't think of one. There was something wrong with her, though, when she came back from the hospital. You know, when she had the baby, she was worried about something.
Would you know what it was?
No, all I know is that when she'd been home a couple of days, she came down here and asked me to do some work on the apartment. I told her if she wanted anything done, she could do it herself the way she talked to me.
Well, what'd she want done?
Silliest thing I ever heard of. She didn't have anything to steal.
Well?
She wanted all the locks on the doors changed.
"10:46 a.m. In the company of the apartment manager, Barbara Fleischer, Frank and I went down to the basement and looked through the missing woman's effects. Other than the phonograph, several cardboard boxes of used baby clothes, and cheap woman's dresses, we found nothing. There were no snapshots or letters to aid us in ascertaining where she might have gone. We asked Mrs. Fleischer to notify us in the event that she heard from the Shipley woman. We put in a call to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and verified the story about the attempted suicide. 11:15 a.m. We checked the phone book for the address of the Dream Palace Dance Hall. It was on the second floor of a large building at the corner of 7th and Margot Streets. On the front of the building were several faded photographs of contest winners with the cups that they'd won and the name of the proprietor, Ernest Lasnik. We went upstairs. It was a large barn-like room with crepe paper birds hanging over the lights. In the rear of the place, at one of the tables, we found Lasnik. He was just eating his lunch.
Mr. Lasnik?
Yeah? What do you want?
I'd like to ask you some questions. We're police officers. My name's Smith. It's my partner, Sergeant Friday.
Hi.
How are you?
Won't shake hands. Got butter all over them. Sit down.
Thank you.
Care for a sandwich?
No, thank you.
Well, you do go right ahead. There's all the makings, bread, butter, salami, pickles. Help yourself.
No, thanks, Mr. Lasnik.
You don't mind if I go ahead, huh? Bunch of kids coming in at 3:30. I'd like to get the place cleaned up before they get here.
No, sir, you go right ahead.
All right. What do you want to see me about?
It's about one of your employees, sir.
Yeah? Which one?
A girl named Harriet Shipley.
Oh, yeah, I remember. She don't work here anymore.
She doesn't work here anymore?
No.
Got any idea where she is?
No, got the slightest. I ain't seen Nadine in about maybe 6 months.
No, sir, you don't understand. We're inquiring about a Harriet Shipley.
Yeah, I know. I told you. I ain't seen her in 6 months.
What's this about Nadine?
That's her club name.
Oh.
See, lots of girls don't like to use their real names. In case a fellow wants to get chummy away from here, it's easier if we don't know the girl's real name. Harriet used Nadine.
I understand.
You know, we got a bunch of them. When one of the girls leaves, we put the name back in a hat. New girl picks it. Had 14 Nadine since we opened. 27 Altheas.
Yes, sir. Do you have any idea where the Shipley girl is?
No. Might check her husband. He might know.
We understand he was in the Army.
Yeah, that's right. He is. Overseas. He should know where his wife is, though. Ask him.
Well, we'll probably do that, sir. We thought maybe we could turn her up ourselves. There's been a missing report filed on her.
Missing, huh? Who told it?
Sir?
Who told about her being missing?
The report was filed by her mother-in-law.
Well, I wish I could help you fellas out.
The last time you saw the Shipley girl, she say anything about leaving town?
No. Wouldn't be surprised, though.
Why do you say that?
Well, poor kid was scared to death. Told me she wanted to get away.
Do you know what she was frightened about?
Yeah, Cliff Bender. That's what she was afraid of, Cliff.
Well, who's he?
Well, look, I'll tell you the whole thing. Be easier that way. One favor I got to ask you.
Yes, sir?
You won't tell Cliff I told you. If you come up here, he could tear the place apart easy. You got to promise me you won't tell him.
All right, sir. You go ahead.
Yeah. Well, Nadine, Harriet, well, she came to work for me about a year and a half ago. Came in and told me she'd had some experience in a dance place in the Midwest. I don't remember the name right off. Probably come to me.
Yes, sir.
Well, I told her I'd try her, sort of probation.
Yes, sir.
Well, it worked out fine. End of the week, I put her on permanent. She did real well. A lot of guys got to come in just to dance with her. Wouldn't have nobody else, just Nadine, or Harriet. Well, that's how she met Cliff. He come in one night, fell for it, and they started to go together. I told him I didn't like the idea of girls going out with the customers. Not good business. Didn't make any difference to them, though. They kept right on seeing each other.
That's this Bender fella.
Yeah. Well, anyway, one night the soldier come in. He was took right away with Nadine. Asked her for a dance. Kept buying tickets all night so he could dance with her. Come back the next night. Same thing. All night long he danced with Nadine.
That's Harriet.
Yeah, that's right. Called her Nadine. I told you about it.
Yes, sir.
Made Cliff plenty sore, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. She wanted to be with a soldier. It wasn't too long before she told him he was going to get married. Well, word got around about that. Really made Cliff hacked. Real hacked.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, him and the soldier, Shipley, I had a fight downstairs one night after we closed. Guess Cliff waited for him and Nadine to come down. Anyway, it was a real brawl. Cops and everything. Cliff really cleaned up on the soldier. Didn't do any good, though.
What do you mean?
Nadine told Cliff to stay away from her. Keep far away. Told him that her and the soldier was going to get married and that they were through. She meant Cliff and her.
Uh-huh.
Well, the soldier and Nadine got married a couple of days later, and she quit her job. Right after that, I heard he went overseas, and Cliff was around trying to break things up. Didn't do no good, though. Nadine loved the soldier, and she planned to stay with him.
Yes, sir.
Well, I tried to talk to Cliff, tell him to stay out of it. Leave the girl alone.
What was that?
I told him to leave the girl alone, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do any good. He was sure hot. He said that she was his girl. Might take some time, but he'd get her for running out on her. I figure he told her that, too. That's what she was afraid of. Don't blame her. Cliff told me that, I'd believe him.
What's that, sir?
That he was going to kill her.
12:26 p.m. After we'd gotten the names and addresses of the employees of the Dream Palace who knew the missing girl, Frank and I went back to the office. We had the names checked through the record bureau, but we found that only one of the 14 people on the list had arrest records. That one was a Cliff Bender, who had been picked up on a charge of suspicion of burglary. However, according to the information on the report, he'd been released because of lack of evidence. We checked the log about the fight Lasnik had mentioned. We found that an FI card had been filed, but that no arrest had been made. We went over to room 45, and we talked with Sergeant Eggenweiler and Sergeant Rubles, the officers who'd handled the burglary case. They told us that in their contacts with Bender, he was sullen and uncooperative. They told us that he'd been seen in the company of known criminals. They also told us that, in their opinion, they considered the man dangerous. We checked his last known address, but we found that he'd moved in July, leaving no forwarding address. While Frank and I checked out the rest of the missing girl's friends and acquaintances, Sergeant Graham and Cliff Bailey tried to check on Bender. We talked to everybody on the list we'd gotten from Ernest Lasnik, but none of them could give us any idea where we might find the Shipley girl. Most of them, however, told us about the threat that Bender had made against her life and expressed the opinion that he was responsible for her disappearance. The next day, Wednesday, August 13th, Frank and I went by communications. Then we checked back into the office.
I tell you, the mother-in-law of that missing girl called again this morning?
No, you didn't.
And she wanted to know how we were doing, what progress we'd been able to make.
Well, what'd you tell her?
Well, I filled her in on what we found. I didn't tell her about Bender, though. Just said we thought we'd be able to find the girl.
Mm-hmm.
You talked to her when she made the original report, didn't you, Joe?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Well, how do you mean?
Well, isn't there something there that's a little off base to you?
I don't know what you're trying to get at.
Well, it just seems to me that she doesn't care if we find her daughter-in-law or not. All she cares about is the kid.
Well, yeah, I kind of got that idea myself. The way she talked, doesn't seem that she and the girl got along too well, does it?
No. It just seems like there's something she isn't telling us. I don't know what it is. I asked her this morning if she'd heard from her son, if he knew anything about where his wife might be.
What'd you say to that?
Well, she told me she didn't want to bother him, make him worry. Wouldn't even tell me his mailing address. Said she didn't want him alarmed unless there was a reason.
No, the way I see it, his wife being gone is reason enough.
Yeah, that's the way it seems to me, and I told her that. She said our job was just to find the girl and the baby, and that's all.
Cooperation like that isn't going to make it any easier, is it? We can only do so much if she isn't going to help us.
No, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Her filing the report and then holding out information.
I maybe better get over and talk to her again. See if we can get the whole story. How about Graham and Bailey? You heard from them?
No, there's a note in the book. They got a lead on Bender. Graham said they were going to run it down for us this morning.
Uh-huh. What time you got now?
9:43.
I want to talk to the skipper. Make arrangements to put a picture of the Shipley girl on suspects wanted this afternoon. Might be able to turn something, huh?
Sure, a lot of loose ends.
Yeah, I get it. Missing persons Friday. Yeah, Graham. Mm-hmm. Where? Well, what'd she say? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's about the same. What? Yeah. Well, you want to call the crime line? Right. No, we'll meet you out there right away. Right, bye. Well, they found where Bender was living.
What do you mean was?
Checked out last June, about the same time the Shipley girl disappeared. Landlady hasn't seen him since. Guys came up with something else.
Yeah.
A couple of shirts for a baby.
Uh-huh.
Bloodstains all over him. "10:02 a.m. We got to the apartment where Bender had been living. The crew from the crime lab were there, and they were photographing the room and the clothing that had been found. Sergeant J. Allen told us that he'd have to run a precipitate test on the stains before he could tell whether or not they were of human origin. 10:45 a.m. They finished their investigation on the scene, and they went back to Central Station to compile the results. Frank called the office, and a local and an APB were put out on Cliff Bender, asking that he be picked up as a possible suspect. We also had his card flagged in the record bureau. We talked to the landlady of the apartment building, and she told us that Bender had left his apartment hurriedly one night about the middle of June. She was unable to tell us the exact date, but she did go on to say that she'd been getting a check for the rent each month. We asked her if she could show us either one of the checks or an envelope that had come in. She explained that she'd thrown the envelopes away and had cashed the checks. She was unable to tell us where they'd been mailed from. She said that as far as she knew, she'd never seen the Shipley girl in Bender's apartment. We asked her to notify us immediately in the event that the suspect returned. We put in a call to the bank where the rent checks were cashed, and we asked that they give us the information on them. 1:30 p.m. Frank and I went over to the crime lab, and we talked to Jay Allen. He told us that the stains on the baby clothes were human blood. He showed us the photographs taken, but there was nothing in them that would give us any lead as to either the girl's or Bender's whereabouts. That afternoon, the picture of Harriet Shipley was telecast over the police program. We got several calls from citizens who said that they'd seen the girl. We checked them all out. One of the callers, a bus driver, told us that he'd seen the girl and the baby on his bus during the month of June, and that she'd gotten off in San Diego. We alerted the police in that city to look for her. Thursday morning, Frank and I checked into the office. You want to check the book, Frank, see if there's anything from San Diego?
Right.
I got it. Missing persons, Friday. Yes, that's right. Yes, we did. Where? You sure about that? Right away. Mm-hmm. Frank, get your coat.
What do you got?
Shipley girl. They found her. The call had come from a nurse at the State Mental Hospital in Camarillo. She told me that they had a patient who resembled the photograph of the missing girl as televised on our police program. Frank and I left the office and drove out to the hospital. We talked to the nurse and to the doctor who was taking care of the sick girl. From personal effects and the scars on her wrists, we were reasonably sure of the identification. The doctor told us that the girl had been committed on July 17th by her sister under the name Harriet Lavin. He told us that the girl was undergoing treatment, but that there was little hope for a complete recovery and that it would be some time before she could be permitted to leave the violent ward. We tried to talk to her, but we were unable to get any coherent answers. We asked about the baby, but the authorities were unable to give us any information. We got the name and address of the sister who'd committed the Shipley girl, and we drove down to San Diego to talk to her. It was a small place in a wartime housing development. The paint was peeling off the plyboard walls, and the front yard was overgrown with weeds. The woman who answered the door identified herself as Pauline Lavin.
Sure, what do you want to know? Don't make no difference now. You go back and tell her it's too late. Way too late.
Tell who, ma'am?
Mrs. Shipley, Harriet's mother-in-law. You go back and tell her she done it good. There ain't nothing left to do to Harriet. It's all been done. You can tell her that.
Well, we don't work for Miss Shipley, ma'am. We're trying to find out what happened to your sister and the baby.
Who asked you to find out in the first place? It was her, wasn't it? Wasn't she the one?
She filed a report.
Well, that's what I mean. Well, you go back and tell her there's nothing more she can do to Harriet or the baby or Big Jerry. Nothing at all she can do.
Where is the baby, ma'am?
He's not here.
Do you know where he is?
Yes, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell anybody. I promised Harriet I wouldn't tell, and I'm going to keep the promise.
Miss Lavin, we don't want to hurt your sister. We're just trying to get to the truth. Now, maybe you better tell us what you know.
You ain't doing this for old Miss Shipley?
No, ma'am.
All right, then. I'll tell you, but not for her. I wouldn't give her the right time of day. She's the one that did it, the whole thing. You can lay it right at her feet.
All right, you want to tell us about it?
Since they got married, she's given the kids trouble. Right from the first she heard about it. Said that Harriet wasn't good enough for her son. Said Harriet was cheap. Didn't make any difference to the kids. They got married anyway. They were in love, so they got married.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as Big Jerry went overseas, she started on Harriet to get an annulment. All the time writing her letters telling her how cheap she was. That if she really loved Jerry, she'd get an annulment. And she found out about the baby, so she started saying how they should get a divorce.
Does Harriet's husband know about this, would you know?
Sure. All along he knew it. He didn't like it. Told his mother to stay out of their lives. Kept telling her, but it didn't do any good. None. Then Harriet got the wire. The one that told about Big Jerry being dead. Almost killed her. I thought it was going to. They was really in love. It isn't often you see something like them, too. Real love. The kind you live, not the kind you talk about.
Mm-hmm.
One night, right after she got the wire, she got a phone call from San Francisco. From old Miss Shipley. She told Harriet that she was going to the court to take the baby away from her. Said she could prove Harriet wasn't a good mother and she didn't deserve to have the baby.
Was Harriet living here at the time?
No. Well, she'd come down every weekend, but she wasn't living here. There was a guy up in L.A. that was giving her trouble. A fella named Bender, I think. He was with her when she tried to kill herself. He ran out so he wouldn't get mixed up in it. He was always giving Harriet trouble, so she left one night to get away from him and old Mrs. Shipley. She came down here and said that she just wanted to be left alone with her baby. That's not a lot to ask, is it? Just to be left alone?
No, ma'am.
It was for old Mrs. Shipley. She just wouldn't let Harriet alone. Kept after her, saying how she was going to take away the baby. How Harriet was an unfit mother. Kind of got on her mind. Finally, there wasn't much else she was thinking about but how to keep her baby. She went out walking one night. Took the baby with her. Rained. Rained real hard. I guess the baby took cold. Anyway, the next day he came down with a bad fever. A couple days later, he was dead. Not even a year old, and he was dead.
You want to go on?
Harriet sat around for a week. Didn't say anything. Didn't do nothing, just stare at the wall. Didn't even cry. Just sat and looked at the wall. And all of a sudden, she just fell apart. I called the doctor. He said it was a breakdown and said I should have her committed. I signed the papers, and that's where she is. I went up to see her. She didn't even know me. I'm her sister, and she didn't even know me. So you just tell old Miss Shipley how she did good. You just tell her what she did to my sister. Tell her how the baby's dead, and she's finally got what she wanted, because now Harriet hasn't got the baby. Nobody's got him. Nobody's got him. Nobody.
Come on, Frank.
Yeah. Where to?
Well, we'd better get back to town.
Guess so.
See Miss Shipley. We got back to Los Angeles at 9:30 p.m. We went directly to the hotel where Mrs. Shipley was staying. The desk clerk told us that she left word that she was not to be disturbed. He called the room, and she asked that we come up. We took the elevator to the 7th floor, and we walked down the hall.
Good evening, Sergeant Friday. Officer Smith, come in.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're just having a drink. May I fix you one?
No, thank you.
How about you, Mr. Smith?
No, thank you.
You don't mind if I go ahead?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Just sit down, and I'll be right with you.
Thank you.
Desk clerk said it was important.
Yes, ma'am.
You found my daughter-in-law
Yes, ma'am?
and the baby. Where is he? Is he still with her?
No, ma'am, he's not.
Where is he?
Your daughter-in-law's pretty sick, Miss Shipley.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am. She's in the state hospital up at Camarillo.
Amarillo?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a mental hospital, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about Harriet, but I knew she wasn't very stable.
Why didn't you tell us your son was dead, Mrs. Shipley?
I didn't think it had any bearing on the thing. What difference does it make?
You don't seem to be very interested in his wife.
I'm going to be honest with you, Sergeant. I'm not. Not in the least interested in what she does or where she is. I never did feel she was the right girl for my son. Never. When the baby was born, I tried to go along with it. I tried to be nice to her, and she wouldn't have it. She wouldn't even be friendly. She poisoned my son, turned him against me. She's a terrible woman. Just terrible. Whatever's happened to her is just exactly what she's got coming. Naturally, I'm sorry it's the way it is, but there's nothing I can do. All I'm interested in right now is my grandchild. I want him. And if I have to go to court to get him, then I'll do it that way.
That won't be necessary, ma'am.
Where is he? I'd like to go and get him now that Jerry's wife can't take care of him.
He's dead, ma'am.
If this is some kind of a joke that you're making up to help my daughter-in-law keep him, it won't work.
It's no joke. It's the truth. He died in a hospital in San Diego.
It's not right. It's not right that he's dead. She did this. Harriet. She did it to get even with me. I know she did.
We're sorry, Miss Shipley.
First my husband, then Jerry. I haven't got anybody. I'm all by myself. There isn't anybody in the world who cares. Nobody.
No, we're sorry, Miss Shipley. I wish there was something we could do.
No, you're not. You're like the rest of them. But it's Harriet. She is the one. Nobody else to consider in this mess. Just her.
What about the baby?
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet. The story of your police force in action is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
never again spend a night away from home. After you spend a night with Ida and Vincent.
Ida will show you the way.
You want us to register?
No, that won't be necessary.
Your most terrifying nightmare could never prepare you for what happens to the guest.
Vincent, you think in the years to come people will appreciate us for what we're doing here?
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, goody, I love surprises.
One after another they come. One after another they check in. And pray for the day they can check out.
All we have to do is give to be happy.
You'll never forget Ida.
What are you doing on hair curls?
And you'll never forget Vincent. And hard as you try, you'll never forget their secret garden. If you have the nerve, come for a night and stay for a nightmare. Motel Hell. No one will be admitted after the guests check in.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Answer that, Eddie. Tell him that he is an underhanded rat, a snake, a double-dealing swine, and a two-faced skunk. And I'm up at the zoo getting some new ideas.
Hey, well, Mr. Archie, I can't.
Go ahead, tell him. Tell him he is a baboon, a bottleneck, a big bum, and a browbeaten boor.
Hello. Duffy's Tavern, Eddie, the keeper of the bees, speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Archie? Well, he's busy here with some very big names.
Go ahead. Tell him what I said, the dirty crumb.
Hello, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Archie says he's impatient with you. Yeah, that's what he said, but, you know, these things, they always lose a little something in the translation.
Give me that phone. Huh? Why am I mad? Why am I provoked, he asks me. Because I have been working here for 7 years. 7 years of blood, sweat, and perspiration. And you promised me a substantial raise, and you'd give it to me if you was a decent, upright, fair-minded American citizen. Huh? Okay, you alien. Look, you will hear from my lawyer in the morning, you dirty, thick-headed stumblebum.
You sure mad at him tonight?
Nothing personal. It's just what we call in legal circles firing the opening replevin.
You mean you actually gonna sue him?
For every nickel he's ever socked away. When I get through with him, his mattress will be so empty it might as well be spring. Yes, sir, I got the lawyer coming down here tonight.
You hired a lawyer?
Oh, surely for consultation, of course. I'll probably conduct the trial myself.
What you know about law outside of what you picked up hobnobbing with the station wagon set?
What do I know about the law? You forget that I used to work for Flyshacker, Bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs.
Was that before or after you worked for Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe?
Eddie, do not jest. Flyshacker, Bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs only happened to be one of the biggest law firms in the city. In fact, we committed nothing but felonies.
What was your job there?
What do you think my job was?
Washing windows?
Eddie, that was just a lucky guess. Yeah, but they were training me. They realized that I had a born legal mind.
Well, your mind might have been legal then, but there's a law against it now. No, they was training you to be a lawyer, huh?
Yeah, I was an apprentice. You know, what they call an interning. Yeah, Flyshacker himself always had great confidence in me, Eddie. You know what he used to call me?
Hey, stupid?
No, that was Millstone. No, Flyshacker used to call me the hideous corpus. Yeah. He loved me, Eddie. In fact, I often overheard him say to Bushwhacker, you know, someday that Archie's going to turn out to be a very big shyster.
Well, if you know so much about the law, how come you hiring a lawyer to sue Duffy?
Well, where's your ethics, man? Does a surgeon remove his own scalpel? Besides, this lawyer worked with me in the old days, and he knows a little more than I do about contracts, you know. At FBM&B, he was in charge of loopholes. He could take a look at a contract, and in 30 seconds, he could tell you whether it was oral or written. Where'll you meet him, Eddie?
Yeah. What's his name?
O'Shea. Briefcase O'Shea.
How much you paying this briefcase?
Not a cent. He says he's an old pal, and he'll just do it for the retainer. That dirty Duffy. When Briefcase gets through with him, he'll be ipso facto and null and void.
What?
Oh, look, Finnegan. Hey, look, Finnegan. Maybe you can help me.
Don't bother me, Arch. I'm thinking. I can't stand Jack Benny because... I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Finnegan, how do you know about this contest?
I heard Jack Benny announce it Sunday night.
Really?
Yeah, he said... That's what he said.
And to you, that meant there was a contest?
Please, Arch, if nothing else, I understand English.
Finnegan, I think you must have a pair of auctioneers. That's a joke, son. That's a joke. Now, look, Finnegan, I want you to stick around. I'm suing Duffy, and I may want you to be a witness.
What's that, Arch?
A witness? Well, like I was. You remember that time we went to court together when Colucci's horse bit the street cleaner? Remember? I was a witness for the horse.
Oh, yeah, I remember, Arch. And boy, what a horse's witness you were. That's what you want me to be, huh?
Well, in your case, leave us just call it a half witness. But I want you to tell the jury what a crumb this Duffy is. I want to show this double-dealing chiseler that when he turned me down on this raise, it was the biggest mistake he ever made in his life.
Now, look here, Archie.
Well, next to the biggest mistake.
I just hope you realize what you're doing, hitting Papa below the belt like this.
Where else? That's where most of Papa is.
Of all the nerve, and after all he's done for you, why, he couldn't have been nicer to you if you were his own son.
What a horrible thought. And let alone that, you'd be my sister.
Okay, go ahead and sue him. But don't forget, you know, Papa's got witnesses also.
Who?
Mama.
That's just two. And no jury in the country would believe her on the grounds of ipso fatso. Who else would he get?
Me. And, you know what a pretty girl can do to a jury. Believe me, when I sit on that witness chair, cross my legs, and uncover my dimpled knees, the jury will arrive at only one verdict.
Yeah, that the witness chair has 6 legs.
Okay, you just go ahead and sue him. But believe me, I'm just as much of a lawyer as you are.
All right, if you're a lawyer, then get out of here before I hang a shingle on you. Now, come here, Finnegan. I want to talk to you.
Boy, you sure told her off.
Oh, yeah, telling me about the law, that shystress. Now, Finnegan, look, when you get onto the stand...
Say, Arch.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Muller?
Look, I don't want to butt in on your business, but before you sue Duffy, you want to remember that in this neighborhood, he's pretty chummy with the law.
Yeah, but will the law recognize a bindle stiff without a lamppost in his arms? Hello? Oh, it's you, huh? Well, what's the compromise? I can have every other 4th of July off? With or without pay? With pay if the temperature goes below 0. Wait a minute, you cheap chiseler. That ends it. From now on, the chips are down. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Now, look, Eddie, that lawyer's going to be here any minute, and I got to get some evidence. Wait, I think I got some correspondence with Duffy here in the safe. Let's see now. Eddie, what was the combination of this safe again?
Once to the left, and twice to the right, and once to the left again.
I know, but what are the numbers?
Don't make no difference. The lock's broken.
Leave us have it fixed. You know how I hate to do things the simple way, don't you? Let's see here. Where are my personal papers? Oh, here they are. There's my birth certificate, my expulsion papers from PS4, that insulting note from the draft board. Now, let's see. What's this pile? Please remit, please remit, please remit, please remit. Paid in full.
Hello, stranger.
All right. It's kind of fun to go through them things, ain't it, Eddie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what's that ticket there?
Where?
The one with the number S5431.
Oh, that's nothing. It's just an old ticket from the Irish sweepstakes.
Oh, yeah. And there's the name of your horse on it. One gold watch.
Yeah. Ran out that day. Now, let's look at... Oh, look at this thing. A picture of me and Duffy taken at Coney Island.
Let's see. Hey, since when is there mountains at Coney Island?
That's Mrs. Duffy buried in the sand.
That still don't make it no molehill.
Right.
Hey, look at here. What's this wrapped in a tissue paper?
Where? Oh, yeah, that. That brings back old memories, Eddie. It's a pair of tights that belonged to an old girlfriend of mine, Mildred Tondel. I'll never forget. She wore them the night she wrestled Zabisco. Let's see here. Here's the letters. There's a letter here from Alcatraz, a letter from Leavenworth, a letter from Sing Sing. That's funny. No letter from Duffy.
May I pose a question?
What?
Can Mr. Duffy write?
Holy cow, why didn't you pose the question before we wasted all of this time?
There's a guy looking for you over there.
Who?
A very crooked-looking guy. Looks like he played a dirty trick on his own mother.
So what? You did it, didn't you? And no remarks about him being crooked. That guy happens to be me lawyer. Well, Briefcase O'Shea. How are you, Briefcase, old man?
Well, if it isn't the shyster himself.
Yeah. Gee, Briefcase, it's like old times. I guess I ain't seen you since, Willie Schmidt versus the Armour Trucking Company.
Oh, that was the good old days, wasn't there?
Yeah, remember? Remember when we used to duck in the office in the morning and duck right out for breakfast? Wheat cakes at Child's.
Oh, do I remember Child's? Oh. Remember Sophie?
Oh, Sophie, yeah. I wonder if she's still there in the window, flipping them around. I'll never forget them wheat cakes. Do you ever get down to the old place, Briefcase?
No, not in years.
No, I often wonder whatever happened to Miss Dobbs, the bookkeeper. I wonder if she ever married that carbon and ribbon salesman.
No, they broke up. Don't you remember?
No, when?
The day her guy caught her sitting on Fleischhacker's lap, taking the trial balance.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I wonder whatever happened to Fleischhacker.
Didn't you hear? He was killed.
Oh, really?
Sure. An ambulance backed up over it.
Well, you live by the sword, so shall ye reap.
Yes, I was at the funeral. Millstone through it, you know. Oh, beauty, too. 12 pallbearers, all shaking their heads in unison and saying, not guilty.
Yeah. Well, Briefcase, so much for FBM and B. May F rest in peace. Tell me, Briefcase, how have you been doing lately?
Well, I don't like to be modest,
A little better than the old days, though, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, remember that one week you had 3 clients convicted and hung?
3 of my clients hung?
Don't you remember? Remember around the office the slogan was swing and sway with Briefcase O'Shea?
Oh, yeah. Well, tell me, shyster, what about this case you want me to handle for you?
Well, it's a tort, a violation of the breach of contract.
Just a sec. I know we're old friends, but I think it's a bit of an imposition to call in a man of my standing in the profession on a simple contract case. Don't you?
Well, Briefcase, there's $5 in it.
I'll take the case. Now, who is suing whom?
Well, I am suing versus Duffy.
Looks to me like we got a foolproof case.
Okay.
We'll sue this Duffy for $5 million. We'll show him there are laws in this country to protect jerks like you, pal.
Well, thanks, Briefcase.
Now, we'll need some witnesses. Would Eddie the waiter here testify that you do most of the work around here?
Oh, I'm sure he will, won't you, Eddie?
Certainly. Between waiting on tables, cooking meals, sweeping the floor, cleaning the garbage can, it won't be hard to find time to sandwich in a little perjury. Well, good. By the way, Arch, if these witnesses are going to do you any good, they're going to need a lot of coaching.
I get the idea, Briefcase. Eddie, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, Coach. Now, the next thing we're going to need are some character witnesses.
Character witnesses, Oh, well, yeah. Oh, let's see. Well, it's Finnegan. He's a character.
Finnegan, huh? Is he around?
Yeah, you see that table over in the corner?
Oh, you mean the one with the 2 pigs' heads on it?
Only one of them is a pig's head. Hey, Finnegan, come here. This is my lawyer. He wants you to be a witness.
Okay, Art, I saw the whole thing. The truck ran through the red light and knocked it 30 yards.
Now, wait a minute. Please, don't get premature. The lawyer just wants to coach you a little.
Yes, I just want to prepare you for the cross-examination, friend. Now, here is a typical question they might ask. You are on a streetcar going from 2nd Avenue to 3rd Avenue. Which way are you riding? From east to west or from north to south?
I don't know. I'm too busy reading Dick Tracy.
Just a second, Briefcase. You know, that was a pretty tricky question. Try him again.
Okay. Mr. Finnegan. You have 2 ears, a left ear and a right ear. Now, if I were to remove your left ear, on which side could you hear best?
The right side.
Very good, Finnegan.
Why, so it's done it.
Now, if I were to remove your right ear also, what would the effect be?
I wouldn't be able to see.
Why not?
Me hat had come down over me eyes.
What is it, Miss Duffy?
I just spoke to Papa, and he asked me to give you a message.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
He says he'll compromise with you. He says that if you forget about the raise, he's willing to forget he ever offered it to you.
Backing down, huh? Well, tell him it's too late. Now, come here, Finnegan.
Yeah.
Look, have you been practicing up what to say in court now?
Well, this law stuff is new to me.
Well, any stuff is new to you. Now, come on, we'll go over it again. You see, I've had a lot of experience in this thing, and what I'm trying to explain to you is certain legalities. You see, in a legal trial, there is 2 parties involved. A, the defendant, or corporation, and B, the plaintiff. This is only in states, of course, where statutory law prevails.
Statutory law? What's that, Art?
Well, it's obvious. Suppose a man steals a chicken.
Yeah?
Well, in some states, it's called chicken statutory. You see, in certain states differentiate from other states in their legal terminologies. For instance, in a lot of places, legally, you'd be fat. However, according to Tennessee law, in Tennessee, you are non-compos mentis. No, it's what they call a writ of mandamus, where a man writes a letter to a dame. Now, on the other hand, in certain jurisprudences, they recognize the right of nolle prosequi. i.e. and or biz, the case of itty-bitty tea room versus the people of the state of New York. Is this clear so far?
Well, naturally.
Now, in a particular case at hand, Duffy versus Archie, where the plaintiff charges the defendant with breach of malfeasance, either oral, verbal, or spoken, I have my choice between a jury trial or a trial by judge.
Well, why don't you take both, Arch?
You want me to make a pig of myself? No, it couldn't be, Finnegan. That would be what they call double jeopardy.
Oh, say, look, Arch, I'm a busy man.
Okay, Briefcase, you can start testing the witnesses. Eddie, take the stand.
Yes. Mr. Green, how long have you known the plaintiff?
7 years, during which time not once did I ever see him perform an act of dishonesty or disloyalty to his employer, unquote.
Well, that's fine.
The preceding statement was a paid political announcement.
Well, Mr. Green, this testimony definitely establishes the honesty of the plaintiff.
Hey, Briefcase, when do I go on?
You go on next, Finnegan. Take the stand.
Okay.
Your witness, Briefcase.
Right. Your name, sir?
Clifton, let's see, Hannigan, Flanagan.
Look, it's Cliff.
Hey, don't tell me, Arch. It's on the tip of my tongue. Clifton,
The court will now adjourn for 5 minutes.
I got it, Arch. It's right here in me underwear. Clifton Finnegan.
Good, good. Now, Mr. Finnegan.
Wait a minute. Finnegan, what are you doing rolling your pants up over your knees?
I'm giving him the old sex appeal, Arch.
Mr. Finnegan, what can you say about the plaintiff's character?
Well, Arch is very honest.
I object.
Objection sustained.
Just a minute.
Quiet, Finnegan. It's good to have your objection sustained.
Yeah, but not by a dame.
Just a second, Arch. I am afraid, in the technical terminology of the law, that the merits of your plea are ipso facto null and void by the prima facie evidence.
Looks pretty good, huh? And you ain't heard the best part, Briefcase. Get a load of this speech that I prepared in my own defense.
Yeah, but Archie,
Just listen to it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when I came to work at Duffy's Tavern 10 years ago, I was just an innocent, stupid boy. But I've changed. No longer am I innocent. And why? Because this Duffy, this fiendish shape in human form, forced me to learn his dirty tricks of the trade. It was him that learned me how to cut the paper plates down to make the meals look bigger. It was him that learned me how to pinch liverwurst to give it that healthy, rosy complexion. I hope the court has been clear to children. And it was him that showed me how to paint the tabletop silver so the customers couldn't see their change. Oh, for shame, Duffy Dowfagan. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, are you going to vote for this dirty swine? Or will justice trump?
What a narrow darrow. Well, now, look, Arch, that speech is great. You can't lose. Now, I have some business to attend to, so if you'll let me have my $5, I'll be on my way.
Okay, Briefcase. Come here a minute. I'm a little broke, so I'm going to have to borrow you $5 from the cash register.
Just a second. If it's Duffy's money, I'll have to get an okay from Duffy. Where's the phone?
Well, wait a minute, Briefcase.
I'm sorry, Arch.
Oh, you can't do this.
Oh, hello, Duffy. Counselor O'Shea. I am representing Archie in his suit against you, and I'd want to know if it's okay with you if he robs the cash register to pay me my fee. You say it's not? Well, this is a surprising turn. Well, yes. Legally, you have a right to sue the man.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Duffy, I'll be glad to handle your case. The fee will be $5.
Now, you crook.
Tell Archie to pay me your fee from the register? Very good, sir.
Why, you slimy mouthpiece. You'll make me ashamed that I was ever a member of the firm of Flyshacker, Bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs. Here's your filthy fee.
Just a second. This is the $5 Duffy paid me to sue you.
So what?
How about the $5 you owe me for suing Duffy?
Briefcase, if I didn't know the law, I'd punch you right in the nose. Here's your $5.
Thank you. The case is closed. And, Arch, you better thank your stars that you had me for a lawyer. Because you know as well as I do that you're guilty as the day is long.
Hello, Duffy. How are you? By the way, was that contract we were talking about oral or legal? It was, huh? Well, in that case, let's call off the suit, huh? But you're going to take the attorney's fee out of my salary? Duffy, you can't do that. So help me. If you do, I'll sue you for every nickel you got. And don't forget, you're dealing with a man that was formerly with Fleischacker, Bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs. Believe me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at this same time next Friday night.
Mogambo, the new word in motion picture entertainment. Mogambo, unforgettable adventure in untamed Africa. Africa, known for centuries as the white man's graveyard. Yet into its belt and mountains went a crew of actors and technicians determined to return with the motion picture different, unlike anything ever brought to this screen. Clark Gable, in his best role since Gone with the Wind, Ava Gardner, more beautiful and more exciting than you've ever seen her. Grace Kelly, playing a part every woman secretly understands. The heat and fury of the jungle tears the veneer of civilization from these women, one from the high life of society, the other from the nightlife of New York. No holds are barred as they fall in love with a man who lives for adventure.
You can be nice and sweet when you want to, can't you?
How do you know? Maybe you spoke too soon.
I warn you. I'm looking. I'm searching. I really am.
I'll look with you for a little while.
What would give her the right to say things like that?
She saw us that day when we walked up on the porch.
Oh. You must forget that it ever happened. It was just, well, it was nothing.
You want me to forget it?
That's why you changed your mind about taking us on this trip.
Plus the fact that you're not in love with your husband.
You mustn't say that.
You are stuck, aren't you?
Once and for all,
You're jealous.
Shouldn't you examine your own emotions in that light?
Look, don't worry about me. I could be pea green with jealousy, and I couldn't be hecked up any worse than I am already. It's you we want to worry about. You know, this is no Sir Galahad who loves from afar. This is a two-legged boa constrictor.
Mogambo, the story of a love affair as adventuresome as the surroundings in which it happens. You travel along uncharted waterways on a suspenseful safari. You venture across the African veldt, alive with all manner of wild beasts. Just as the animal stampede in King Solomon's mine created a new high in screen thrills, MGM has now topped it with a blood-chilling spectacle, the Battle of the Gorillas, photographed for the first time in French Equatorial Africa.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
The Air Adventures of Jimmy
Events are rapidly approaching a climax for the brave band of white people on the private island near the mouth of the Canton River. Jimmy Allen and Spanish Cheapside were cut off while trying to cover the retreat of Speed Robertson and the rest of the party. The two disappear. No one knows where. Shortly thereafter, Jock Loon unleashes a terrific assault. The battle rages the rest of the night, and the brave defenders drive their attackers back time and time again. It is now shortly after dawn, and a brief respite has taken place. Steve, Flash, and Duroc are gathered behind the front door, talking over the situation. Well, it looks as though they've called the battle off for the time being.
Thank heavens. I don't know how we managed to last this long.
Oui, I praise the new bold year for saving us. The fight isn't over yet, Duroc. Jock Loon is only giving his men a brief rest before he attacks the next time.
Well, I'd much rather see attack during daylight.
Yeah, that's a big advantage for us. At least we can see where we're shooting.
How do we stand for ammunition?
Now, let's check up again. How many rounds have we got left with machine gun?
Oh, we're in bad shape there, Speed. I couldn't see very well when it was dark and wasted a lot of shots.
Yeah, I know, Flash. That wasn't your fault. You did better than most would have done under the circumstances. Well, give us the bad news. How many rounds do you have left?
About 200. See, Speed, I'm worried sick about Jimmy and Spanner.
Yeah, I am too, Flash. I've tried hard not to think about them all night.
Do you suppose there's a chance they're alive?
Oh, let's not talk about it. The only thing we can do is to pray.
I smell something cooking, and I can sure use some good food. This going without sleep makes you hungry.
I'm going back for a second and see how the rest of them are.
Oh, okay, Speed. Duroc and I'll stay on guard.
And if you see any sign of another attack, call me at once.
We shall do that, Speed.
Oh, hello there, Simon. How are you getting along?
I am all right, Mr. Abercrombie, but very tired.
Well, I guess we all are, Simon. Your children asleep?
Yes, they sleep. See them there.
Is our tongue asleep?
No, Mr. Robertson. I'm tired, but cannot sleep.
Oh, you're just excited, our tongue. See if you can't go to sleep. You did a great job last night. You may need to again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robertson. I will try to sleep.
What do you think Jacques Loon will try to do next, Simon?
Jacques Loon, no, give up. He means to kill all.
Do you think that he'll attack us during the day, or will he wait for the night?
I think perhaps he waits for night. He have better chance in dark.
Yes, I think so, too. Tell me, Simon, what do you think has happened to Jimmy and Spanner?
I do not have hopes for them, Mr. Abercrombie.
Jimmy boy and Spanner. Well, I'm going back to see the Johnsons for a minute. Why don't you lie down and go to sleep? We'll call you if anything happens.
All right, Mr. Abercrombie. I do that.
Oh, Mr. Johnson.
He's out here in the kitchen, Mr. Robertson.
Oh, all right. I'll come out there. How are you feeling this morning, Sally?
Oh, I'm feeling fine. Mother and I are cooking some rice and fish. We'll have something to eat for everyone in a few minutes.
That'll be fine, Sally. You're a brave girl.
Oh, I don't think I'm so brave, Mr. Robertson. I'm just sort of used to excitement out here. Good morning, Mr. Robertson.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Johnson. I want to tell you how grateful we all are for what you and Sally did last night. You have a wonderful wife and daughter, Mr. Johnson.
Yes. Well do I know that. The life of a missionary out here isn't by any means easy. And they've stuck to me through thick and thin.
Well, we'll have something to eat in a few minutes.
Hey, it smells appetizing.
What do you think is going to happen next, Mr. Robertson?
I wish I knew, Sally.
Tell us frankly, what do you think is going to happen to us? We're brave, but we'd really like to know the truth.
Well, after last night, no one could possibly doubt their courage.
Please give us your frank opinion, Mr. Robertson. Do you think we have any chance of getting away?
Frankly, I don't. But I firmly believe we'll be rescued.
Oh, do you really believe so?
I honestly do. I don't think we'll be attacked again during the day. After dark, of course, is a different story.
Yes, I can see that.
Do you think we can last another night?
That I can't say. But I do think we'll be rescued before nightfall.
But how, Mr. Robertson?
Oh, there are scores and scores of airplanes searching for us, to say nothing of American, British, and French naval ships. In fact, I heard an airplane just after daybreak.
Yes, I heard it, too.
It didn't come close, but I can't believe the day will end before a plane or a ship investigates this place.
Well, I pray God you may be right.
We are out here doing his work. He will protect us. Duffy, what's that? Isn't that an airplane motor?
By George, you're right.
Hey, Steve, come here, will you?
Excuse me. I've got to see what's going on.
Go right ahead.
I'll have some food ready in a minute.
What is it, Flash?
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. Sounded like an airplane motor to me.
Yeah, it sure is. But I look through the oil. I cannot see airplane in sky.
Yeah, there it is again. Where in the world is it coming from?
Sounds to me as though it was coming from the harbor.
Come on, let's open these doors. I don't see any of Jock Loon's men around. We'll be able to get a better look.
All right. Here goes. I look in sky, but I cannot see airplane.
No, I can't see one either.
You hear that? There is an airplane around.
Great Scott! Look down there in the harbor.
The amphibian. It's taxing us. That I cannot understand.
It's Spanner and Jimmy. But how in the world did they ever get into that plane?
Look. See all those men running.
Oh, they're Jock Loon's men. They're trying to prevent Jimmy from taking off.
He can't take off. There's not enough room.
So we'll have to taxi out to the harbor entrance and take off outside.
He must pass all these young.
Oh, I'm afraid he can't make it.
Upper and catfish. Look, Jimmy's trying to take off from the harbor. Oh, he will hit the eel across the bay.
Oh, Jimmy, boy, you can't make it. You can't make it.
Don't try it, Jim. You'll be killed.
Oh, the kid can't get off. They're firing at him from the shore. There's no junks. Oh, he's sure to be hit.
Look, he's got it up on the step.
Flash, he's got one chance in a million.
It is possible Jimmy can make it if he does not try to climb too fast.
That's absolutely his only chance. If he ever gets off that water, he's got to keep his nose down and get a lot of flying speed. Then, just before he hits that slope, he'll have to bank steeply and come around. And if he's got enough flying speed, he can make it.
Will you look at that? He's off the water. And he keeps the nose down.
That's the stuff, Jimmy. Thank heavens you haven't got a heavy load.
What is that?
It's Jimmy Allen, fine boy. He's got our amphibian. He's trying to take off.
Is it really Jimmy Allen, Mr. Robertson?
Yes, Sally. He can't see anyone else.
Jump in the tuna fish. He's going to hit that. Oh, pull up, Jim boy. Pull up before it's too late. Oh, I am afraid he tries. Look at him. That's the stuff, Jim. He's wonderful. Marvelous.
Look at that big face, that plane.
He's coming around. He's made it.
What will we do now, Mr. Robertson? Fly straight to Hong Kong for help.
Well, all he's got to do is stay overhead and radio for help. Within 2 hours, there'll be 20 naval ships around here.
He hasn't got very much gas, Flash. He can't stay up very long.
Look, he fly over us. Upper and catfish. What's he going to do now?
Here he comes. He's going to dive right down over us.
Hey, look, he's leaning out of the cockpit and pointing over there. What is he trying to say?
I get it. Oh, great heavens, Jim, you can't do it.
What's he going to do?
He's going to land on that slope back to the house, see? There's a ridge there.
Oh, he can't do it.
Oh, there's only one way he can. And that's to land and keep the motors on, prevent the ship from sliding back.
Attention! Jacques Loon and his men, they're coming.
Oh, great Scott. The kid's made up his mind to do it. We can't let him down.
What are we going to do?
Now, listen, everybody here?
Yeah.
All right. Now, here's what we'll do. The spot Jim's making for is that ridge just back of the house. Not more than 100 yards away. Mrs. Johnson and Sally will go first. Mr. Johnson, you help Chris Lander. Then we'll come Cy Moy and her children. Flash, Rock, and I will bring up the rear. Get that machine gun, Flash.
Hurry! Jacques Loon and his men are coming up the hill.
I'm stay behind. You drive.
All right, Cy Moy. Come on, everybody. Grab your gun and let's go.
I got the machine gun, Speed. We better go out the back door.
Yeah, that's what's up. Come on now. You got landers, Mr. Johnson? Yes. All right, in the order I named. Start moving. Come on now.
Look,
going fast. Make it as fast as you can.
Almost on the ground.
If he doesn't make his landing, we are lost. Come on, Jimmy. Fly that crate as you never have before. Look out. Stop moving his men. They're gaining on us. Turn for a second, Price. Turn a first time machine gun.
Okay. Here, Jack Long and the rest of you pirates. Take that.
All right, that's enough, Price. Come on.
Thank you, look on here. Jimmy's on the ground.
That's the stuff, Jim. Hold that ship with those motors.
Hurry. Finally got the door open.
We're coming, Jim. All right, come on now. Pile in, everybody.
All right, taking you now. Look out behind you.
Give him one last burst, Flash.
Okay. Oh, all right, you heathens. Get a load of this.
I'll hold for a second. In you go, Flash.
Here, I'll close the cabin door.
Okay, Jimmy, let her rip.
This is going to be a tough takeoff. Jim's got to turn this crate around first.
I'll say it is. Quick, Flash. Open one of those windows. Have your machine gun ready. You may have to use it. I'm going up front with this.
Look, Speed. I've made it. We're in the air.
Great work, Jim. This is one of the finest pieces of flying you ever did.
There's the last of that pirate village, Speed. We're on our way to Hong Kong.
Thank heavens, Jim. But how did you ever do it?
We were cut off from the rest of you when Jack Lung's men broke in the door with a battering ram. We ran out the back way and circled around to that thatched hut. There was a guard there, but he finally left after daybreak. Then we watched our chance, started the motors, and you know the rest.
No, I can't believe it. I can't realize it yet, Jim. Oh, I was so afraid that you and Spanner were gone.
I was afraid too, Speed, but we came through all right.
Ah, kid, we've got a lot to be thankful for. I didn't want to tell the others, but things look mighty black this morning. We'll fly to Hong Kong, discharge our extra passengers, and then the rest of us will head for Shanghai. No one's going to keep us out of that air race now, Jimmy, I can tell you that.
Jimmy saves a desperate situation with a beautiful piece of flying. But what will happen when the boys reach Shanghai? Don't miss the thrilling air race in Jimmy Allen's coming Air Adventures.
This program has come to you through the facilities of the World Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have a special treat for you today. We have a new house band with a new dimension in rock and roll. We have the one, the only, Dragnet sound!
This band is the only family I had.
They're all black belts in Taekwondo and they're pretty bad.
I don't want you to mess it up by going out with a second-rate musician like that John character.
They came in here to play goddamn songs for kids! We will stop the senseless killing. We will end this evil war. We will stop the senseless killing. We'll even up the
Not escape
get the Miami Ninja.
Boss, everybody's stood.
Friends through eternity, loyalty, honesty will stay together through thick or thin. Friends forever will be together. We're on top 'cause we play to win.
My father! I found my father! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Respectfully dedicated tonight to the United States Marine, the Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Don't you wish you could live in a world where there wasn't any dirt? Think how much time and work and money you could save. But we do have dirt, so the sensible thing is to figure how to get rid of it with the least possible effort. One way, of course, is with the regular use of Johnson's Wax on your floors, furniture, woodwork, and other surfaces. Here's an important thing to remember. Both Johnson's liquid wax and cream wax clean as they polish. The dirt comes off when you apply the wax, and when you polish the surface, it becomes immaculately clean and beautiful. The film of Johnson's Wax itself is invisible, but it protects against moisture and wear and can be renewed when necessary to make that protection last indefinitely. If you haven't been using Johnson's liquid wax or the cream wax, try them, especially on your furniture, woodwork, and accessories. You'll know what we mean when we say the wax cleans as it polishes. The Squire of 79 Wistful Vista always stops at the best hotels. In fact, he's just stopped at the Wistful Vista Biltmore and bought a cigar. And here, walking through the lobby, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Wise guy.
What's the matter?
Oh, that cigar clerk. I asked him if he would sell me an El Ropo Caballo, and he says yes. I can sell you one, but don't light it in here.
Well, my goodness, it's heavenly days. Look at that crowd around that hotel desk, Magee.
Bunch of unfounded rumors trying to find a place to lay their weary luggage.
They just turned away that gray-haired man with all the gold braids. Say, what does 4 gold stripes on a navy sleeve mean?
Oh, he's the officer in charge of distributing pinup pictures. They call him a petty officer.
Ah?
Petty's the fellow that draws.
Oh, look, Magee.
What
Look
at?
over there.
Huh?
That sailor, sitting on the suitcase. He looks so discouraged.
Oh, no wonder he's sitting on the lock. He ought to turn it up on end.
Nice-looking lad, isn't he? Maybe we could do something for him.
No, I don't know what, but it won't do any harm to give him a kind word. Come on. Hi there, sailor.
What? Oh, how do you do?
Anything bothering you, son?
Except us?
I'm glad you spoke to me, ma'am. I was so lonesome I was about to go out and shoot myself.
What?
Game of billiards.
Oh. Well, not that it's any of our business, but couldn't you get a room here in the hotel?
No, ma'am, nor any other hotel. It's all right, though. I'm just here for one night.
Oh, one night is too long to sleep sitting on a suitcase, Bud. You'd be going around tomorrow with circles under your pockets.
Oh, I can make it up on the train tomorrow.
What branch of the Navy are you in, if it isn't a military secret?
I'm in the Merchant Marine, ma'am. My hitch is up.
Oh, my gosh, it is? Well, we'll stand in front of it if you want to hitch it down. That's seagoing underwear.
Magee. He means he's been discharged.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on my way home now.
Oh, going to join up again, Bud?
I don't know, sir. I might. And then again, I might try to get established in some shore job.
Well, that's a very natural impulse, I'm sure. On the other hand, do you think there's any more important shore job than making sure we win the war?
Don't worry. I'm going to think it over before I do anything. Look, do you folks know of any place in town where I could sleep tonight? Not fussy, just some place that's dark, warm, and horizontal.
Well, let me think, Bud. Maybe the Elks Club could... No, they're redecorating.
Magee?
Huh?
Maybe we, it might be possible to,
You mean,
Why not?
Oh, very good question. Look, son, I'm Mr. Magee, and this is my wife, Mrs. Magee.
Oh, well, I'm glad to meet you. I'm Tommy Davis.
How do you do, I'm sure. Look, Mr. Davis.
Tommy, ma'am.
Yeah. Look, Tommy, why don't you come and stay with us tonight? We have plenty of room.
Yeah, hot and cold running root beer, son. Radio in every room. They don't work, but they're there.
Gee, that would be... Well, no, thanks very much. I'll just...
Now. Come on, Tommy. You won't be a bit of trouble.
Oh, it's very kind of you, ma'am, but I don't think I'd better. My train leaves very early.
Look, Bud, us seafaring men have got to stick together, see?
Were you at sea, sir?
Was he? He still is.
Had my own boat on the Illinois River, son. 32-footer. I can tell you more about scuppering a fiddly hats than you can shake a scuttlebutt at. Well, I mind one time we got caught in a trade wind that tore the starboard bulkheads right out of the gunwale.
Just the same. But just the same, sir, I don't think I should.
Oh, come on with us, Tommy, my boy. I'll teach you how to tie a Turk's head and a granny knot. My old granny spent one whole winter teaching me how to tie
Well, it's very nice of you, sir, but I think it'd be better if...
I'll bet Alice will enjoy talking to you, too, Tommy.
Oh, I know, but... Alice?
She boards with us, Tommy. Works in an airplane plant.
Well...
Of course, she may have a date for tonight. You know, she's so popular.
That's because she's so beautiful. That wonderful blonde hair, those blue eyes, and that smile. That kid's got a smile that would make Himmler follow her into a Russian restaurant.
However, Tommy, if you don't feel like you...
ma'am, I've changed my mind. Let's go.
Swell. Right this way, Tommy. No, Molly, don't you carry that suitcase. It's too heavy.
Oh, sure. Let me carry it, please.
Yeah, sure. Let Tommy carry it. Let's go this way, Tommy. Wait till I pick up my plate. We grab a
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Stomping at the Savoy.
Yes, Sir Tommy, there's nothing like sailing to bring out the best in a man.
I always travel by rail myself, particularly on a boat.
Did you say Alice ought to be home any minute?
Who? Oh, Alice. Yeah, she ought to be home any minute, Tommy. Well, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Well, sir, the time I and Fred Nittany took our boat on a cruise to Starved Rock was really something. All of a sudden, out of the south-southeast come a nor'wester.
A nor'wester comes out of the northwest, Mr. McGee.
Oh, ordinarily, yes. But that's what made this wind so unusual. It was a freak storm, an 80-mile gale. Tore the lashings off the mizzen and the keel hauled the jib so he could hardly batten down the mainstay.
We ran into one of those out of Murmansk one night.
Murmansk? Norway, huh?
Murmansk is not in Norway, dearie. It's in, up near the...
Russia.
Oh, what did I say, Norway? yeah, I meant Russia. Oh, I said it. I know it was right there on the Mediterranean.
Well, yes, it's in that general direction, all right.
Well, sir, there we were, bowling along with the taffrail completely shivered under the boom cradle. The land yards were groaning, and the forepeak was spluttering, the bilges were banging against the tiller, when all of a sudden, we struck.
My goodness.
You struck what, sir, a rock?
No, a bargain. We agreed to jump overboard and swim ashore, which we did.
What became of the boat, dearie?
We never knew. But they say that on dark, windy nights around the Illinois River, a ghostly little sailboat can be seen silently gliding up and down the stream, looking for its lost master.
Say, maybe we can see it tonight. It's been getting awfully windy in here.
What kind of a boat was it, sir? Sloop?
Nope. Star class, 3-masted catboat with a balloon spin maker and a retractable cargo boom.
I never heard of a ship like that, sir.
Well, Natch, I designed it myself.
What was the displacement?
Oh, didn't have any. Them luxuries weren't for me, bud. When I went sailing, there was no fault at all about it. I mind one time we were sailing around the Horn.
You don't mean Cape Horn by any chance?
Why, certainly not. Somebody threw an old brass tube in the water near the dock, and we always had to sail around it. Well, sir...
Look, McGee, let Tommy do a little talking. You haven't let him get a word in edgeways.
Why, sure. Go ahead, Tommy. What kind of boat you been on?
Cargo ships mostly, sir, but I was on one tanker. We were in a convoy to Halifax.
Halifax. I planned to sail up there one summer. 1922 it was. Or was it 1923? No, it was 1922. Or was it? Well, now, let's see. Zan lost his teeth in the hay in 1920. No, it was 1924. I think. Yes, it was 1924. Well, it could have been 25.
Well, I wish you knew for sure, sweetheart. Huh? I'm all a-twitter to know what year it was you didn't go anyplace. Look, Tommy, did you say you were going to sign on for the Merchant Marine again?
I don't know, ma'am. I haven't made up my mind. I've got to think about my future.
Why, sure you have, son. But I was reading the other day that after the war, the Merchant Marine was going to be one of the great American industries. My gosh, with the experience you'll have then, you really ought to have something.
You might be right about that, sir, but...
Well, maybe the boy doesn't like the life, McGee.
Oh, I love it, ma'am. I'm just thinking if I ever got married...
If you ever got married, your wife would be pretty proud of you, Tommy. Holding down a good job with a big steamship line and knowing you did the job you were trained for all through the war. Incidentally, I wonder if they'd take me.
Oh, sure. Why, you get seasick crossing the gutter on a rainy day. But, Tommy, why don't you... What's the matter, Tommy?
Thought I heard the front door open. Do you suppose Alice might...
Hello, folks. I hope I'm... Oh, excuse me.
That's all right, Mr. Wilcox. This is Tommy Davis in the Merchant Marine.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, Tommy.
I and he were just swapping experiences, Junior. Nautical stuff. Sit down and listen if you want to, but you won't understand much of it.
It was quite a swap, too, Mr. Wilcox. Tommy has only been to Russia, Asia, Africa, the South Seas, and Iceland. But himself here's been to Starved Rock, Illinois in a catboat.
What did you mean I wouldn't understand nautical talk, pal? Why, I shipped as purser through the West Indies for several summer vacations.
Did you ever run into a four-striper named Brannigan in those latitudes, sir?
Old Salt Pork Brannigan? Why, sure. He was my skipper for several runs. A great old guy.
Yes, sir. He always had a happy ship. I was with him in a convoy to Melbourne.
Speaking of happy ships, I remember one time...
good old Salt Pork Brannigan. Say, has he still got that parrot that swears, Tommy?
Yes, sir, only it doesn't swear anymore. We got strafed by some zeros one day, and ever since then, the parrot just says, oh, my goodness, oh, my goodness, oh, my goodness.
These nautical discussions are a little over my head, boys. I always thought a quarterdeck was 13 cards.
Speaking of quarterdecks, I had an experience once. We had a starboard taxi, but we had no hammer. So
Tommy, remember how old Brannigan used to be so fussy about keeping the wardroom shipshape?
The forecastle, too, sir. We had to polish the linoleum every third day or lose liberty.
Oh, sailor.
What did you polish the linoleum with, Tommy?
Let me think. Oh, yes, it was called Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Wonderful stuff.
Weren't you sticking your commercial neck out there a little, Mr. Wilcox?
Not at all. Captain Brannigan always insisted on the best there was. And you know, salt water's pretty tough on linoleum. Had to keep it protected.
On the boat I had, we always used...
Well, I remember one time a supercargo took aboard some inferior floor polish, and he nearly got keel-hauled. Old Brannigan said, I'll take a marlin spike to the next chicken farmer that uses anything but Johnson's glow coat for the linoleum on my ship.
Yes, sir. He'd never let us use anything else either. Said it saved a lot of the crew's time because it was so easy to apply. It made the linoleum last so much longer.
Well, shiver my timbers. I'm glad we always use it in our galley.
Speaking of galleys, this catboat I had...
You on liberty now, Tommy?
No, sir. Discharged. Thinking of taking a shore job.
We've been telling him that he's needed a lot more in the Merchant Marine, Mr. Wilcox.
You certainly are, Tommy, very badly. Trained seamen are pretty scarce. It's men like you the services depend on to deliver the goods where they need it. You know what General Eisenhower said about you fellas?
No, sir.
Well, he said every man in this Allied command is quick to express his admiration for the loyalty, courage, and fortitude of the officers and men of the Merchant Marine. They've never failed us yet, and we know they never will.
Gee, did General Eisenhower say that?
He sure did, Tommy. I remember reading about that.
Yeah, you better stay with it, Tommy. You're an essential man, and you're building up to a great job after the war in the Merchant Marine.
And say, if you ever ship with old Salt Pork Brannigan again, Tommy, tell him Purser Wilcox wished him a happy voyage.
Yes, sir. What are you doing now, sir, in case he asks?
I'm selling Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, Tommy. When I hit the deck, they rise and shine. But what I dropped in for, pal, was to know if you're going bowling tonight.
Oh, not tonight, Waxy. If Alice Darling and Tommy here go out to a movie or something tonight, they might want me to go along.
Oh, sure. You'd be as welcome as a spotlight in Lover's Lane. You have to go now, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, I do, Molly. I'll see you later. Glad to have met you, Tommy.
Glad to have had you aboard, sir.
Nice to have been aboard, mister.
What's that nice to have been aboard stuff?
Navy etiquette, Molly. Hey, did I tell you the experience I had once when we were running for the harbor and a sudden squeal come up?
A sudden what?
Squeal. That's a small squall. Well, sir.
Pardon me, dearie. Tommy, dinner ought to be ready in a very short time, and Alice should be here any minute. Would you like to go upstairs and wash up a bit?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Second door, upper deck. Left of the companionway, sailor. Soon as you've stowed your gear and fleeced your puss, come below.
Aye, aye, sir. Right away, sir.
Oh, my. Isn't he a nice lad, Magee?
Yeah.
I'm sure Alice and Dr. Gamble will like him.
Doc Gamble? What's that old bedside bandit got to do with it?
Why, you remember you invited him to dinner tonight yourself.
I invited him? Oh, doggone it. Why can't I keep my big fat mouth shut? Is dinner about ready?
Well, I don't know. I'll ask Beulah. Oh, Beulah! Beulah! Somebody bawl for Beulah? Yes, Beulah, we're having a special guest for dinner tonight.
Yes, ma'am, I know. It's Dr. Gamble. But I don't consider him special company, ma'am. Oh, he's just an old homebody.
Yeah, and I wish that old body would find another home. He's going to eat us out of ours.
I thought the doctor was on a diet.
He is, ma'am. He tell me, Beulah, Beulah, I was on a very special diet. I don't eat nothing but food.
You can say that again. But we weren't referring to him, Beulah. We brought home a sailor from the Merchant Marine.
Yes, he couldn't find a place to sleep tonight, so he's staying with us.
Okay, ma'am. Miss Alice gonna be here, too?
Oh, sure. And that sailor so steamed up to meet her, he whistles at grade crossing.
He may take her to a movie after dinner, Beulah. Is there a good one in town?
Well, they say the picture at the Bijou is real good, ma'am. It's all about the income tax, I think.
A movie about the income tax? What's the name of it?
National Velvet.
I think that picture's about a steeplechase, Beulah.
No, same thing. One little stumble and it's a horse on you.
Well, don't you worry now about this sailor being fed good, folks. We got plenty of everything, and more than that, most.
Good. He'll sleep in Uncle Dennis's old room, Buell.
And I hope it ain't haunted. Uncle Dennis entertained a lot of spirits in there.
Entertained a lot of spirits in there. Love that man.
The Kingsmen singing Oh Michael.
Here is the story of love in its glory. Believe me, it's straight from the heart. The time is the present, the place you can guess, and the hero is ready to start. He speaks, oh Michael, stick his head out the window, it's Jimmy. Oh Michael, would you like to go places tonight? Oh Michael, I can't wait for the kiss you'll give me. Oh Michael, when you kiss me, the world is alright. Our romance is while we're dancing, while me heart flies as high as a kite. Oh Michael, hurry up, hurry down to your Jimmy. When a guy's on a foil, oh how he wants a goil. Oh, when I wants me Michael tonight. Don't you break a date? Hey, boy! Don't you break a date? Don't you break a date? Are you gonna leave me standing here until I grows a beard? Oh Michael, use the perfume I like, don't forget it. Oh Michael, me title, there'll be no sweeter goil in the block. Better hurry down, better hurry up. Oh Michael, hey Michael, if a guy should get fresh, he'll regret it. Oh Michael, me title, feel me muscles stays hard as a rock. I got a lot to tell you, all the things that me heart couldn't write. So might get your skite on your sight and lay fine on your Jimmy. Though I ain't much on grammar, I'll learn about glamour when I'm with me Michael. Tonight.
Won't you have some more gravy, Alice?
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. McGee. I have to watch my figure, you know.
Couldn't think of a pleasanter assignment, my dear.
Pipe down, you old Rui. You're old enough to be her grandfather.
A man is only as old as he looks, Sonny, and I can still do that. Please pass the biscuits if you can stop gnawing on that chicken leg long enough.
Pass the chicken, will you please, Tommy? Give Alice some.
Certainly. Have some Alice chicken? Have some chicken, Alice?
No, thank you, Tommy. And, go on with what you were telling me about the time you had to jettison a cargo off Cape Hatteras.
About the time you had to what?
Had to jettison the cargo, Dopey.
Huh?
If you'd ever gotten enough salt air in your nostrils to clear your stuffy little brain, you'd know that means throw the cargo overboard in an emergency. We had to do that once in the middle of the China Sea.
Who did, Doctor?
The ship I was on.
Taking a world cruise, Doctor?
I took plenty of them, my boy. I was ship's surgeon on the Atlantic and Orient line for a long time.
Likely story. If you know so much about boats, what's a fiddledy hatch?
Oh, I know what that is, Mr. McGee.
Gee, do you really, Alice?
What is it, Alice?
Well, it's a grating over the engine room for ventilating purposes.
Correct, Alice.
How do you know so much about boats, Alice?
Well, when I was a little girl, I lived with my uncle, and he had a 100-foot yacht. We traveled all over in it.
Well, looks like you and I were the only ones who didn't know a bilge from a bulge, McGee.
I'd know his bulge from a bilge anyplace. You better cut down on the calories, Chubby, or people will think you're smuggling balloons. Have the butter, please, Tommy.
I mind one time when a guy on my boat broke his arm in a heavy sea, being thrown against the wall of the cabin.
They don't call it a wall on board ship, Mr. McGee. They call it a bulkhead.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Both. Anyway, he was laying there on the floor.
Not floor, landlubber. Deck.
Yes. He was laying there on the deck while I went downstairs.
We don't say downstairs, sir. We say below.
So I went below. And I made a splint out of a broomstick I found in the kitchen.
The galley.
In the galley. Then I come back upstairs.
You mean you came topside, Mr. McGee?
I came topside with the broomstick, and I made an emergency splint. It was kind of crude, but we didn't...
We call that a jury rig, sir. Means temporary.
Another biscuit, dearie?
No, I don't want another biscuit, thank you. I just don't want to be interrupted in everything I say, that's all.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Oh, it isn't you, Tommy, my boy. Our host is slightly incinerated that he can't impress Alice and me with his nautical knowledge. By the way, did you ever get to Oahu?
Oh, yes, sir, several times. Beautiful voyage.
Oh, I remember it very well, Doctor. Diamond Head to starboard, Molokai to port, and all those flying fish skittering around.
Gee, I wish you and I had... well, maybe someday...
I mind one time I was sailing on the Illinois River in my cat...
You're going back in the Merchant Marine Service, aren't you, Tommy?
Yes, sir, I think I will. Alice says she'll write to me every week, too.
Yeah. I'll send you some cookies, Tommy.
In that case, Mrs. McGee, I'll make it my life's work.
Well, anyway, we were scuttling along, see? Making about 10 knots an hour.
Oh, you don't say 10 knots an hour, Mr. McGee. You just say 10 knots. A knot is a unit of speed. A nautical mile, about 6,080 feet in an hour.
Coffee, Doctor? It's the way you like it. Dark as Japan's future. And strong as a brewery horse.
Well, thanks, Molly. I will. The reason I asked Tommy is that I think you've got a great future in the Merchant Marine. You'll have eventually a secure job in a tremendous industry. No thanks, no cream.
Yes, sir, I guess I will. But Alice says the important thing is they need me now.
Oh, they really do, Tommy. And in 6 months' time, a man can now make the progress it would have taken him 3 years to make before Pearl Harbor.
Talk about progress. When I had my catboat on the Illinois River, I was tying up to the dock one day.
Don't say tying up, amateur. Say making fast.
Okay, wise guy. So I was fast making to the dock one day. And I noticed the boat was kind of low in the water. So I went back aboard. Back aboard. Yeah. Back aboard. Is that right, you expert?
Sounds reasonable.
Quite correct, sir.
Perfect for once.
Go ahead, Mr. McGee.
So I goes back aboard, see, and went down inside of the keel to
Inside the keel? Suffering shades of John Paul Jones.
You mean down into the hold, Mr. McGee.
Excuse me, please.
McGee, where are you going?
I'm going to finish my dinner in the kitchen. That's where I'm going. I can't open my mouth around here, but what some salty wise guy jumps down my throat. I know when I've had enough. I'll see you later. Mind if I finish my dinner out here, Beulah?
No, sir, no objections whatsoever, sir. Ain't they giving you no elbow room?
That's not the trouble, Beulah. I'm outclassed in there, that's all. I came out here because you're the only person in the joint that knows nothing about boats.
Oh. Are you kidding, mister?
What do you mean?
Well, for goodness sakes, I was stewardess on an ocean liner for 7 years.
You were... Oh, this is ridiculous.
Most of us like to feel that what we do has the approval of our friends, even in the selection of our clothes or laundry soap or floor polish. This is true. Well, then, if you're one of the many housekeepers who keep your linoleum floors sparkling with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, you should feel pretty good, because Glow Coat is the choice of most housekeepers. And what's more, it's recommended both by housekeeping authorities and by linoleum manufacturers themselves. To you ladies who have used other Johnson's wax products, the name Johnson itself on the package is the only recommendation you need. And if you're a regular user of Glow Coat, you know how much it saves you work and saves your linoleum. Glow Coat shines as it dries without rubbing or buffing. And its regular use makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer, besides keeping it beautifully polished.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's really an urgent, almost desperate need for men in the Merchant Marine. Experienced, able-bodied seamen, mates, cooks, bakers, radio telegraphers, firemen, oilers, water tenders, and engineers of all classes are needed immediately.
3 new merchant ships are being launched every day, and we must have men to man them. This is a vital war job with a great post-war future.
So we hope all qualified men will wire collect at once to Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C., giving their ratings and addresses. They'll be put on standby pay immediately, and transportation will be furnished to the port of assignment.
Get out on the water, men, for the land's sake.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Robert De Niro is a bounty hunter.
Your mother ever teach you how to talk nice to people and not shoot at them?
Charles Grodin is an accountant who embezzled $15 million from the mob.
It is truly in your best interest to just relax.
I'm totally relaxed.
I want this guy taken out, and I want him taken out fast.
The mob wants him dead. The FBI want him alive.
I'm going to bring him into federal court. Do I make myself understood?
These sunglasses, they're really nice. Are they government issued, or do all you guys go like to the same store to get them?
And his bail bondsman wants him in L.A. in 72 hours.
They can't fly. They also suffer from acrophobia and claustrophobia.
I'll tell you what, if you don't cooperate, you're going to suffer from fistophobia.
Travo has a funny way of bringing people together.
Oh, you're going to outrace the police car? You're going to outrace the police car?
Jack, where are you?
I'm in Boise, Idaho. Wait a minute, I'm in Anchorage, Alaska.
Why would you do that?
Oh, you enjoy yourself. This is my room, and that's your room. Good night. I was somewhere between Toledo and Cleveland.
Oh, no, come on. Cigarettes are killers.
Oh! Who the hell were those guys? Those are hired killers back there.
I can't take this.
Hired to kill who? Hired to kill this guy. You had this guy, what, 4 days? Oh! Look, you got 5 hours left. What are you doing? You promise to let me go this time? Open that door here, next light, Joe!
Remember me? Who was that?
Agent Foster Grant.
You're all right, Jack. Yeah, well, you're all right, too. Give us a kiss.
From the director of Beverly Hills Cop.
What is your plan?
You guys look like you do a lot of traveling.
Yeah.
Midnight Run.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Show, scheduled especially at this time and rebroadcast exclusively for you men in the armed forces of the United States and your brothers in arms by the Special Service Division of the War Department, starring Fred Allen with Portland Hoffa and Al Goodman's orchestra. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, America started celebrating its 33rd annual Boy Scout Week. Tonight, we bring you a chap who is no longer a boy, but he's still a pretty good scout. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I'm glad you mentioned that this is Boy Scout Week. It brings back many happy memories.
Well, were you really a Boy Scout, Fred?
Oh, that's how I got this cold, Jimmy, running around in my Boy Scout pants all day yesterday. Oh, yes, years ago I was a tenderfoot, a cub, and then an Eagle Scout. I was an Eagle Scout so long, every spring I molted. It was quite a thing. People used to follow me around and pick up the little the feathers, you know.
Well, did you do a good deed every day?
Once a Boy Scout, always a Boy Scout, Jimmy. I'm still doing good deeds.
Oh, yes? What was your good deed for today?
Well, tonight in the tea shop, Jimmy, I saw a little old lady with a portable radio. She was trying to tune in Jack Benny's program. Well, I went over and broke the knob off the little old lady's portable. If that wasn't a good deed, it just goes to show you that you... Well, Portland, you're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I are celebrating Boy Scout Week. You know, it's too bad you're not a Boy Scout.
My Uncle Phil is a Boy Scout.
Oh, really?
He's head beaver in the Beaver Patrol.
Oh, head beaver. Well, he's got the teeth for it. I will...
Uncle Phil's teeth stick out so far, Mama says he can eat corn on the cob through a knot hole.
Oh. I've heard he can eat caraway seed out of a dimple with those teeth. I know. I know those buck teeth. Your uncle looks as though his tonsils just hollered fire and his teeth are trying to get out of his mouth. Well, you haven't any other Boy Scouts in your family, have you?
Mama's a furnace girl.
What is a furnace girl?
She used to be a campfire girl, but they converted to coal.
Could be. Well, that does it. I guess I'm off to Allen's Alley, Portland.
Have you a question for tonight?
Oh, yes. This week, the War Manpower Commission listed 29 non-deferrable occupations and warned workers to give up non-essential work and find war jobs. So our question is, will this work a fight order affect you?
Are you ready to leave for Allen's Alley?
You bet. Well, here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland.
John Doe's lights just went out.
Well, I'll knock before John Doe gets into bed. He's pretty slow, you know.
Who's knocking? I ain't got my glasses on.
Oh, really? Mr. Doe, what is your opinion of the Manpower Commission's new order?
Oh, I'm writing my congressman.
Why?
Well, I'm a bartender.
Oh, a bartender. And you feel attending bar is essential to the war effort?
Why, bartenders is the backbone of humanity. It's like the poet says.
What, Mr. Doe?
When the keys of the world is too heavy to bear and you start to pass out on a bender, whose apron strings do you reach out for grabs? Your mother's? No, the bartender.
Well, who wrote that, Mr. Doe?
John Drinkwater.
Well, you don't mind giving up your bartender's job, do you, Mr. D?
No, but before I go, there's one customer I'd like to say.
One customer?
I'd like to give Hitler a Mickey.
I think Hitler's having enough trouble with the Finns as it is. Well, we got no place with Mr. Doe. I wonder how Mrs. Nussbaum is taking it.
No.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Well, he says, this is conversation.
Say, how do you feel about these non-deferrable occupations?
I am reading that beauty operators is non-essential. This I am personally resenting.
Beauty operators? Well, you've been affected, have you?
Every week I'm catching a beauty treatment at Henna Heaven.
Henna Heaven, huh?
Francois is rinsing with finger waving.
And?
Francois is taking a defense job.
Oh, so this week you got no beauty treatment, huh?
My face is pasty.
Yes, I know.
Over both my eyes, my hair is hanging down. I could be a Britannica Lake. Well, my husband, Rensselaer, is taking one look. He is yelling, "Hey!" and running out to enlisting.
Your husband joined the army?
Rensselaer is joining the Marines. He shall be near his friends.
Ah, he has friends.
That dope. He's thinking it is the same Solomons who formerly lived upstairs.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum is all set now for Mr. Mulligan. Well, Socrates, are you in an essential industry?
So I wrote in to find out.
Oh, you wrote in. Well, what is your occupation?
I'm a feeler at an orange juice stand.
A feeler at an orange juice stand?
Yeah, when the squeezer squeezes an orange juice, he hands it to me.
Oh, and you?
I put my hand down into the glass and feel around in the orange.
Oh. You feel around for what?
So if I feel any seeds, I pick them out.
Oh. It's nerve-wracking work, I imagine.
Oh, yeah. Some days I don't feel like feeling, but I gotta feel. Other days I feel like feeling, and there's nothing to feel.
And, you say you have written in about your orange juice feeling.
Yeah. On account of using navel oranges, I may be essential.
Oh. Well, here we are at the end of the alley again. I'll try here.
Greetings, neighbor. Yoicks away. Falstaff's here for his tete-a-tete.
Well, something tells me you've been up to more poems,
Yes,
Falstaff.
indeed. Have you heard, said the pollywog to the little dog, in a minute or two, I'll be a frog?
No, I don't think so.
Or the band was playing Begin to Begin as I chased Nellie around the mezzanine?
No, I don't think so.
Or we call my father Axehead because he keeps flying off the handle?
Well, finally, tonight we've been discussing non-deferrable occupations and jobs that are essential.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your poem called?
The title is, I have written no poem tonight.
Oh, that's the title, huh? How doesn't it go?
I have written no poem tonight, and it's not the fault of the muse. It's the Manpower Commission's new edict. Under duress, I bow to its views. Bartenders, busboys, and porters, or messengers bearing credentials, are the same as a dishwasher, usher, or valet. These jobs are all held non-essential. That's why I've written no poem tonight. If you greet this news with elation, thank Mr. McNutt, who recently ruled poetry an undeferrable occupation.
That was very nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our musical guest tonight, we welcome back Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. Their song, This is the Army, Mr. Joe.
This is the Army, Mr. Joe. No telegraph or telephone. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the useless command. They're in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She has you worried, but this is war. And she won't worry you anymore. A bunch of fighting rookies up there listening filled with awe. They listen while the sergeant started laying down the law. This is the Army, Mr. Joe. No matter who the telephone, the beautiful girls is all in love with. You really decide with all of your might. You're part of the show. Be ready to go. Remember to do what the buglers will command. They're in the Army, not a band. This is the Army, Mr. This is the Army, Uncle Sam. Everyone's a fighting man. Now we're rolling, we'll win this war, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam.
Courtney, what are you doing there?
Oh, I'm reading about Mama in the paper.
Oh, did something happen with your mother in the shipyard?
I say, Mama just got the Navy D.
D, you mean the Navy E. The Navy gives an E for excellence.
Mama got the D for dope.
Oh, the D for dope. What happened?
Well, Mama welded her slacks to a battleship.
Welded her slacks, really?
Yes. After they launched the boat, they had to get Mama a barrel.
Yeah. Well, when your mother's around, you can't tell what's coming off, can you? Hey, you know, it's quarter of. I wonder what's keeping our guest.
Oh, who's coming tonight?
Claude Rains.
Claude Rains, a movie star?
Well, he's a part-time movie star. Hollywood is Mr. Rains' sideline. He's really a farmer. I heard he was in town, and that's why I asked him over here tonight.
You don't want Mr. Rains to do any acting?
Well, he thinks I do, but I don't.
Well, and why?
Well, I haven't had any real butter for 3 months. Now, my grocer has been crossing lard with mustard and trying to sell that for butter. Mr. Rains has his own farm. Now, if I hint around, I may be able to get a pound of butter out of Mr. Rains.
If he has any Oh, this must be Mr. Rains now.
Come in. It sure is. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mr. Claude Rains. Well, Mr. Rains, you're a little late, but better late than never.
No, I don't know why you invited me over tonight, Fred. I'm not particularly funny, you know.
Well, we're not here to be funny tonight, Mr. Rains. You'd better relax and take it easy.
Mind you, I could be funny if I had some jokes.
Well, you don't.
I had a good joke about a sailor. On duty, he was a submarine chaser. Off duty, he wasn't so particular.
Now,
I said, that went over big, didn't it? Do you mind if I tell you another one?
Now, wait, look, Mr. Rains. Mr. Rains, you've given the folks enough fun for one night. It's my turn now. I want to ask you about your farm.
My farm? Oh, let's not talk crop, Fred.
Talk crop,
That just slips out. Say, it's easy to be a comedian, isn't it?
Now, please, Mr. Rains. About your farm. You have a farm, haven't you?
Yes, I have 340 good acres down in Chester County, Pennsylvania.
You have 340 good acres, a beautiful farm.
Mm-hmm.
You have fresh eggs right from your hens.
Yes.
You have fresh milk right from your cows.
Yes.
You have fresh vegetables, all the meat you can eat.
Yes.
Then why do you leave all of this on your farm to come to the city?
Fred, I came to see you. You know, I've been running around the city for 3 days. You're the only one who can help me.
Well, if there's anything I can do, Mr. Rains.
That is, Fred. Tell me, where can I get a pound of butter?
A farmer with no butter. What have you got down there? One of those Hollywood farms with Technicolor cattle, the scarecrow in a zoot suit, and a mother-of-pearl tractor running around the joint?
No, Fred, I have a real farm. I raise corn, grain, soybeans. I have cattle, pigs, and chickens. But like the rest of the farmers, what I raise, I turn over to Uncle Sam.
Well, why do all actors always buy farms?
Well, you know, working in the theater, the average actor gets to know a lot about vegetables.
That's right, too. You've got something to work on. Well, I know an acrobat who bought a chicken farm. He didn't know anything about raising poultry. At the end of the first month, his chickens were so weak, they had to lean up against the fence to cluck. Little chickens.
Really?
Yes. His chickens were so weak, if a hen was going to lay an egg, this acrobat had to put a bicycle pump down the hen's beak to give the egg a start.
Well, I had a little trouble when I first started.
You made some mistake?
Yes. The first day on the farm, I got my hand caught in a milking machine.
Oh, you weren't hurt?
You know, the fingers on my right hand are still 18 inches long.
You must write a beautiful longhand, Mr. Rains. But tell me, after Hollywood, don't you find farm life pretty quiet? Don't you get homesick for a little noise?
Well, when I do, I eat a radish to break the monotony.
Well, since prices have gone so... Since prices... Now, we can't wait. We're on a schedule. Let us know. Mr. Raines and I have places to go after we get through here. We can't... One night we hung around till 12:15 waiting for laughs, and it's no good. Now, well, since prices have gone so high, Mr. Raines, have you noticed any change in the attitude of the animals on your farm?
Yes, today when I milk the cows, I don't use a pail.
No?
No, I milk them right into a safe deposit box.
Well, how about your hens?
They won't lay an egg unless you bring back an empty shell.
Now that you've matriculated as a farmer, I suppose you'll give up pictures.
Oh, no, Fred. I hope to divide my time between Hollywood and the farm in Pennsylvania.
You're going to produce corn on a coast-to-coast basis.
Fred, I've been listening to your program for 10 years.
Yes?
I wouldn't talk about corn, old boy.
Yes, my radio career has been one long husking bee, Mr. Raines. But you ought to try radio. Why don't you get yourself a little morning program? Claude Can Be Beautiful or something.
No, Fred, I'm returning to Hollywood tomorrow to start on the Phantom of the Opera for Universal.
The Phantom of the Opera? Well, wasn't that made some years ago?
Yes, Fred. I wish I'd seen the picture. It would help me to play the part.
Well, Mr. Raines, you're in luck tonight. It so happens that years ago, I was the first person the Phantom ever bothered.
Really?
Yes, sir. I had a little troupe, the San Crisco Opera Company. We were the first opera company to go underground. We played repertoire in the subway years ago. Why, we could knock off Tristan und Isolde between Columbus Circle and Union Square. People would stay on to Canal Street to get my autograph and change for the Brooklyn local.
But how did you meet the Phantom, Fred?
Well, we were making our operatic debut in Carnegie Hall when the Phantom made his first appearance. Now, if you'd like to join me in a little sketch, I'll show you exactly what happened.
I'll be glad to, Fred.
Mr. Goodman, a little mood music, please.
Time 20 years ago tonight. The place, backstage at Carnegie Hall. Our story opens in the dressing room of Signor Enrico Allen, star of the San Crisco Opera Company. Enrico is rehearsing his company in the famous quartet from Rigoletto. Enrico speaks.
Once more we will to sing the quartet. See? Ready? We will to sing.
Bella figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, bella figlia dell'amore.
Hey, stop to sing. Someone is to the door. See. Come in.
Senor Allen?
Si.
I am Giuseppe Renzinski, the manager of Carnegie Hall.
Si, Signor Renzinski.
Frankly, I'm a little worried about your appearance here tonight.
Why, you are to worry. The San Crisco Opera Company is first to sing the shortening and shortening bread. See, company?
I know, but tonight is your debut indoors.
See, tonight indoors. The San Crisco Opera Company is to say goodbye to backyards tonight for good. See?
I hope you will live up to the great traditions of Carnegie Hall.
Si, Signor Renzinski.
We haven't had a flop here since George Essel sang Pagliacci with the Lower Basin Street Orchestra.
The San Crisco Opera Company is not to let you down, Signor Renzinski. Tonight we will to sing the Cavalcade of Opera, see? First, to be the quartet from Rigoletto. Listen.
Bella figlia dell'amore, dell'amore.
Bravo, bees, bravo. How is these?
Well, it's too late to do anything about it now. As the manager of Carnegie Hall, all I can do is hope for the best.
You will to announce Signor Renzinski, see?
All right.
On stage, everybody, on stage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Carnegie Hall opens its new season presenting Senor Enrico Allen and the famous San Crisco Company. Senor Allen's first selection will be the quartet from Rigoletto. Bella figlia dell'amore,
del amor, della figlia. San Domingo antiphlogistin, what is this?
Look, Maestro, it is Salvador. He is killed.
Salvador, vendetta. My tenor is murder.
I'll call the police.
No, Signor Enzinski, the show must to go on. See?
There has been a murder committed.
Murder, it is maybe to be an accident. The San Crisco Company is to play through accident many times. See? Last spring, Signor Enzinski, in Mississippi flood, we are singing on a raft the last act of Aida. See? When we get to St. Louis, confidentially, we sink. See?
But I am not so sure this was an accident.
Accident? I wonder who is to kill Salvador.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
I knew it. The Phantom of Carnegie Hall.
Phantom? Who is this Phantom?
I don't know. Last season, 3 sopranos and the entire Peekskill Philharmonic were killed the same way.
The Phantom is not to scare the San Crisco Opera Company. The show must to go on. Signor Enzinski.
Yes?
You will to announce Rigoletto again.
I will not be responsible.
To announce.
Ladies and gentlemen, instead of the quartet, we now bring you the trio from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, della... Again with the shoot. What is this?
Pasquale is killed.
Antipastrami antipasto. Pasquale, my baritone is to murder.
Ring down the curtain. I'm calling the police.
Not yet, Signor Enzinski. I am to wonder who is killing Pasquale, my baritone.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
Phantom. The Phantom schmantom. Pooh, the Phantom. The Phantom is not to scare Enrico Allen. Signor Enzinski.
Yes?
To announce Rigoletto.
No.
To announce.
Curtain going up. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the famous duet from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, della figlia. That's the Fazula Marie. My soprano is murdered.
Captain, this is the last straw, Senor Allen. You have got to get your San Crisco Opera Company out of here.
Never.
But you've got Carnegie Hall looking like the morgue.
It is vendetta, mafia, black hand. Pooh. Enrico Allen is not to be afraid.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
The Phantom!
The show will to go on, Signor Enzinski. I will to show the Phantom. To announce Rigoletto.
I'm going up! Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you now the famous solo from Rigoletto.
Della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore, della figlia dell'amore, dell'amore. Ha-ha! Signor Phantom, I am smart to duck. I am to fool you.
Get out of this hall. Get out of this hall.
You better get out of here, Senor Allen.
Not before I am to have showdown with the Phantom. Phantom.
Yes?
You are to kill 3 singers in my Rigoletto quartet.
Yes, and I'll kill you too.
Why, Phantom?
You are to smell. Your singing is flat. All of you, get out of this hall. You've got to make room.
Make room for what?
The best tunes of all.
Yes.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of
Well, Mr. Raines, I hope that explains the Phantom of the Opera.
Yes, Fred. Now I know what not to do in the picture. Thank you and good night.
Good night, and thank you, Claude Raines.
Thank you.
just heard a delayed broadcast scheduled expressly at this time for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Once in a lifetime, there comes a motion picture which changes the whole history of motion pictures. A picture so stunning in its effect, so vast in its impact, that it profoundly affects the lives of all who see it. One such film is...
Very good, thank you. Yes, thank you. Next, please.
Once in a lifetime, there comes a motion picture which changes the whole history of motion pictures.
Yes, thank you. Next.
Once in a lifetime!
Go away.
What?
Next.
What's wrong with my voice? My voice is all right, my brain is wrong.
有时候，有一部电影可以把整个电影的历史起了改变。
That's more like it.
库鲁萨瓦的《Seven Samurai》就是这样的一部电影，还有《Ivan the Terrible》，其余的都是平常的电影，像《Herbie Rides Again》、《La Notte》和《Monty Python and the Holy Grail》。Monty Python and the Holy Grail 有许多滑稽的。
If you do not open this door, we shall take this castle by force.
When that's the round table, we dance where we're able. We do routine to call a scene.
故事紧张。
One day, lad, all this will be yours.
What, the curtains?
Run away!
还有一些不花许多钱的危险账面。
Run away! We've got away!
What makes you think she's a witch? Well, she turned me into a newt.
但是和 The Seven Seal 来比一下。这部电影就非常幼稚。
No.
所以，如果您是一个知识界记的小家伙，您也喜欢傻笑什么事，也不能更糟。Monty Python and the Holy Grail， 看完了，来这里吃便饭。
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, the United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Today agree, those who
think young, say Pepsi, please. They picked the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi. For those who think young, so go ahead and pick the drink that lets you drink young as you think. Yes, get the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi. For those who think young.
Good morning, Kitty.
Well, you're out early today.
I'm a working man. I have to keep regular hours, you know.
Then what were you doing in the Long Branch at 2 o'clock this morning?
Well, sometimes it's a regular 24 hours. Like you.
Well, at least I make good money at it.
Kitty, would you really like to see me settle down and run a saloon?
You might get to like it.
All right, I'll do it.
When?
When I'm about 50.
I thought so.
Good morning, Miss Kitty.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Miss Dillon, here's a letter for you.
Yeah, thanks.
The envelope says it's from Judge Rambo over in Wichita.
Uh-huh.
Anything important?
Yeah, court order for eviction. Seems Brandon Teak didn't file legally on his land over by Wagon Mound.
Did you say Brandon Teak?
Yeah. Where did you know him, Kitty?
Everybody knew him. Around Abilene.
Yeah, he had a pretty bad reputation then.
Doesn't he still?
Well, I haven't seen him for some time, Kitty, but he's married and he's trying to prove up some land.
Well, I don't envy you trying to put him off it. Brandon Teak never shoved very easy that I recall.
Well, Miss Dillon, you have to evict him off. Maybe the judge made a mistake or something.
No, I'm no admirer of Judge Rambo, but he knows his law. We'll ride out there this afternoon, Chester.
Be sure your gun's loaded, Matt.
Maybe I won't need it, Kitty.
You want to bet?
No, I guess not.
Miss Dillon, you ask me, Teeks went and built himself a mighty nice place out here.
Yeah, he's done fine. Hello, Teak.
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
All right, Teak.
What brings you out this way?
Well, here, you might as well read it yourself.
What's this? Court order. Immediate eviction.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's this all about, Marshal?
That's just what it says.
Well, I've got my deed to this place.
Yeah, but you failed to register it at the land office.
Well, now, nobody told me about that.
I'm sorry, Teak.
You're going to be a whole lot sorrier. You try to put me off this land, Marshal.
Brandon, who are you talking to?
You stay inside, Sarah. It ain't nothing.
And it won't hurt if I come out.
This is my wife, Marshal Dillon and Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, miss?
I do, ma'am.
Marshal? Is there trouble, Brandon?
They say we got no legal right to this place, Sarah. I didn't register the deed or some fool thing.
No.
Now, don't you worry. There ain't nobody going to move us off, law or no law.
It's a court order.
I ain't wore a gun since I got married, Marshal, but I can sure go put one on.
Brandon.
Now, Sarah,
You can't forget your permits. Especially now you can't.
That's all the more reason for fighting, Sarah.
We're going to have a child, Marshal. Most any day now.
Oh. And we ain't moving. We ain't starting over.
If we have to, we can do it. I'd rather die than see you go to fighting again, Brandon. Now, you think on it.
She sure don't make it easy on me, Marshal.
What are you going to do, Teak?
Well, it's a hard thing for a man like me to swallow, but I can't go against her. I ain't putting on my gun.
Well, why don't you go in and tell her that?
And when'll I tell her we got to get off the place?
There's no hurry.
Now, what about that immediate eviction?
I'll be responsible for that.
I guess I ought to be grateful to you.
No. No, Teak, not to me. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Marshal. Chester. Here. Bye, Teak. My ding for a minute there, I thought he was going to make trouble, sure.
Yeah.
When are you going to put him off, Mr. Dillon?
I'm going over to Wichita, Chester. I'll find out there.
Blue Monday tomorrow? Not at all. Tomorrow on Arthur Godfrey Time, for instance, you can enjoy quips from the redhead himself, plus the fine singing of Richard Hayes and the Merry Mayo Singers with Dick Hyman in the orchestra. Genial Gary Moore will be joshing with his sidekick Durward Kirby on the Gary Moore radio show. Art Linkletter's House Party will play host to more merriment. And Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney will regale you with grand songs grandly sung. Listen to a lineup like that 5 mornings a week, and you'll never have a Blue Monday or any other work day again.
Hello, Judge.
Marshal Dillon. What are you doing in Wichita?
I came to see you.
That's so. How'd you know I was in here?
Well, that's where I found you last time, Judge.
Oh. Have a drink.
No, thanks. It's about that court order you sent me.
Which court order, Marshal?
To evict Brandon Teak off his land near Wagon Mound.
Oh, that, yeah. I remember. What's the trouble? Is he putting up a fight?
No, he isn't.
Well, he sure must have changed. I remember Teak around here. He was a wild one.
He's married now, Judge. They're expecting a child any day.
A child?
I told them that they could take their time about moving.
Take their time? That order was to evict them at once, Marshal.
I know that.
Marshal Dillon, there is no room for sentiment in the law. What's right is right. What's legal is legal.
Teak's been on that land over a year, Judge. How come this business about failing to register his deed just came up?
It was only recently brought to my attention.
And who brought it to your attention?
Lee Sprague. Not that it makes any difference.
Lee Sprague owns a lot of land around Wagon Mound.
And he's filed on this piece, too. There's nothing irregular about it, Marshal. If that's what you're thinking.
Legally, I'm sure everything's correct, Judge.
But
I just guess it isn't my kind of law, that's all.
There's only one kind of law.
The way you see it, maybe.
You can't argue with facts, Marshal. Now stop being a sentimental fool. Go do your duty.
Look, Judge, Brandon Teak's a changed man. He's done more than prove up that land. He's proved himself up, too.
Homestead Act, 1862, paragraph 12, after 1 year of the deed to such land is not duly recorded at the nearest...
Never mind, Judge. I know how it reads.
And start acting like it. I can hold even a U.S. Marshal in contempt of court, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know. You got a lot of power, Judge. There's just one thing wrong.
What's that?
You never learned how to use it.
Marshal Dillon.
I want to talk to you, Sprague.
Come in. How'd you know I was in Dodge today?
I found out. It's about Brandon Teak.
Something wrong?
No, not legally. Judge Rambo made that pretty clear.
You want to tell me what's bothering you, Marshal?
Yeah, sure. I think Brandon Teak deserves that land more than you do.
Marshal, I'm in the land and cattle business. I'm making out mighty well. No man can accuse me of ever doing anything illegal or dishonest. But everybody knows I practice sharp. I'll go on practicing sharp, too.
Even against a man like Teak who's hung up his gun and steeled down and tried to make a life for him and his family?
What do you mean, his family?
Well, there's a child coming any day now.
And he's better off in town, Marshal.
What?
My wife stayed in the country. That's why I lost her. Well, looks to me like I'm doing Teak a favor.
You got an awful easy conscience, Sprague.
Well, there's no use arguing, Marshal. You got your order, now you go put 'em off.
No, Sprague, I'm not going to do it.
What?
I couldn't hold my head up if I had any part of the kind of law you and Judge Rambo want.
You mean that?
Yeah, I mean that.
Well, I ain't gonna let you stand in my way, Marshal. You're in for trouble.
It's Brandon Teak and his missus both talking to that fella yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you recognize him, Chester?
Oh, sure I don't. He's a stranger to me.
I'm saying you just ain't got no right.
Looks like they're all head up over something, don't it?
Yeah.
Miss Teak oughtn't to be standing out in the heat of the day that way.
You let Marshal Dillon settle this, Haley.
Got nothing to do with it no more.
What's the trouble here, Teak? I'll do, man.
You told me there was no hurry about our leaving, Marshal.
Now, wait a minute. Where'd you get that badge, mister? Who are you?
I'm Jim Haley, Marshal, Deputy Sheriff from Wichita.
Wichita? How'd you get here?
Well, I took the train to Dodge, and then I rented me a horse.
Answer me, Haley.
Judge Rambo sent me. I guess he felt the law needed a little enforcing down this way. He's got a court order, Marshal, just like the one you had. Plumb legal. I want you people to pack up, be out of here by tomorrow.
Just a minute, Haley.
I can take care of them, Marshal.
No, Brandon, there'll be no fighting.
Now, Sarah, You ain't gonna do nothing except move, Teak. And right now.
No.
Let go, Marshal.
No!
Here, Haley. Pick up his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
She hurt, Teak?
I'll be all right.
Huh? She only grabbed his arm. He's gone and hurt her, Marshal, flinging her off like that.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Jump on your horse and ride for Dodge. Tell Doc to get out here. Fast.
Ain't Doc never come out of that house, Mr. Dillon?
It's been a long time, hasn't it?
She shouldn't have grabbed me, but I didn't mean to hurt her.
You just keep quiet, Haley. Nobody wants to hear from you.
Mr. Dillon, there's Doc.
Yeah.
He's been over 2 hours. He don't look none too happy, does he?
Well, Doc?
The baby's dead, Matt.
Oh, no.
It's too bad.
I didn't do it. I only pushed her.
I told you to shut up, Haley.
There wasn't a chance of saving the baby. It's her I've been working on. She's going to be all right now, Matt.
Well, good for that anyway, Doc.
Doc, tell you, Marshal?
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear it, Teak.
I'm sorry, too. But you can't blame me for it. Haley, I just now promised my wife I wouldn't kill you. Now, don't make me break it.
Come on, Haley. I'm going to take you into Dodge with me.
Now, look here. Ain't you forgetting I'm a lawman, too, Mark?
I'd like to forget it. It doesn't make me very proud of being one.
I come here to do a job, and I'm going to do it. As soon as his wife can be moved, of course. Now this is all over, there's no reason for waiting longer.
I promised her I wouldn't kill you now, Haley, but you come back here, I promise you I will. A man can take only so much.
I'll be back.
No, you won't. I'm going to throw you in jail for a while.
What?
Teak, as soon as your wife's better, you come and see me. I don't know what I can do, but things aren't going on this way.
Shower's all yours, son.
Bill, I sure hope Tommy won't pick up athlete's foot from you.
Now, stop athlete's foot from spreading through your family. NP27 treatment roots out athlete's foot, penetrates below skin surface where others can't reach, even into toenails. NP27 liquid stops itch, relieves pain, promotes healthy tissue. NP27 powder guards against new infection. NP27 treatment roots out athlete's foot, or your druggist will refund your money.
Hello, Chester.
Oh, Doc.
Where's Matt?
In the office, talking to Lee Sprague.
Well, it's a little late to be talking to him, isn't it?
I'd say so. Doc, you sure Brandon Teague's coming to Dodge today?
Oh, that's what he told me. There's a neighbor woman staying with his wife. Not that she really needs anybody now.
Well, I'm proud to hear that.
Well, it's only been a week, but she's a strong woman. Here we are.
Hmm? Oh, no, he did come in.
Hello, Doc. Chester.
Okay.
How's the patient? Oh, pretty good, Doc. She's being awful brave about it. But I know how she feels. Well, only time will cure that. Yeah, I guess so.
Teak, Miss Jones in the office. He wanted you to go right on in when you got here.
Okay.
Hello, Teak. Come on in. You know Lee Sprague, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I know him.
Hello, Teak. Sprague and I were over at the land office this morning. I think we got everything straightened out.
What do you mean?
Here, take a look at this.
What is it?
It's a deed to the land you're on, Teak. And this time it's legally registered.
Sure, I can see that. And it's registered in your name.
That's right.
Did you help him with this, Marshal?
I wanted to be sure that there weren't any loopholes.
And there aren't any, huh?
No.
You know, if it wasn't for my wife, you people would have to shoot me off that place. But I warned her I can only stand so much. You send Jim Haley out there, I'll kill him on sight.
I sent Haley back to Wichita this morning.
Teak, I want to tell you something.
Ain't you said enough, Sprague?
No. Now listen. I'm a greedy man, Teak, and I'll take anything I can get, legally. But Marshal Dillon here's been talking pretty hard to me lately.
Sure. Sure, I've been listening to him, too.
Well, it ain't Haley you ought to blame, Teak. It's me.
What?
I guess I'd have gone right on, and I could have, till I heard about your baby.
Why should that matter to you?
I lost my son, Teak. I lost my wife, too.
Taking my land, gonna help you?
You tell him, Marshal.
Teak, he's not taking your land.
Now, that deed's in his name, ain't it? Didn't you go along to be sure he didn't make any mistake?
There are no mistakes this time. Sprague can deed that land to anybody he wants to now. All clear.
Well, what about it?
It's yours, Teak.
You mean you're giving it to me?
I'm not giving it to you. It's yours anyway.
I'll tell Sarah. I'll tell her she was right all along.
That's right, she was.
But, well, what about you, Marshal? Ain't there going to be trouble? You're jailing a deputy sheriff?
Well, as soon as he gets back to Wichita, there'll be trouble. Don't you worry about that. I always wanted to see California anyway.
Remember how relieved you were when you heard there was at last a vaccine to stamp out polio? Remember the early doubts and fears that it hadn't really been perfected? Those days are behind us. Areas where the Salk vaccine has been taken by substantial numbers of children and adults under 40 have shown remarkable results. But studies made last year show that a most susceptible group have been neglecting themselves. Almost 41 million adults under 40 years of age have not taken as much as one polio shot. Do you doubt that this is important? If so, please note carefully that after 2 years of rewarding statistics, in 1958, the incidence of polio started to climb again. The vaccine won't work on people who don't take it. At least 3 shots, spaced as your doctor or clinic recommends, are vital for maximum protection from polio. The CBS Radio Network and its affiliated stations join the United States Department of Health in urging, get your polio shots. Get them starting now. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Gene Bates, John Daner, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This broadcast concludes the current Gunsmoke series. Next week at this time, the CBS Radio Network and its affiliated stations will welcome back the distinguished dramatic favorite Suspense. The premiere of this new suspense cycle will be Alan Sloan's gripping original play, Call Me at Half Past. Be with us next Sunday at this same time for the return to these stations of Suspense. This is George Walsh speaking.
Laughs are on Arthur Godfrey, weekdays on the CBS Radio Network.
Mildred. A name gasped in the night. The one last word of a dying man. But one word that tells 1,000 stories of a woman who left her mark on every man she met.
Mildred had more to offer a man in a glance than most women give in a lifetime. Mildred knew what she wanted. It wasn't too particular how she got it. Mildred? Loving her was like shaking hands with the devil. I wonder why you brought me here tonight. I mean, all of a sudden, boom, husband gone, soft lights, quiet room, opportunity.
You make me feel, I don't know, warm.
And wanted.
How long has this been going on?
Monty's going to divorce you and marry me. And there's nothing you can do about it. You think because you've made a little money, you can get yourself a new hairdo and some expensive clothes and turn yourself into a lady. But you can't. Because you'll never be anything but a common...
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with You Walk By. was You Walk By, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to explain why Jack Benny is not here for his customary introduction. As you may remember, Jack has been having a lot of trouble lately with Paramount regarding the premiere of his picture that he recently made with Fred Allen.
Yeah, that's right, all right.
Last week, Jack spoke on the telephone to Mark Sandridge, his director, about this matter, but got absolutely no satisfaction.
Yeah, he spoke on the phone.
Then he got in touch with Mr. LeBaron, who is in charge of production at Paramount, and also Mr. Freeman, the head of the studio. But in neither instance was Jack successful in achieving his purpose.
Oh, it was awful.
Dennis, please. I'm trying to explain something.
Say, Don, I thought Jackson had that premiere all set for Waukegan. What's he beefing about?
Well, it's not settled yet, Phil. In fact, Jack is over at Paramount right now trying to sell Mr. Sandridge the idea. Mary is with him, and I doubt very much if they'll be back.
Hello, Mr. Sandwich's office. Sorry, he's busy right now. Very well, I'll have him call you.
Now, look here, Miss Wellman. I've been waiting an hour and a half to see Mr. Sandridge. Will you please do something about it?
I've already told you, Mr. Benny, he'll see you just as soon as he's through with his conference.
Conference. Who's he in conference with?
You're at the keyhole, you tell me.
I'm not at the keyhole. I'm bending over to tie my shoe.
How can you tie a shoe with buttons on it?
All right, I'm buttoning my shoe. My goodness.
Oh, Jack, come over here and sit down, will you?
Listen, Mary, I don't like being kicked around like this. The premiere of my picture is going to be held in Waukegan, and I'm going to settle it right now.
But they already promised Fred Allen that they were going to have it in his hometown, Old Orchard, Maine.
Old Orchard, Maine? What a hick burg that is.
Oh, it's not such a small town.
It isn't. Why, in Old Orchard, you can buy a sack of potatoes, a plug of tobacco, a brassiere, and a dish of chow mein in the post office. Talk about a small town. I played there in vaudeville once, and there were only 8 people in the theater.
That happened to you in Pittsburgh, too.
It did not. And another thing, who'd go to Old Orchard, a summer resort, in the wintertime?
Well, you should have heard Allen Wednesday night. He said there's more life in Old Orchard closed up than there is in Waukegan wide open.
Oh, yeah? Well, he ought to be in Waukegan on a Saturday night. Talk about excitement. Well, you can hardly cross the street without getting run over.
Well, naturally, what does a stoplight mean to a horse?
I'm talking about automobiles. Let me tell you something, Mary. That town is pretty busy.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Sandridge. Yes, any bay is ill stay ear hay.
And tell him I'm going to stay ear hay, too. You're going to have to pull that pig Latin on me, Miss Wellman. I've been around.
Oh, Jack, will you please sit down? You make me nervous.
All right. Pardon me, sir. Is this seat taken?
No, I'll move my derby.
Thank you. I notice you sitting here. Are you waiting for Mr. Sandridge, too?
Yeah, I've been trying to see him for 3 days. I'm a writer.
A writer, eh?
Yeah, my name is Ernest Hemingway.
Ernest Hemingway? Gee, Mary, this gentleman here is Ernest Hemingway.
Not Ernest. Ernest.
Oh.
Ernest Hemingway.
Oh, Ernest Hemingway.
Yeah, the Hemming's in the middle.
Oh, I see. Then you're not the famous author of For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Oh, I ain't even got an alarm clock.
Oh, very funny. Say, Mary, this guy looks like an ex-prize fighter or something, huh?
Yeah, I'd hate to lose a dime in his ear.
You said it.
Good afternoon, Miss Wellman. Is Mr. Sandridge in his office, please?
Go right in, Mr. Lopez. He's expecting you.
Gracias.
Hey, wait a minute, Miss Wellman. I was here before him. Who's this Lopez guy?
Mr. Sandwich is taking rumba lessons.
Rumba lessons? That's fine. He takes rumba lessons while I sit out here and wait. Who was Sandridge before he directed my pictures, anyway?
Who was he?
Yes.
Why, Mark Sandridge directed some of the best pictures Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers ever made.
Is that so?
Flying Down to Rio, Top Hat, Follow the Fleet, The Gay Divorce.
You call those pictures? Did he direct Mr. Deeds Goes to Town? Or Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
No, but he's going to direct Mr. Benny Goes to Old Orchard.
No, he's not. Anyway, Mary, I should think you'd be on my side in getting this premiere settled.
Well, I don't want to go to Waukegan and get caught in all that traffic.
Oh, keep still, will you?
Hey, buddy, who's the dame?
Oh, pardon me. Mr. Hemingway, this is Miss Livingston.
Pleased to meet you.
The feeling is mutual.
Mary, please, he's an author. Incidentally, what have you written lately, Mr. Hemingway?
Did you see Gone with the Wind?
Yes.
Well, I wrote a sequel to it, Back with a Breeze.
Well, is it any good?
It didn't intrigue me.
Oh, well, you're just modest.
Hello, Miss W. Is MS tied up?
No, go right in, BG.
Okay.
Hey, who's BG?
He's with RKO.
Okay, MNX. What is this, anyway? For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, here's a movie magazine. Read it and relax.
Okay, give it to me. Fine mood to look at a movie magazine.
Hey, buddy, your face is familiar. Are you Jack Benny, the new dog catcher of Beverly Hills?
That's what this badge says. I just took office last week.
Oh, Jack, look at the magazine. Here's a picture of you dancing with Barbara Stanwyck at the Coconut Grove.
Oh, yeah. Gee, what a blank expression on my face. You'd think I'd be smiling or something.
That's a coconut. You're on the left.
Oh, yeah, yes, I am smiling. Well, I must put this in my scrapbook. Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Rochester.
Say, boss, I think I ought to move the car over to the parking lot across the street.
Leave it where it is. I'll be out in a little while.
Yeah, but I've been parked in a 10-minute zone for over 3 hours.
What's the difference? The policeman won't bother you.
He won't, eh?
No.
This ticket he gave me ain't for the ballet roost.
He gave you a ticket. Why didn't you talk him out of it? Why'd you tell him you just pulled in?
He'd never believe that, boss.
Why not?
I was asleep in the back seat.
You imagine that, Mary?
Well, it's not his fault.
It is, too. Rochester can sleep on his time off.
Time off?
Yes.
Boss, you got me so used to working that last night when I was asleep, I picked all the cotton out of my quilt.
Never mind. Now go out and move that car across the street.
Okay, you want me to put it in the 25-cent lot or the 15-cent lot?
Well...
What am I talking about? So long, boss.
Always thinks he's so smart. Wait till he pays for that quilt he pulled apart. Hey, Miss Wellman, what about Sandwich? Am I going to see him or not? I've been waiting here
Hello, Miss Wellman. Is your boss tied up?
Go right in, Mr. Welch. He's expecting you.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. How does that guy get in so quick?
That's Mr. Welch. He's a salesman.
Well, it's a fine thing when a salesman can get in ahead of me. What's going on here, anyway?
Oh, keep your shirt on.
What did you say?
Do you want me to slug her for you, buddy?
No, but thanks just the same. Come on, Mary. We're going to Mr. LeBaron's office. I'll get this thing settled once and for all.
All right, all right.
I'll go with you, buddy.
So long, Miss Wellman. Thanks for everything. Leave me. I'll tell Mr. LeBaron plenty about how Sandwich gave me the runaround. Now, let's see. Where's his office?
Programs. You can't tell LeBaron from Sandwich without a program.
Oh, get away from me! Come on, Mary.
Yes, Mr. LeBaron. Yes, he's still here.
Gonna stay here, too.
I've told him that, Mr. LeBaron, but he says he wants to settle it right now. Very well.
Now, what did he say? Can I go in to see him?
Not yet, Mr. Benny. He's in the midst of a very important meeting.
Meeting, conference. That's a lot of baloney. Now, see here, Mr. Nelson, I know what's going on. You can't pull the wool over my eyes.
I wouldn't pull anything over them. They're beautiful.
Now, wait a minute. Just because my eyes happen to be one of my best features, you don't have to give me that soft soap. I know what time it is.
Oh, Jack, sit down, will you?
All right, all right.
Hey, look out for my derby.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Hemingway. Do you have to see Mr. LeBaron, too?
Yeah, I want to show him a new story I wrote. It'll make a superb picture.
Oh, what's it about?
Well, it's about two people that are thrown together by fate. Then, through the intervention of circumstances, they are split up. But they still yearn for each other.
Yoin?
Yeah. And although there are moments of stark tragedy, there is a strong undercurrent of love and passion.
Well, what's the title of your story?
Desire like anything.
Well, it sounds like a great plot, huh?
You know, Jack, that would make a swell picture for you.
It would?
Yeah, I can see either you or Ronald Coleman in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Coleman could handle it, too. Although...
But he'd never be as convincing as you. Huh, Jack?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but he...
He hasn't got near the class you have.
Well, now that you mention it...
I ought to punch you right in those big blue eyes.
Mary.
Oh, that'd be a shame.
You stay out of this. Now, Mr. Hemingway.
Yeah?
The premise of your story is very good, but I'd like to suggest a few changes. For instance, at the beginning, when the couple are together, they... Hey, what's that marching going on out there?
That's Cecil B. DeMille and his staff.
Oh. Well, they keep step perfectly. What was I going to say, Mr. Hemingway? A story like yours should have more...
Hello, Nelson. Is Mr. LeBaron tied up? Oh, go right in, Mr. Welch. He's waiting for you. Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. How does that guy always get in ahead of me?
Well, that's Mr. Welch.
I know, but who's Welch?
He sells Christmas cards.
Well, that tops everything. So mad I can't see straight.
Oh, Jack, don't be so jealous. He probably buys cards from him every year.
I don't care about losing a sale. I want to get this premiere settled.
Well, settle it later.
I'll settle it right now. Now, look, Mr. Nelson. This is a very important matter to me. And if you think I'm going to sit around in one office and then another...
Salute, Jack. Here comes the mill again.
Oh, nuts! Always marching. Suppose a guy with flat feet couldn't work for him. Well, as long as I have to sit here, we might as well eat lunch. Open the box, Mary.
Okay.
I had a hunch that I'd be tied up here all day.
What'll you have, Jack?
Let's see. Mary, don't squeeze those sandwiches. The peanut butter is coming out.
Oh, you and your darn peanut butter. Don't you ever have meat in the house?
There's some pressed ham there. Look under the bagels. Now, give me one of those hard-boiled eggs.
Say, those sandwiches there look good.
Oh, pardon me. Would you care for something, Mr. Hemingway?
Call me Ernest. We're going to be together for a long time.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. Mary, see if there's any salt in there, will you?
Hey, Blue Eyes, will you please throw those eggshells in the basket?
All right. Wish he'd stop calling me Blue Eyes. Makes me so self-conscious, I'm sorry I've got him. Gee, I wish we had some coffee.
Hey, Ernest, do you want a hard-boiled egg?
Yeah, have one.
Thanks. Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
I'm still waiting for you.
Won't be long now. Did you put the car in the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
If you'd have done it in the first place, you'd never have gotten a ticket.
By the way, boss, getting to that parking lot involves a left-hand turn in the middle of the block.
Well?
And you know that great big sign there that says no U-turn?
Uh-huh.
Well, I made a figure 8 and got 2 more tickets.
That's the last straw. Rochester, you go right back and tell that policeman who you are. Tell him you're working for Jack Benny, the movie star.
I told him that, and he threw his book at me.
Now, go sit in the car and wait for me.
Okay.
Guy gets into more trouble. Let's see what else is there to eat here.
Hey, buddy, what you got for dessert?
Here it is right here. Jell-O.
Oh, yeah, that has them 6 delicious flavors. The strawberry with a raspberry, with a cherry, with a orange.
With the lemon, with the lime. That's it. It's very tempting.
You don't have to tell me. My mother makes it all the time.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Say, Mary, this is sort of a picnic here, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Miss Martin.
Hello, Frank. Is Mr. LeBaron busy?
Yes, but I'll tell him you're here. Pardon me.
Say, Jack, get a load of that cute kid that just came in.
Huh? Hey, that's Mary Martin, the leading lady in my picture. Darn this 3-decker sandwich, I can't see a thing over it. gosh, isn't she pretty?
Oh, every girl is pretty to you.
Now, Mary, don't be catty. Hello, Miss Martin.
Oh, hello, Jack, dear. How are you?
Gee, it's good to see you again, darling.
Dear darling, you actors make me sick.
Now, stop. Mary, this is Mary Martin.
Hello, honey. How long have you been a blonde?
Mary!
Well, Mary Livingston and Mary Martin. We both have the same first name, haven't we? What do you want me to do, change mine to Butch?
Mary, behave yourself.
My heart belongs to Daddy. I'm sick of that, too.
Now, cut that out. You know, Miss Martin, Mary is always jealous of my leading ladies, you know.
I can't understand why. Our relationship has been strictly business.
Well, it might have been with you, but some of those love scenes we did in the picture were a bit on the torrid side. I'll bet you won't forget my kisses for a long time. Eh, Miss Martin?
Loud, weren't they?
Oh, now, Miss Martin.
All of a sudden, I like her.
Mary, please.
Hey, buddy, who's the dame?
Oh, pardon me, Oinus. Miss Martin, this is Mr. Hemingway.
I'm very glad to know you.
Oh, boy, if you only meant that.
Oinus! Say, Miss Martin, you know, I'm the new dog catcher in Beverly Hills. I was elected last week.
Well, congratulations. I can't wait till I get home and tell Rover.
Rover better have a license. I don't play favorites, you know.
Mr. LeBaron will see you now, Miss Martin.
Oh, thank you. Well, I've got to go in now, Jack, and sing one of the numbers from our picture for Mr. LeBaron. He hasn't heard it yet.
Oh. Well, say, I'll go in with you. I've got to see Mr. LeBaron anyway.
Just a moment, Mr. Benny. He wants you to wait until Miss Martin is through.
Well, now, wait a minute. She sings that song to me in the picture. There's no reason why I can't go in with her.
Oh, Jack, sit down.
I won't sit down.
This way, Miss Martin.
So long, Jack. See you later.
Goodbye. Goodbye, dear. Now, listen, Nelson. This whole thing is your fault. I bet you didn't even tell Mr. LeBaron I was waiting here.
Oh, go chase a dog.
That's only in Beverly Hills. Well, that does it. I wait around all day and I can't see Sandra. And now it's LeBaron. Well, I'm going over to see Mr. Freeman, the head of the studio. That's why I'm going to see Mr. Freeman. Come on, Mary.
All right, all right.
Wait a minute, buddy. I'll go with you.
It's the most embarrassing thing I ever heard of. I'll tell Mr. Freeman about this.
Calm is the night, the wind is asleep, a drowsy old moon mopes above. Suddenly comes a jolt, crash goes a thunderbolt, isn't that just like love? Straight is your path, and firm is your step, and then at the drop of a glove, where is south, which is north, bang, it's July the 4th. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear is your mind and strong is your will. A mountain is simpler to shout. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear is your mind and strong is your will. A mountain is simpler to show. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like
Yes? Yes? Oh, Mr. Freeman, Jack Benny is here.
Darn right I'm here.
Yes, it's about the premiere. All right, I'll tell him.
Well, Miss Brecker, how long will I have to wait?
Just a few minutes. Sit down, kid.
Thanks. You know, Mary, I won't have any trouble getting in to see Mr. Freeman. He's a Southern gentleman.
Why don't you stick some mint in your ear and go in as a julep?
Oh, don't be funny.
Say, buddy, you want a little snort while we're waiting?
Oinus, put that bottle away. Here, give it to me. I'll throw it out the window.
Don't do that. You'll blow the joint up.
Oh, my goodness. What is that stuff, anyway?
Hello, Miss Brecker. Here's that film Mr. Freeman wanted.
Thank you.
Oh, Mary, there's the cameraman that photographs me in most of my pictures. Hello, Teddy. What's the matter with that guy? He always does that when he sees me. Hey, Miss Brecker, I don't want to seem impatient, but I really got to get out of here. Would you please check with Mr. Freeman again?
Very well. Oh, Mr. Freeman, that northerner is still here.
Northerner? Waukegan is just over the line. What's the matter with her?
Yes, Mr. Freeman, I'll tell him.
Well?
Mr. Freeman said he'd be with you in a few minutes.
A few minutes. Don't you start pulling that stuff.
Well, don't you get tough with me. I'm big enough to throw you right out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I wish you'd turn around. I'd like to run a home movie on your back. Well, that's all I can do now is sit here and wait.
Hey, Ines,
What?
what do you have to see Mr. Freeman about?
It's that love story I wrote. I want to try and sell it.
Oh,
Did you like it, Toots?
yeah, it was swell. Jack, what are you doing with that electric razor?
I'm shaving. What do you think I'm doing?
Mr. Benny, there'll be no shaving in this building.
Oh, no? Well, my whiskers grew in this building, and I'm going to whack them off here. Now, let me alone.
Put that razor away or I'll throw you out.
Oh, all right. You think I was using up $1,000 worth of electricity?
Oh, hello, Colonel Beaumont.
Hello, honey child. I wonder if I could see Mr. Freeman.
You sure can. Go right in, Colonel.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's the way. Say, honey child, I'm Papa asked to see Miss Freeman myself.
Shut up!
Well, the colonel got in that way. I wish there was something Southern about me. I gotta see Freeman.
Why don't you show your Confederate money?
I gave it all to Dennis the first year he worked for me. Now, look, Miss Brecker, I'm going to wait just 5 more minutes. And if I don't get in there...
Hello, Miss Brecker.
Go right in, Mr. Welsh.
Mr. Welch, he sells Christmas cards.
Well, it's almost Christmas, isn't it?
You're darn right it is, and I don't want to hang up my stocking here. Now, this has gone just far enough.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I don't mind waiting in Mr. Sandwich's office for 3 hours, and I don't mind getting the runaround for Mr. LeBaron. But when a salesman can walk in here and see the head of the studio without any appointment...
Can I speak to you a minute, boss?
I'll see you later, Rochester. While I've been sitting here...
You know those 3 tickets I got?
While I've been sitting here...
Well, one more ain't gonna kill us, is it?
What?
See you later, boss.
Now, listen here, Miss Brecker. I'm a pretty big star, whether you know it or not. And I won't stand being kicked around. I had to eat my lunch here. I even had a shave here.
Your bath is ready, Jack.
Now, cut that out. Miss Brecker, I'll give you just 2 seconds to press that buzzer and call Mr. Freeman.
Here comes DeMille again.
Who cares? Now, that's final, Miss Brecker. Do I get in there or not? Oh, my goodness, what's that for?
They play Dixie every time they pass Mr. Freeman's window.
Oh, nuts, I'm going home. Come on, Mary.
Okay.
I'll go with you, buddy.
Come on, Oinus, I'm going over to see Barney Dean.
Barney Dean, who's he?
Only the janitor, but he'll speak to me. Come on.
Around the football stadiums these crisp autumn afternoons...
Hey, Mary, you know what?
What?
I should have asked Mary Martin to take my side about the premiere being held in Waukegan.
Well, what good would that do?
What good would it do? Can't you see there'd be 2 of us for Waukegan, and Allen wouldn't stand a chance. Gee, I wonder where I can find her.
Well, she's on the Maxwell House program Thursday night. Why don't you go over there and speak to her?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that.
I'll go with you, buddy.
Thanks, Hoyness. Good night, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, today more than ever, America needs the Red Cross.
Now, Midway, the most incredible feeling of combat you will ever experience in a motion picture theater, as Universal surrounds you with the sights, sounds, and actual sensations of battle. So real, you can almost feel it. Magnificent triumph. Charlton Heston is Captain Matt Garth.
They took the bait, Admiral. AF has to be Midway Island.
Henry Fonda is Admiral Chester Nimitz.
Our 3 carriers and their escorts are all that stands between the enemy fleet and the American coastline.
James Coburn is Captain Maddox.
If you're wrong, Admiral, if you send our carriers into a Japanese ambush, the entire west coast and Hawaiian Islands will be wide open for invasion.
Glenn Ford is Admiral Spruance. Al Holbrook is Commander Rochefort. Toshiro Mifune is Admiral Yamamoto. Robert Mitchum is Admiral Halsey. Cliff Robertson is Commander Jessup. Robert Wagner is Lieutenant Commander Blake. And Edward Alberts is Lieutenant Tom Garth.
Dad, I've fallen in love with a Japanese girl.
6 months after Pearl Harbor, boy, you have one lousy sense of timing.
Damn it, I'm an American. What makes us different from German Americans or Italian Americans?
Pearl Harbor, I guess.
Our objective is Midway.
Admiral Yamaguchi advises that we launch an attack on the American carrier immediately. That we send our bombers out, however they're armed.
Well, gentlemen, it started. Signal Spruance.
This is the personal story of the people who made the Battle of Midway the turning point of the war in the Pacific. So real, you can almost feel it. Midway.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you In Old Chicago, starring Dorothy Lamour, Robert Young, and John Hodiak. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In 1840, 2 Englishmen traveling in America tried to find the city of Chicago. They heard it was somewhere in the Middle West, but they couldn't find a map that recognized its existence. How they made out finally, I don't know. But the story indicates how fast and furious was the growth of this spectacular, dynamic city. Tonight on the Lux Radio Theater, we bring you a dramatic episode from the pageant of Chicago. A story of the city's violent birth and struggle for existence, of love and treachery and sacrifice, and of America's undying faith in the future. It's the 20th Century Fox success in Old Chicago. And our stars are as promising as our play. Robert Young, Dorothy Lamour, and John Hodiak. If you saw the picture, you may have been impressed, as I was, by the careful attention to each historical detail, from the dollar-studded floor of the Palmer House to the bar of soap in Molly O'Leary's washtub. And notice I say bar of soap. Soap flakes like Lux were still a long way in the future. According to early Chicago methods, you boiled your clothes and scrubbed them with a cake of soap to get them clean. And when you got through, you didn't have a shirt, you had a handkerchief with sleeves. I think you'll agree that the modern luxury of using Lux Flakes is as far removed from that grisly experience as present-day Chicago is from the muddy village of 1834. 10 years ago, Chicago celebrated its 100th anniversary, a century of progress. And at the same time, the Lux Radio Theater started its first season on the air. As you know, next Monday night is our 10th anniversary. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank personally all those radio stations from coast to coast that have written me such heartwarming letters of congratulation. It's certainly satisfying to know that the Lux Radio Theater has so many friends in the broadcasting industry as well as among the listening public. We asked you to help us select our 10th anniversary play for next week. And later tonight, I'll tell you the play and stars we've chosen. But now it's curtain time. And here's the first act of In Old Chicago, starring Robert Young as Dion, Dorothy Lamour as Belle, and John Hodiak as Jack. In 1854, on a desolate sweep of Illinois prairie land, a woman and 3 young boys are gathered around the prone figure of a dying man.
Oh, Pat.
Hush, girl. You sure you're all right? And the young one is...
Yes, not a scratch.
Praise heaven. What a way to die. Dragged to my death by my own horses.
It was the train that scared them.
Dragged to my death just when the smell of Chicago's in my nose. Molly, the boys.
They're here, Pat. Here.
Jack lad. Diane. Bob.
Father. Papa.
Now, mind what I say, boys.
You'll be wasting yourself, Pat. Please rest. Rest.
It's my last breath I'm using, girl. And I'll have my say. Boys, 'tis a grand new place, this Chicago. And them that grow with it will be rich and strong, like I always minded to be. Someday, to be fine, big men. A credit to me and my name. And everybody speaking with respect to the O'Learys and how they grew up with the city and put their mark upon it. You hear me, lads?
Yes, Father.
Thank you. And Molly, just bury me here and let Chicago come to me that couldn't come to it. Molly, girl.
Pat.
It's 15 years later, and the Chicago that Pat O'Leary never lived to see is a raucous, roaring new metropolis, a place of easy money and easy ways, open night and day to newcomers from all over the world, a fighting, laughing, sprawling city in which O'Leary's wife and 3 sons have found their place, a place behind a sign which reads, Mrs. Molly O'Leary's French Laundry.
Ma! Hey, Ma, I'm back. What time? Supper's ready.
I got 3 bundles of wash from Gil Warner and 2 from Mrs. Palmer, and she says to tell you what-do-you-call-ems are missing.
Oh, she did. Well, you can tell the fine lady she'll get them back when she pays for the soap she owes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now go feed your horse and then come back and feed yourself.
Ma! Oh, Ma!
In here, Jack.
Well, I'm back.
Are you now?
You should have been at the courthouse, Ma. I sure made him sit up today and take notice.
Fine, boy, fine.
You know what I told him? My client is right, I said, and you all know it. But who cares about fair play and justice these days, I said. No wonder people call Chicago the worst city in the country, I said, with politicians like Gil Warner running things.
And how did a fine gentleman like that?
Oh, he was sweating plenty.
Yes, so was I, all day. Now, help me carry this wash basket inside.
Oh, sure, Ma. And then I said, but it takes more than money and politics to make a great city. It's going to take people with some sense of decency to make Chicago not only the biggest city in the world, but the best.
Set it down. Oh, it is a fine silver tongue you have, Lawyer O'Leary, and your father'd be that proud of you.
And I told... Hey, Ma, look.
Huh?
Outside, it's a police wagon.
And your brother Dion. Dion, get in here.
I'm home, Ma. A lovely day, Mrs. O'Leary. Thanks for the ride, Jim. Anytime, Dion. Always got room for you. Yep.
And what's the mud on your shoes?
Hello, Ma. Jack. Hi.
Coming home in the police wagon.
Sorry you lost your case, Jack.
Lost? You lost your case.
Forgot to tell you, Ma. Judge dismissed it.
But I thought you won it.
Everybody's talking about you downtown. Said you had the whole courtroom hypnotized. Everybody but Judge Bender. I'd have had him, too, except it was Gil Warner who made him judge.
Well, supper's ready. Go, the both of you, and then call in your brother and Gretchen.
Well, they're not interested in eating, Ma. Married 6 months and still in love.
So get cleaned up.
Ma, when are you going to quit this laundry business?
And why should I be quitting?
Because I don't want my best girl looking at a wash tub all her life.
Oh.
I'll get you a new house, not here in the patch either. I'll set you up like the finest lady in town. Look, Ma.
Dion, all that money, where did you get it?
Well, there were 8 horses in the race, mine and 7 others. All we had to do was shoot the 7 others.
Again. And I told you 100 times I'll not be living on money that isn't honestly got.
All right, but give us a kiss then, huh?
Yeah, it's the back of my hand you'll get.
Oh, come on.
Dion, now, stop
A
it.
kiss, I said. Come on.
There. Now get along with you.
Okay.
Come along, girl.
Oh, I was just starting a new wash. Look, this tablecloth.
It's Gil Warner's.
Yeah.
I will not wash tablecloths that Gil Warner's been using to draw pictures on. Back it goes.
Hello, Gretchen.
Hello, Diane.
Hey, wait a minute. This drawing, it's a map.
Hmm?
He's drawn a map on a tablecloth. And look, something about Randolph Street.
Let me see it. Yeah, Randolph and Madison.
And these lines here, they look like the tracks for the horse car line. Hey, you know what this means? It means they're going to run the new car line on Randolph Street.
Oh, you're crazy. They've already surveyed Madison Street.
Sure they have. That's exactly what makes me so sure the car line will be on Randolph.
You know, maybe you're right.
Of course I'm right. Warner gets people to invest on Madison Street, and then he switches the line to a street where he owns the property.
If you are right, this tablecloth is worth a fortune. And I'm going to get part of it.
You with your big talk, and not a penny honestly earned to your name.
If I had this corner right here...
We're on a traffic crossing.
I'd put up the biggest saloon in Chicago.
Saloon?
Free beers to you, Mrs. O'Leary.
I wouldn't be setting my foot within a mile of it.
You're too late, Diane. Look, there's a name scribbled on that corner already.
B-F-A-W-C-T. Fawcett. Huh. You ever hear of him?
No, new to me.
No, sorry, I can't stay for supper, but I've got an idea.
You will stay for supper.
Easy now, sweetheart. This is big business. Immense.
Where you going?
Down to the hub.
Another saloon. Gil Warner's saloon.
That's right. I'm calling on Gil Warner, and I'm going to find out about this fella, B. Fawcett. I'll see you later. Well, good evening, Mr. Warner.
Hello, Diane. Glad to see you.
I'd like to talk to you, Mr. Warner.
Oh?
Kind of private. I thought maybe we could...
Not just now, son. Anyway, I think you'd rather look at who's coming out there on the stage than waste time talking to me.
Stage?
Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Mr. Gil Warner, presents the singing sensation from New York City, Miss Belle Fawcett.
Belle Fawcett, huh? B. Fawcett.
That's right.
She new here?
Yeah. She was the biggest hit Nibbles Garden in New York ever had. What do you think of her?
What a woman.
Yeah, that's right. What a woman.
You that pleases the eye makes me sigh. I wonder why I've known forever it seems. So it seems you've shown up in all of my dreams. All my dreams. But now I'm awake and my dreams have come true. I'm full of romance and I've taken a fancy to ride for you.
If you want to talk now, Diane, let's go inside.
Talk? Oh, forget it. I found out all I want to know. Can I buy you a drink?
Sure.
No use knocking. I told you a dozen times. Miss Fawcett ain't seeing no gentleman in this here dressing room.
Oh, have a heart. I've got to see her.
Well, you can see her when Mr. Warner tells me okay, so go away.
Sorry to do this. Miss Fawcett.
Miss Bell, we've been busting on. Will you get out of here?
Please, I have to see you, Miss Fawcett.
Are you crazy?
I guess so. I was sane enough until I saw you, and then something happened to me. I've never felt this way before. I'll never feel this way again.
I'll go get Mr. Warner.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I'm in love with you. Give me just 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Miss Bell, you want out to scream for you?
Nobody has to scream. Oh, I know I sound crazy, and I apologize, but it's true. I'm shaking all over, and I want to be calm and cool so I can make you understand.
Hattie, go inside.
Yes, sir. But I ain't exactly content about it.
Who are you?
I'm Diane O'Leary. You never heard of me, but what does that matter?
It matters a lot when someone comes breaking in.
Well, I had to talk to you alone.
All right. Let's go downstairs and have some supper.
Oh, no, not here. It's too crowded. I figured you might prefer taking me to your place.
All right. I will.
What?
But your story had better be good. Hattie?
Ma'am?
Get us a carriage.
Yes, ma'am.
It's that house on the right, driver.
Oh, no, the next one.
Oh, next one, driver.
Yes, sir.
There. The one with the horse trough in front.
Horse trough, Well, that should help me find it next time.
I'm sure it will.
Here you are, driver. So this is where you live.
Mm-hmm. Way up there on the second floor, see?
Oh, up there on the corner,
That's right. The house with the horse.
Oh, no. Hey!
Driver, quick, take me back to the hub.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, wait! Yes, sir. What a woman. And she's beautiful, Ma. Sings like a lark. And not a better figure in Chicago. Excepting Mrs. Molly O'Leary.
So, you're in love at last.
Love? Well, sure. I'm in love with you.
And I suppose it's for me you're slicking down your hair and staring at yourself in the mirror. Just as I thought. That shirt, take it off.
Oh, but Ma, I just borrowed it from that pile in the kitchen. It's a beaut. Say, who do these embroidered initials stand for? DVS.
His name is Swift. He sells pigs, and he gets his shirt in the morning. Now off with it.
Oh, but, Ma, look how it fits, like it was made for me.
Take it off or I'll brain you.
I'll wear the shirt tonight. You brain me in the morning.
I'm warning you, Diane O'Leary.
Ma!
Up here, Jack.
Ma, I've won my first case.
Jack!
The judge said it was the best speech he's heard all this session, and so did the lawyer from the other side.
Well, Ma, there's one of us you can be proud of.
And a fellow from the Tribune said he was going to write it up.
Jack, lad, your name in the paper. Oh, glory be.
How much did you get? What kind of a fee?
Oh, well, you see, my client only makes $10 a week, and he's got 7 kids.
$10 a week? That's 10 more than you make.
Diane, I couldn't take his money, could I, Ma?
I give up. I've got one son that steals my laundry, and another a lawyer who never gets paid. I should have brought the two of you up as good Irish bricklayers, and every Saturday an envelope with some money in it.
I'll have you out of the patch yet, and servants waiting on you. And don't sit up for me tonight. I may be late.
Oh, poosh.
Oh, poosh indeed.
Hattie, that you, Miss Bell?
Any messages?
Well, none except a heap more roses and bottle stuff. Lord, honey, you sure got that man snorting in his sleep.
Well, I hope you threw them out.
Oh, but the champagne, Miss Bell. You know what a mess busted bottles make.
And you told him not to come around here anymore.
I told him till I was black in the face.
Good. Oh, this dress, I can hardly breathe.
Well, long as men like the small ways us gals got to suffer. You want me for anything?
No. I'll be going to the hub in a little while, but I won't need you, Hattie. Good night.
Oh, good night, Miss Bell.
Hello?
You. Wait. Get out of
Now,
here.
Belle, look.
Get out. Hattie?
Ma'am?
Help, police!
Help! Murder! We've been murdered! Police! Police!
What do you mean by breaking in here?
I didn't break in. All I did was lie to your landlord. Told him I was your brother. Wanted to surprise you. He sneaked me in the back way.
You'll go to jail the front way.
All I want is to talk to you. But before I want to talk, I want a kiss. One kiss.
Let go of me, you... Oh, Hattie!
That was wonderful. Thank you. Now then, you own a piece of property on Randolph Street.
Well, of all the...
And I thought that if you and I were to build a place like Gil Warner's, like the Hub, only with more class, we could make a lot of money.
Ah. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? I'm always interested in the business deals.
You are?
Of course I am.
What a woman. I'm also crazy about you. And, I'm sorry.
Well, that's better.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I think I gotta have another kiss.
Well, you... All right in there, also, right in there. Uh-oh. My, look at that.
Yeah, I thought you said there was murder going on.
Sorry, boss. Ain't I the one?
Now, here's the idea. First of all, Gil Warner's going to be awfully sore. That means we've got to get backing and protection. The police commissioner and Senator Colby. So, get your hat, Belle. You and I have got a couple of business calls to make. So far, so good. Now, here's the proposition, Commissioner.
I'm listening.
Full protection for Miss Fawcett and me. And for you and your little ones, $100 in cash every Saturday from now on.
Are you trying to bribe me, O'Leary?
Why, Commissioner, how can you mention such a word?
Well, now that we're alone, Senator, Mr. O'Leary has something that I think will interest you.
Indeed. I've heard tell of you, O'Leary. I understand you exert some influence in the patch.
Only a little, Senator. Gil Warner controls the patch and all its votes. You need votes, and as long as Warner gets along with no opposition, he has you in the machine just where he wants you.
But who knows? The day may come when Warner will get other ideas. Ideas that may be embarrassing.
And so we have an offer to make. Miss Fawcett here is the greatest attraction that ever came to Chicago.
Indubitably, my dear.
Now, with your backing and your money to get us started, Belle and I will open Chicago's best cafe on the busiest corner in town. Once we have that, I promise you I'll get control of the patch.
Well.
And as soon as we're operating, a package will come to your home once a month. In it, there'll be a $110 bill.
Well.
No, Senator, not well. Are you in or not?
I'm always in the market for marketable commodities. I'll have a check for you in the morning.
Thank you. We'll meet again, Senator.
Goodbye, Senator.
Goodbye.
You're the strangest man I've ever known, Diane.
Nothing strange about me. I've just got ambition.
Yes. Good luck, partner.
Good luck, partner.
Our stars, Robert Young, Dorothy Lamour, and John Hodiak, will be back in just a moment for Act Two of In Old Chicago. Sally, what on earth? With all those packages, you look like Santa Claus.
Well, I am.
3 months ahead of time?
For you, maybe, but not for the girls and boys overseas.
Oh, of course. October 15th is the deadline for mailing Christmas gifts overseas. And that means for WEX and Army nurses, too. What are you sending?
Slips for the girls over there.
Olive drab?
I should say not. Look, aren't they pretty? This tea rose one with the luscious lace at the bottom is a honey.
And the WEX light frivolous undies?
You bet they love them. The lacier, the better. And no matter where they are, it's easy to find Lux to take care of them. The PXs do a terrific sale on Lux Flakes.
Yeah, but what do the whacks do about hot water?
Mr. Kennedy, I'm surprised at you. Why, they don't need it. You never use hot water on rayon undies. Why, you could ruin the color. Lukewarm Lux studs do a perfectly swell job, and undies stay lovely lots longer that way.
3 times longer, isn't it?
Well, that's exactly what tests showed. You should see the slips they tested. The difference is simply amazing. Handling a slip roughly and using strong soaps and hot water makes the color fade much too soon. The very same kinds of slips washed the Lux way, why, you could hardly tell them from new.
So keep your slips new-looking longer the gentle Lux way. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of In Old Chicago, starring Dorothy Lamour as Belle, Robert Young as Diane, and John Hodiak as Jack. A year has passed, and Molly O'Leary is still at her wash tub and ironing board. But for her 3 sons, there have been many changes. Bob, the youngest, is a brand-new father. Jack is no richer than he was, but his courage as a lawyer is spreading his fame throughout Chicago. And Diane, plunging into the greatest gamble of his life, is about to reap the rewards. The lavish cafe which he and Belle Fawcett have built has just opened its mahogany doors. And among the multitude of first-night guests is the politician, Gil Warner.
Come into the office, Gil.
Here, I hope you don't mind my pulling you away from all those friends of yours, son. My, Jim Dandy place you've got, Diane.
Shall I close the door?
Maybe that would be a good idea. Yes, sir, I'm proud of you.
You're being too nice, Warner. I'm suspicious.
I'm not sore, Diane. Live and let live, I say. And how's Belle? I don't blame you for taking Belle away from me. Great girl. I'd have married Belle if I'd had the chance. Do you know that?
Come on. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind? Son, I'm thinking of running for mayor. You see, I've been electing mayors so long, I figure I'd like to elect myself.
Well, where do I come in?
I'm telling you where. Now, if I wanted to, I could give you a lot of trouble, boy. Build a cafe even bigger than this one. But I don't want to fight. If you say the word, I'll even close the hub.
Give Belle and me an open field,
This is a nice place, son, but a tinderbox. Touch a match to it accidentally, it'll go off like a Roman candle. But pulling together, there's plenty of room here for you and Belle and me.
Well, it sounds fine, Warner, but naturally there's a little expense involved. And right now, with the opening and all...
I took the liberty of bringing along my check for $10,000. There'll be more between now and election time.
As I was saying, I think things will work out very nicely, Your Honor.
Yes. Yes, you're a smart boy, Diane. Nice and smart. Now, how about my saying good evening to Belle, huh?
Why, she'd be sorry if you didn't. We'll see her backstage. She's singing in a couple of minutes.
Belle.
Hello, Gil. I'm so glad you came.
You know, Diane, I always said she was the best looker Chicago ever saw.
Thanks, but I also sing.
I just want you to know that I'm going to get you back if I can. But it looks as though it won't be to the hub.
Gil's closing the hub, Belle, for good.
But why?
Oh, you better get out there. That's your music.
Yes, but...
I'll tell you about it later.
I'll never let you cry over me. You never know how nice I can be. I'll never tell you how much I'm in love. You'll never know who I'm thinking of. I'll never let you stand in the rain. I'll never let you kiss me again. But if you do, you know you won't go back. I'll never let you go.
Better than ever.
Thanks. Now, what's Gil up to? Has he gone crazy closing the hub?
We just talked a few things over in the office. Let's go back and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, what about an encore?
Oh, let him wait. This is more important.
Check, Diane? You're taking his $10,000?
Well, the check's good, isn't it?
Well, you know very well how Gil feels about us. Ever since I left his place, he's been boiling. And now you want to help him get even. Don't you know what he can do to us if he's mayor?
What makes you think he's going to be mayor? Look, if necessary, I'll even vote for Warner myself. But I've said nothing about how the patch will vote.
But that's...
Politics. Gil would knife me if he could, and I simply mean to beat him to it.
You dirty dog.
Oh, but you love me.
Certainly not.
Come on, say it before I...
Of course I love you.
That's better. I've got all the world, Belle. You and this place and Warner on the run and... Yeah?
It's Jack. Can I come in?
Jack?
Well, don't look so surprised. We may not agree in politics, but you don't think I'd miss your opening, do you?
Thanks. Oh, Belle. Well, you're finally meeting him, my brother Jack.
It's about time.
It certainly is. And now Dion isn't the only member of the family who thinks you're beautiful.
Hey, now, take it easy.
Well, Dion, got licked in court again today.
So I heard.
One of your boys, Mitch Stacy. He was guilty, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Got away, though. I give you credit. You're awfully slick.
What's all this about?
It's simple, Belle. I've been made a special prosecutor. With election coming up, I've been trying to crack down on all those phony votes in the patch.
Mitch was dumb enough to be caught registering for the third time under another different name.
And naturally, I put a witness on the stand who knew Mitch. She testified beautifully. And then Dion's lawyer made a mucky out of me.
I shouldn't think that would be easy.
Oh, so easy. This woman, my witness, was married to Mitch years ago. They never got a divorce.
And when Jack wound up his case, all we had to do was remind the judge that a wife can't testify against her husband.
So I lost. But someday, Dion, I'll start winning my cases.
That's the way to talk.
Strange, isn't it, Belle? Dion on one side and me on the other, fighting each other. Say, look, Belle, why don't you let Dion bring you up to the house sometime? You really ought to meet Ma.
I'd love to.
And do one more thing for me. Keep an eye on this fella. He's getting up in the world so fast it might go to his head. And I'd kind of hate to have to knock it off.
I'll try.
Well, I've got some work to do.
Oh, but we're going to have a party.
I hope to, too. A reform party. See you soon.
Goodbye, Jack.
Bye.
Oh, he's swell, Dion.
Don't make him any better.
It was nice of him wanting me to meet your mother.
I've been thinking about that myself.
Don't. I understand how she feels about me.
Oh, Ma's all right. A little old-fashioned, maybe, like Jack.
He's real, Dion. He believes everything he says. Can you imagine the mayor Jack would make if he had half a chance?
Well, he could have had half a chance if he hadn't mixed up with that reform crowd. With my help, he... Wait a minute. I've got an idea.
What?
I just figured out how to spend Gil Warner's check. Honey, this is the best yet. Come on, I've got to see some of the boys.
Gentlemen, I agree with everything you've said, but I still don't understand. This delegation, what is it you want me to do?
We canvassed the field thoroughly, Mr. O'Leary. You're the man we want to run for mayor.
That's right. But I don't know you. I don't even know who you represent.
The respectable people of Chicago, the people who want an honest city.
And that's why we've organized this reform party. It's a great opportunity for you.
Well, you've got a chance to carry every district, except perhaps Gil Warner's patch.
But your brother's influential there, Mr. O'Leary. Surely he'll support you.
I'm afraid we can't count on my brother. We O'Learys are a strange tribe.
Will you do it, Mr. O'Leary? Chicago needs you.
Thanks. I'll do it. We may not win, but we'll put up a fight they won't forget. Yes, I'll run for mayor.
What did he say? What answer did he give you?
Well, his answer was yes. Your brother's going to run.
Good. Great. And when you suggested that I'd support him?
Well, he said he was afraid we couldn't count on you.
Well, at least he's agreed to run. That's the first step.
Well, what worries me, boss, is can you control him once he's in? He's a pretty stubborn Irishman.
You leave that to me. We O'Learys are a strange tribe.
Funny, he said the very same words.
You know, this is the first time you've been to my office?
Third time. But since you made up your mind to be our next mayor, you're never here. Well, how's it going?
A month ago, I thought I might have a chance. Now I don't know, and the time's getting close.
Yeah, and I want to help you.
Help? You?
Why not? Of course, I couldn't support you openly.
You know how I feel about the patch.
Of course. No strings attached.
The fact you're my brother isn't going to mean a thing.
Oh, stop arguing, will you?
If you stood in the way of something I felt should be done, I'd go after you as fast as anyone else. I'm in dead earnest, Dion. I've got great hopes for Chicago, and that means wiping out the patch.
Jack, I don't need a speech. Save it for your rally tonight.
I just wanted to be sure you know exactly how I stand.
And now that that's over, how about lunch?
Fine. Incidentally, why don't you get Belle and come over to the house tonight and take Ma for a drive?
Because you know Ma.
Oh, we'll get a couple of beers under her belt. Belle's grand. We've got to make Ma meet her.
Okay, but heaven help us if it doesn't work out. Gee, that was good, Ma. You're still the best cook in Chicago. Here, have some more beer.
Well, a drop, perhaps. Thank you, lad.
You know, Dion, you should bring Belle home for dinner sometime.
What's that?
I've met her, Ma. I think she's fine.
I'll meet no girl that's the talk of the town, and her kicking her heels in the air for anyone to see. Oh, when you were a little one, Dion, and me over a tub, I used to dream of the day when you'd bring me home a sweet one, and her all blushes, and present me with fine grandsons that would be like sons of my own, only better.
Well, Ma, it's my own life.
sure. It's there.
Hey, Diane.
Yes, Bob?
Your carriage is here.
Oh, thanks.
Look, Ma, why don't you finish your beer and then you and Diane go for a ride, huh?
And why not you two?
Because there's a rally in the armory.
Oh, and I forgot.
And I'm supposed to speak. How about it, Ma?
I'll do it. And back in time to go to the rally.
Yeah, don't worry about the dishes. Gretchen and I'll do them.
See? I'll get your coat and hat.
Drink up, old lady. I've got a real surprise for you.
Indeed.
Sure. Two of the fastest stepping mares you ever saw. Take you all over town.
I prefer to see the lake.
Okay, the lake.
An elegant carriage, Diane. Elegant.
Now, before you get in, just close your eyes. Keep them closed now. I'll open the door. Up one step. That's it. And there you are. Get going, Joe.
Oh, and such lovely cushions. Oh, it's just
Hello.
Ma, this is Miss Fawcett. This is Belle.
A trick. You tricked
But
me.
you're going to see a lot of Belle, so you may as well get used to it.
The devil I will. I'm getting out.
Oh, stop being so stubborn.
Stop the horses or I'll give you the licking of your life.
I'll get out, Diane. You go along with her.
Sit still, both of you. Keep going, Joe.
Stop this contraption. Stop or I'll jump out.
Sit down.
Oh, wait till I get you alone, Dion O'Leary.
I'll have a few things to say to him myself.
Oh, you will you?
I wanted to be nice. I wanted you to like me. But that Irish lunkhead son of yours, what does he think he's doing to me?
Belle, please.
So, my son's an Irish lunkhead. And how would you like to be treated? You with your grand manners.
Like any girl who's going to be his wife has a right to be treated.
Dion, I'll never marry you. Never. And now if you'll stop this thing, I'll be taking my leave.
Pull up, Joe.
Okay, boss.
Never mind. I'll get out.
You'll do no such. It's you he'd be saving the wear and tear of walking, not me.
Ma, please.
And a fine good night to you, I'm sure.
Oh, how could you do this, Diane?
Well, I didn't think Ma'd act like that.
You'd better go get her, Diane, and take her to the rally. She shouldn't miss Jack's speech. When it's over, I'll meet you at the cafe.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Belle.
Forget it.
Hello, honey. How's business?
All we can handle. How'd it go at the armory?
The rally? Not much better than you and Ma in the carriage.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, Warner had the place packed. They broke it up before Jack finished.
Oh, that's awful. Jack's no politician. He'll never beat Warner.
Never say never about politics.
What are you up to now?
What would happen if all Gil Warner's ward heelers and poll watchers failed to show up 3 days from now?
Fail to show up on election day?
That's right. If that happened, Warner wouldn't stand much chance of winning, would he? That's why I'm having a little talk with the police commissioner.
Well, you won't have to go far. He's waiting now up in your office.
I know it. I told him he'd better be here when I got back.
I can't do it, Diane. I can't throw them in jail.
Why?
Why, there's too many of them. Hundreds. Besides, Gil Warner's my friend. I'll be ruined.
For doing your duty? They're crooked, the whole lot of them. Oh, come, Commissioner, be a man.
Warner killed me. Besides, what you're asking is against all my principles.
You get $100 a week for doing what I tell you to do.
None of that. Every cent was in cash.
Oh, sure, but every week a different man brought it to you.
Meaning exactly what?
Meaning that I've got a dozen witnesses if you ever get any ideas that I don't like.
What do you want me to do?
On Monday night, the night before election, Gil Warner's giving the biggest party the patch has ever seen. Plenty of free liquor and food. Everybody will be there. Then somehow a fight's going to start.
Yes, I see.
I'll take care of that. Your job is to be standing by with every cop in Chicago. Because Gil Warner and all his boys are going to spend Election Day in jail.
Where's the commissioner?
Gone to the sanitarium, Mr. Warner.
Where? What sanitarium?
Can't give out the address, sir. Doctor's orders.
Where's Judge Bender, then? Get him in here.
Judge Bender left on a hunting trip, sir. All the judges went on a hunting trip. They've organized a hunting club.
Then Senator Colby. Get off that chair and find Colby.
Yes, sir.
Where do I come on your list, Gil?
Dion. Oh, just the man. I'm tied hand and foot. Every man in this jail controls 20 votes. Enough to swing the election and not one of them at the polls. What am I going to do?
You're going to stop squawking.
What did you say?
You're through, Gil. I've sold you out. Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
You can put Mr. Warner back in his cell. Sorry to rush off, Gil, but I've got a vote to cast for Jack O'Leary.
Jack, I can't tell you how happy I am. Congratulations.
I licked him, Belle. I licked the machine.
You did that yesterday. Don't you believe it yet?
No, doesn't seem possible. Where's Diane?
Oh, it's a little early yet. He'll be here soon.
Belle, I'm here to plead for your help. I'm going to clean out the patch.
This place, too?
Yes.
But all of Diane's money is tied up in it, Jack. Mine, too. We've a long way to go before we get it back.
That's why I'm here. To tell Diane if he doesn't see it my way, there's going to be trouble. He's a great person. He can go anywhere, do anything, if only he gets on the right track. Belle, I want to see him marry you, have a home and kids. Start to live.
Don't you think that's what I've been hoping for?
Enough to help me now?
Help you do what?
Diane couldn't stand a public investigation. You know how he operates. But if I can't bring him to his senses, that's what I'll have to do. I'd like to use you as the chief witness against him. Let you tell the whole story of how he's run things down here.
How do you feel about that, Bell?
I'm glad you're here, Diane. I just want you and Bell to understand my position.
Thanks. I think we catch on.
I told you this before the election, and I promised it to the people who made me mayor.
I made you mayor, not the people.
You?
Sure. I sent that delegation to see you. I paid for the campaign, ran it, framed it, threw Warren and his gang into jail. Even voted for you myself.
I don't believe it.
It's true, Jack.
Why did you do it?
Oh, a lot of reasons. I wanted to see if I could. Or maybe it was because I wanted to see Ma's face when she rode with you down the avenue last night.
All right, you elected me. But I'm mayor anyway.
And I'm Chicago. I'd hate to have to kick you out.
You'd better listen to him, Diane.
What are you going to get out of this?
Nothing. But I happen to have sense enough to see what Jack's after, even if you haven't.
Okay. But if you've gone in for reform, Belle, I guess we won't be seeing much of each other.
You're not walking out on Belle.
Oh, no, she's the one who's walking out, Jack. Now, go ahead. Investigate.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Before the curtain rises on Act 3 of In Old Chicago, we go to a city humming with war industries. It's early in the morning at the small apartment of two girl war workers.
Oh, dear, am I sleepy. Stop ringing. Oh, where is that darn clock?
What's the matter, Sue?
Oh, it's under the bed somewhere.
I'll get it. Ouch. There. I got a nice big bump on my head just for you, and... Oh, I ruined my last pair of stockings.
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it seems like every time I move, a stocking goes pop.
Well, I hate to say I told you so.
Now, don't start telling me about Lux. How about another pair of stockings?
You're going to get them.
From you?
From me. And I'm going to wash them for you. Wash them in Lux. Yes, Lux Flakes. And if you don't avoid a lot of those runs, I'll eat my alarm clock.
Did Susie have to eat her alarm clock? Here's Peg 2 weeks later.
Say, kid.
Yep.
There's something in that Lux talk after all.
Sure. Why, they say they made ever so many tests.
Oh, forget about the tests. Look at me. No runs for ages.
That's what I mean. Those strain tests showed that Lux makes stockings last twice as long. It's like getting an extra pair every time you buy one.
Sue is right. It certainly pays to use Lux Flakes for your stockings, whether they are rayon, cotton, silk, or your last precious nylons. Rubbing with a cake of soap or using strong soap makes stockings go into runs ever so much faster. So here it is in rhyme. For extra wear from every pair, use safe Lux Care. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, you're all invited backstage to meet our stars in person. Now here's the third act of In Old Chicago, starring Robert Young as Diane O'Leary, John Hodiak as Jack, and Dorothy Lamour as Belle Fawcett, who now relates our story.
There was no choice open to Jack O'Leary. Whatever feeling he had for Diane or for me, he flung aside in his determination to blast every crooked element out of Chicago. Senator Colby fled to safety in Canada, and the next day Jack asked the grand jury for indictments against Gil Warner and Diane. His plans for me were different. I was to help him. But when the time grew close, the thought that my testimony would send Diane to prison was too much for me. Early one night, I slipped away to the railroad station. There was a train leaving for New York.
Running away won't help you, Belle.
Diane.
It won't help Jack either.
But I can't tell them what I know, Diane. They'll send you to prison.
That's not as bad as losing you.
How did you know I was leaving?
I still have a few friends among the police. They've been watching.
Diane, I'd better get on the train while I can.
Just let me say one thing.
Please, Diane.
I don't ask you to forgive me. I guess I've said and done things you can't forgive, but you've got to believe this. I love you, Belle. I'll always love you.
It's over, Diane. It has to be.
You can't change in a moment any more than I can. I can't do without you, Belle, and in some strange way, I think maybe you need me, too. I want you to marry me. Now, tonight. Say yes, Belle, please.
You know I will, don't you? I can't use reason against you, darling. I never could.
Don't try. Oh, Belle. I know just the man to marry us. Jack, his first wedding.
Oh, darling. Don't ever let me leave you again.
by the right of authority in me, vested by the state of Illinois, I pronounce you, Diane O'Leary, and you, Belle Fawcett, lawfully married husband and wife. Well, it doesn't say so in the book, but I think a kiss comes next.
Come here, Mrs. O'Leary.
I wouldn't take $1 million for this moment. Hey, this makes us kissing kin, too, Belle.
I wish your mother would say that.
Oh, she will.
While we're all here, there's just one other little matter I'd like to clear up.
It'll keep.
Not for long, it won't. Jack, wife can't testify in court against her husband, can she?
Diane.
Do you still want Belle to appear tomorrow?
You dirty rat.
How could you, Diane? How could you?
Well, now, wait a minute, honey. Our getting married's got nothing to do with the jam I'm in, or was in.
Don't lie anymore, Diane. Don't.
I'm not lying. Marrying you is the best thing I ever did in my life.
At least the shrewdest.
Oh, don't say that. But if marrying you now could stop you from testifying, and if Jack was dumb enough not to see it...
Get out of here. Get out.
Come on, Belle.
I'm not going, Diane.
I said come on.
Take your hands off her.
Give it away, Jack, or I'll...
I'm sorry, Belle. I'll take you home.
Jack left me at my hotel. I was dazed. Tears didn't help, nor calling myself every kind of a fool. How could I believe that Diane said? And yet, how could I not believe him? There always are men like Diane and always women like me. He could do anything in the world to me, I think, and I still would love him. But as I thought what next to do, something was happening at the O'Leary home that changed all our lives.
Ma, where are you?
We're in the barn feeding a cow.
Oh, come snell, Ma.
Stop that heathen jabbering and talk sense.
Oh, bitte, Mutter, bitte, come.
Hey, what? They did it. Diane and Belle got married.
What?
Yeah, Jim Fellows just stopped by to tell us. He was there at the city hall and there was a fight. Diane and Jack.
Married? Fight? Talk sense.
Oh, that's all I know, but I'm going after him and find out.
Wait, I'll go with you. That Diane fighting and marrying that creature behind my back.
Well, get ready, Ma. I got the buggy out in front.
I could be driving downtown, but no matter.
Climb in, Ma. And hold tight. Yeah, boys.
Bob, Mutter, wait.
Who there?
Now what?
The barn, look, fire. The barn's on fire.
Heaven help us. I left the lantern there.
Get the baby, Gretchen. I'll go after the cow. Ma, water, bucket, as many as you can. O'Leary's barn! Ring the alarm bell. Somebody sound the alarm.
It's burning. It's burning.
Fire!
Hello, boys. Hello, Diane.
Come in, Warner. Have a drink.
I was hoping you'd say that. But don't look so suspicious, boys. I'm here all alone, and I'm not out for trouble.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you, Gil? After what I did to you?
Oh, water over the dam. Someday you'll make it up to me, son. You're too smart not to.
Sure, someday. Here.
I heard you just got married, son. Where's the... Something else you may not know. Your brother just swore in 500 deputies. They'll be coming down here to run us out of the patch.
Nobody's running me out of the patch.
Well, I didn't think so, but you know what he said? He said he wouldn't leave a stick or stone standing here.
Well, let them come. We'll be ready for
That's
them.
it, Diane. Since once was Chicago afraid of police.
Let Jack start it, then heaven help him. Drink up, boys. It's on the house. Drink up.
Diane!
Yeah?
Fire! There's a big fire over on Coleman Street. The whole street's going.
So he couldn't wait, could he?
Burning us out. The mayor is burning us out.
Yeah, he said he'd get us.
Yeah, it'd take time to condemn the patch legally. He couldn't wait. Stay here, all of you. I'll be back in a little while.
Wait a minute. You can't go after him alone.
Get all the boys together here. I'll be back. The mayor's asked for a fight, and I'm going to see that he gets it.
Mighty funny business.
What is?
Oh, nothing. Except those O'Leary brothers have pulled some awful fancy tricks. And I wouldn't put it past them to do it again.
Oh, you're crazy, Gil. You heard what Diane said. No one's going to burn him out, brother or no brother.
I hope not. But I'd like to be certain.
Gil's right. We got something to say about this, all of us.
Now, listen to me. I say we can't wait until Diane gets back. We got to work fast. Now, clear out of here, all of you. Spread the word around. Get every man you can and meet at the armory. If Diane wants to help, that's fine. But Diane or no, we're going to get Jack O'Leary.
Diane came first to my hotel. I wouldn't see him. He stood outside my door shouting something about a fire and begged me to leave. His lies, I thought, were becoming more shabby. And then he said he couldn't wait. He had to get to the patch to find his mother. When he was gone, I went to the window. He hadn't lied. I could see the city hall. There were men on the roof pointing to the terrible red mass that was leaping closer and closer to the heart of the city. And among the men was Jack O'Leary.
The patch is like tinder. There hasn't been a drop of rain in over 2 months.
Well, we can't control it. There's too much wind. Look, it's jumping ahead, blocks at a time.
Here's General Sheridan, Mayor.
What do we do, General?
There's only one thing we can do. Make a fire break at the edge of the patch. Blow out that entire section along Randolph Street. Fight the fire with dynamite, but fight it.
Then mobilize the militia. Swear in all the deputies you need. Clear out the patch. Send the people north, right down to the lake. Requisition all the food stuff they'll need. Donovan, Johnson, Muller.
Right here.
Get to a telegraph. Call Milwaukee, St. Louis. We need every piece of fire apparatus they can send us. Wire Washington will need relief, maybe even federal troops. And keep me advised.
Where will you be, sir?
Down at the patch with General Sheridan. Bob! Where's Ma?
Gone to the north side. Gretchen and the baby are with her. They had to go. Our house was the first to burn.
You crazy fool. Why did you let him do it?
Do what?
Jack started the fire.
Jack hasn't been near here. The fire started in our barn. Cal must have kicked over the lantern.
Bob, they'll kill him. They'll kill Jack.
What are you talking about?
Every gang in the patch. They all think Jack started the fire to burn us out. We've got to stop them. We've got to find him.
Where is he?
I don't know, but I know where that mob is. They're waiting for me. Come on.
Hurry, you men. Get that dynamite planted. Set the fuses.
Sergeant? Yes, sir. Move back. All police lines back a full block. No one gets through here.
Yes, sir. I want 20 men here, Corporal. Clear this street.
How many ease? On the double. Let me through here. Let me through.
Get back. We're going to dynamite.
Dynamite?
Fire break. Open up now. Back, everybody. Let us through the lake. We've got to get to the lake.
Diane.
Gil Warner and his mob are somewhere around here. We've got to find them.
Hey, look. There's Jack.
Jack!
I told you to clear out.
My brother. I've got to get to him.
Hey, Jack!
Bob, where's Ma?
I don't know. Come here, quick. Gretchen, the baby. They left for the lake.
Jack, listen, I've got to talk to you. I've taken all I'm going to from you. Get out of here. They're after you, Jack. They're going to kill you. We're dynamiting the patch, and nobody's going to stop us. Not you or anyone else.
Jack, you don't understand.
I understand he owns that cafe across the street. He'd do anything to save it.
Gil Warner and his mob are out to get you. They all think you set the fire to wipe out the patch.
It's my fault. I thought you did too, Jack. You've got to believe me.
Hey, there they are. They're coming. Warner's gang.
All right, let them come. I believe you, Dion. All that matters now is that we're together again and thinking alike. Let them come.
Just like I told you, the old Erie.
Man, listen. The fire was an accident. My brother had nothing to do with it.
Stop it, Dion. We know different. Clear the streets. We're going to dynamite.
Get your men out of here, Warner.
No, we're not moving there. We live here in the patch. It's not all burned out yet. Then we're not going to let the dynamite.
We're trying to save the city.
Then save it. Touch off that dynamite, though, and you blow us up with it. We're not budging.
They're all set, Mayor. Everybody's out of the area. Say the word. I'll send in the man to light the fuses.
Hold them back, Jack. I'll light them myself.
You got rocks, boys. Use them. Yeah, you got rocks, boys.
Dian's hit. They've hit him.
Anybody else want to light those fuses?
That's exactly what I'm going to do, Warner.
I'm with you, Jack.
Close in here, men. Close in. It'll be one of you against 10 of us, General. I'm warning you. Keep those troops away. Close in.
Dion!
He's unconscious.
Get him out of here, Bob.
Where are you going?
Pick up where he left off. I'm lighting the fuses.
He's lighting the dynamite, Gil. He's lighting it. Get him, Rondo. Get him. Hurry, Gil. All right, boys. Get in there and pull out those fuses.
That's only the first charge, Warner. I'm not dead yet.
Get back, boys. Get back. We're too late. Run!
As I fought my way through the burning street and crashing timbers, I heard the explosions. I knew they meant the end of the patch, but I didn't know until later that they also meant the end of Jack O'Leary. The panic was on now. A panic of screaming, fighting humanity, struggling insanely against the inferno, and themselves in a frantic surge toward the safety of Lake Michigan. I was carried along like a leaf in a millstream. And then I fell. As I got up, I saw her lying under the wreckage of the fallen wall. No, girl. No, go on. Go on, stay yourself. Mrs. O'Leary, please, you must try. Lean on me, we'll make it. It's my leg, Oh, you. It's you. Give me your arm, hurry.
I'll not be owing my life to you.
I won't leave you.
You would die on you.
Yes, it was the only way he could save the patch, so he married me.
He loves you. You turned him against his own people.
He doesn't love me. Please, we must get out of here.
No, I can't. I'm done for. Get away while you can.
You're his mother. I won't leave you. I can't. I'll get help. Someone will help us. Someone.
Look out, girl!
Diane, any word of them?
No, not a trace. Ma nor Bell. I've been all over the North Shore.
Gretchen and the baby are still in the tent. Stay with them. I'll look.
No, I'll try the South Shore.
Diane, look. Bell. It's Bell and Ma. They're alive. They're safe. Ma!
Oh, lad. Diane. Oh, heavenly praise.
Bell.
Oh, my darling. And Ma.
Oh, ashes and bandaged, but we're living.
Diane. Oh, Diane. And the others?
Where are they? Where?
Gretchen and the baby. They're all right, Ma.
And Jack?
Ma,
He's dead.
Yes.
You made it up with him.
Sure, Ma. I made it up with him.
Then I'll not be weeping. There's a living that need looking after. Go to your wife, boy. Go to my daughter. Don't stand there gawking at me. It's she who loves you, Diane. And in her love for you, saved me.
Belle.
It's gone, Diane. The whole city. Jack's gone with it. But what he stood for will never die. It was a city of wood, and now it's ashes. But out of the fire will be coming steel. We'll live to see it, and our children will see it. And he'll have his dreams. Nothing can stop this city now any more than it could stop him. Yes, the O'Learys are a strange tribe. What they set out to do, they finish. I know. I'm one of them.
Before our stars return for a curtain call, here's Libby Collins, and looking very thoughtful.
You know, I was wondering, John, were you a brunette when you were a baby?
Gosh, I don't know. But my relatives insist I was the reddest thing they ever saw.
That's just it. Most babies aren't really beautiful when they're tiny, so they need a little showmanship to set them off.
How do you mean?
Oh, by sticking to becoming colors, just as smart grown-ups do. Now, pink, for instance, can make a red-faced baby look even redder.
Well, what would you suggest for the crib and creeper set?
Flattering pastels. Canary yellow is lovely for a dark-haired darling. Light blue sets off a blonde. And a redhead would be irresistible in sea green. Always pastels, of course.
Strong soaps could easily ruin those delicate colors.
It'd be a shame to spoil dainty baby dresses and sweaters with harsh treatment like strong soap and hot water. And that goes for blankets and washable bassinet trimmings, too. All those pretty color things need gentle Lux care to keep the colors lovely longer.
Don't babies still wear lots of white, too?
Mm-hmm. Shirts and diapers need Lux care, too, so they'll stay soft and comfy.
Then, if you've got a baby at your house...
You ought to have a big box of Lux Flakes there. Lux is safe for little woolies and pretty dresses alike. And so thrifty, you'll want to use it for all baby things.
And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Our stars, Dorothy Lamour, Robert Young, and John Hodiak, come to the Footlights for their curtain calls. And all three of you deserve a bouquet for tonight's performance.
Thank you, C.B.
There's only one thing that bothers me about tonight's play, C.B.
What's that, Bob?
Well, I understood that Mrs. O'Leary's cow was just a myth.
Well, you wouldn't expect the cow to be a myth, sir, would you?
Oh, John.
I mean, that business about the cow kicking over the lantern. That's an exploded theory.
It certainly exploded with a bang.
So did that gag.
Yes. You mean, Bob, that the cow's a lot of bull?
You too?
Well, if you're going to cross off Mrs. O'Leary's cow, who did start that fire, Bob?
Well, don't look at me.
Well, maybe they rubbed two Boy Scouts together.
What's your theory about the fire, Dottie?
Well, all I know about fires is the one I had in my dressing room the other day. The firemen were there 6 hours.
6 hours to put out a fire in your dressing room?
No, 1 hour to put out the fire. 5 hours to put out the firemen.
Speaking of dressing rooms, Dottie, I understand Paramount has just released your new Technicolor picture, Rainbow Island.
That's right, C.B. But a more important bit of news right now is what you're going to have for your 10th anniversary next Monday night.
Yes, what did you pick for next week, C.B.?
Well, Bob, as you know, I didn't do the picking myself. Thousands of listeners sent us their suggestions from all parts of the country. From those suggestions, we're going to pick many plays and stars for our 10th anniversary season. And the one we have for Monday night is especially appropriate. It's the first play ever presented on the Lux Radio Theater. A drama that has touched the hearts of millions of our listeners. Seventh Heaven. With 2 stars requested so often in your letters, Jennifer Jones and Van Johnson. One of the great love stories of all time. Seventh Heaven is laid in wartime Paris, a city that once again symbolizes hope and love and freedom to all the peoples of the earth.
Sounds like a wonderful birthday present, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You certainly kept the home fires burning tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Van Johnson, Jennifer Jones, and Jean Herschel in Seventh Heaven with Billy Gilbert. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
And now a reminder from Uncle Sam. Christmas packages for overseas must be mailed this week before October 15th to ensure delivery by Christmas Day. Be sure to wrap securely and address plainly. Robert Young appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and is currently appearing in Canterville Ghost. John Hodiak will soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Marriage is a Private Affair. Heard in tonight's play were Cy Kendall as Warner, Janet Scott as Molly, Ruby Dandridge as Hattie, and Tom Holland as Bob. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John N. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Seventh Heaven with Jennifer Jones, Van Johnson, Jean Herschel, and Billy Gilbert.
Fry.
Grand for cake and pie.
Fry.
Every time you fry.
Fry.
It's the shortening by.
Yes, ma'am. New Spry cakes are lighter, better tasting. Spry pastry is so tender and flaky. Spry fried foods are crispier, so digestible. So be a better cook. Bake and fry with Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Seventh Heaven with Van Johnson, Jennifer Jones, Jean Herschel, and Billy Gilbert. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the Ministry of Fear, a network of terror that lays bare the secrets locked in every man's mind, using strange hypnotic torture, relentless, cunning, tangling their quarry in a web of horror until he reaches the brink of madness.
Who speaks? Who said that?
Don't break the circle.
Who told you that? Turn on the lights! Turn on the lights! Turn on the lights! The light!
Cost. Look at Cost. There is no escape from the Ministry of Fear, where menace lurks behind every shadow, where a blind man sees and strikes in the night. Ministry of Fear, starring Ray Milland as a man obsessed by murder, with Marjorie Reynolds as his only hope, through a nightmare of never-ending flight.
Willie asked me if I was falling in love with you.
And?
I said, yes.
I know my record. You can send me back to the asylum on any charge. I don't care what you do with me. I tell you they did it. I ask you for one fair chance to prove it.
Nobody lives here. No cigarettes, no personal belongings, nothing.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Warrior of the Woodlands!
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Sometimes doctors pick strange places to practice. For instance, there's that young doctor, Bruce Hummer, who has his office in the village of Storm Point. Storm Point, of course, is located way up in the Dexter Mountains, way out in the middle of nowhere. In many respects, the people of Storm Point are very superstitious and backward. They live isolated from the world except during the midsummer months when the ice and snow is melted enough to allow free travel. This fellow Bruce went to Storm Point right after he left medical school. It's been very difficult for him most of the time. He's had to battle the villagers. They think he's harming them more than helping them with his newfangled methods. After all, you don't go from sulfur and molasses to penicillin without some objection being raised. Now, Dr. Bruce is paying a brief visit to the town of Knotty Pine. In fact, he's just on his way over to see Bill and the rest of the fellows. Bill, Stumpy, Gray Wolf, and Henry are relaxing a bit at headquarters, and I mean relaxing.
Honestly, every time Stumpy gets in where it's warm, he falls asleep.
He had not in long that time.
Boy, he sure can saw wood. Listen to it. I wonder if I should get him a bale of hay so he can feed his nightmare, huh?
Now, let the old-timer sleep, fellas. When you get his age, you'll sleep in the warm air, too.
Well, I must say, I've never seen the Rangers looking so comfortable.
Bruce Hummer.
Bruce, how are you? Been a long time since we've seen you.
Hello, fellas. Sure good to see you.
How are things up in Storm Point?
Oh, okay, I guess.
You in town for long, Bruce?
I'll be here for a couple of days, Gray Wolf. I've come to get medical supplies and equipment before the pass gets completely filled with snow.
That could happen plenty soon now.
Say, looks like Stumpy's pretty busy there in the easy chair.
Oh, he's got 10 or 12 cords of wood sawed by now, Bruce. He's been at it ever since he came in.
Say, listen, fellas, I've got to run downtown and drop off my orders for supplies. Taking a day or so to get things together and packed. I'll be back in about an hour, okay?
Sure thing. Then we'll all go over to the house and have a real chin fest.
Little does Bruce know that he left Storm Point at the wrong time. Let's take a quick trip up into the Dexter Mountains.
Mayor, I think we ought to send for that young feller. They've discovered another case of sickness in the village.
I know, John, and this is getting mighty serious. Why he had to go off at the wrong time is more than I'll ever know.
Well, I don't know as though he could do much good for the sick. Him and his newfangled ways of treating sickness.
Oscar's got a point there, Mayor. Trouble is, we don't know what this sickness is. Maybe that young doctor of ours could tell us that much. Then Miss J and the other women folk could cure it with their way of doing things.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the old way is the best way. Women folk could do better than Dr. Bruce does. Why, when I wrenched my back, he stuck me under some machine, turned a couple of buttons, and then turned the buttons again later on and told me I'd feel better. You know how I got cured? Well, when I got home, the missus rubbed goose grease and turpentine in my back. That's what fixed me up.
Well, I think we're getting off the subject, Oscar. We've got 5 cases of serious sickness here. What are we going to do about it?
I suppose we ought to try to get a hold of Dr. Bruce. This might be some new disease.
Well, it seems to me, John, that we've had nothing but new diseases since Dr. Bruce came here. And I think Miss Jane and the women folk could do just as well without him.
I agree, Mayor. But just the same, I think I'd better go to the weather station and have them radio Knotty Pine.
Yes, John, I suppose you better do that.
Bruce should be through in half an hour. Then we can go home. I'm getting hungry.
I guess I am too, pal.
Talk about supper, make mouth water.
Me too, Sonny.
Oh, Stumpy, did you finally wake up?
How long did you say before Bruce comes back?
Bruce? How'd you know he was here? I thought you were asleep, and here you were pretending.
You fellas were getting such a bang out of hearing me snore, I hated to wake up and disappoint you.
Stumpy, you old fox.
Hey, Bill, the radio call light is flashing.
Oh, thanks, Henry. I wonder who's calling.
It must be one of the fire towers. Who else could it be? Maybe a ranger's hurt or sick.
Weather station over.
Something about a weather station.
Well, then it's not one of our boys.
You'll call again.
Storm Point weather station calling Bill Jefferson. Come in, Bill. Over.
Maybe somebody wants Bruce.
We'll find out. Bill calling Storm Point weather station. Bill Jefferson calling Storm Point weather station. Over.
Thank the Lord we got you, Bill. Is Dr. Bruce in Knotty Pine? Over.
Bruce left our office about 35 minutes ago. Over.
Can you find him and tell him he's got to come here right away? 5 cases of an unknown sickness have broken out here. Over.
I'm sure we can find him all right. He's probably at the medical supply house. Tell the people in the village we'll get him up there as quick as possible. You fellas wait in the car. I'll run in and tell Bruce the news. Oh, Henry, call the airport and reserve a helicopter for us.
Okay, Bill. Oh, can I help you, Ranger?
Yes. Is Dr. Bruce Hummer here?
Oh, he was here, Ranger, but he left about 10 minutes ago.
You know where he went?
Yeah, he went either to the Main Street Apothecary or Hudson's Pharmacy. He's after a new drug that we don't stock, and both of those places have it shipped in special.
I see. Which one do you think he went to first?
I wouldn't know, sir. Dr. Hummer didn't say.
You have the phone numbers handy?
Yeah, it'll take just a minute to look them up.
Okay, will you call both pharmacies and ask if he's been there? Tell him to stay where he is, and we'll drive to both and catch him there.
I'll be glad to, Ranger. The Main Street Apothecary's at 3rd and Main, isn't it, Bill?
Yes, pal. Step on it, but watch the intersections.
Hey, that car coming against us. Got a doctor's sign on it.
Maybe that Bruce. He have that kind of car.
Yeah, it is Bruce. I can tell from here.
I'll try to throw the light on him. Maybe he'll stop.
No, it did not work. He not know it for him.
Henry, turn the car around and chase him. I'll stop the traffic with the spotlight.
Okay.
Hey, don't run over the curb, sonny. You'll break the wheel off.
Henry, catch Bruce in the next 2 blocks. We're halfway to the Copter Airport from here.
Right.
He sees us, Henry. He's pulling over. I'll get him, fellas.
Were you trying to flash me down before, Bill?
Yes, Bruce. It's an emergency. We got a radio call from Storm Point that 5 cases of a strange sickness have broken out there.
Huh?
They want you to come back right away.
Oh, sounds like an epidemic. Oh, trouble is, it'll take me a whole day to drive back, even if the roads are okay in the mountains.
I've got a helicopter waiting for us, Bruce.
Helicopter? Wonderful. Let's go.
Well, the fellas finally have Dr. Bruce on his way. But let's find out what's happening at Storm Point. The mayor is talking to Miss Jane. She's a kindly lady who spends most of her time caring for the sick in 1,001 ways. For the unselfish service, she's loved by all of the villagers, adults and small fry alike.
Well, how are things coming along, Miss Jane?
Not too good, Mayor. My homemade remedies just don't seem to help this time. Why, the Burgesses have 2 down in their family with this strange sickness. That makes 7 now. Oh, I do wish Dr. Bruce would come back.
He probably won't come. He's having too good a time in Knotty Pine. Besides, he probably won't be much help.
Now, Mayor, I don't think Dr. Bruce went there for a good time at all. I know that most of the folks resent his new ideas. Why, he even scolded me several times for taking medicine into my hands, but...
Yes, yes, I know. He's just as much as laughed the time Si split a chicken in half and put it over his son's rattlesnake bite.
But after all, Mayor, he is a doctor. And didn't he come here to Storm Point to help us?
Maybe so. But when we need him, he isn't here.
He went to get medical supplies, not a pleasure trip. Don't worry so much, Mayor. He'll get here as soon as he can.
We'll be over Storm Point in a few minutes, Bruce.
Ah, good.
I don't know if I'll be able to land, though.
You won't be able to land? Well, why, Bill?
Look down below.
Hey, there's fog down there.
Fog? Now, how do you suppose the fog got in the valley?
That warm air must have been carried over the mountains and down into the valley. And the cold air above is like a blanket over it.
But sure you're not going to turn back now, Bill.
Not if I can help it, Bruce. There's one possibility of getting through that soup. Perhaps the boys at the weather station can talk us in. You think you can talk us in, Neil?
I'm willing to try it, Bill. I've got enough wire and my mic to stand outside. Let me go out and find out if I can hear you.
Okay, Neil. I won't start in until you say so.
I'm going outside now. I won't be able to hear you on the receiver when I'm out. Any instructions you want me to give you?
You'll be able to hear the motors, all right. But I'm turning on the landing lights, too. If you can't see the landing lights over you, then we're fogged in solid.
Okay, Bill. Stand by. Okay, Bill, I'm ready. I can hear you faintly.
Here goes, fellas. I'm going in.
Take it easy, sonny. Those rocks are pretty hard down there.
Can't see your lights, Bill, but you're getting closer. Keep right on your present course.
Boy, I sure hope he's got his hearing aid tuned to the right beam, or he will be buzzard bait for sure.
You're much closer now, Bill. I still can't see your lights yet. Can you drop down some more?
I hope so, Neil, because we're coming down anyway.
Well, I haven't hit anything yet.
Bill, you're okay. Drop down some more. And you'll be able to see to land right here on the street.
All right, Neil. Here goes.
Hey, Bill, I can see the street below us.
That Neil can sure talk a straight beam.
Neil, that was a terrific job. Thanks a lot.
You better give me a sedative now, Doc. Now that it's over, I'm scared enough to have a nervous breakdown. And Bill, don't ever ask me to do that again.
Now, here come the villagers, Bruce. They seem pretty excited.
All right, quiet. Quiet. Quiet, please. Quiet, please, everyone. Now, let's get control of ourselves. Mayor, do you know who the sick people are?
I got the list right here, Doctor. It's in the order that they took sick.
I want to see these people right away. Who's first on the list, Mayor?
The Clift family. Mrs. and 2 children are sick.
All right. The Clift family first. Let's go. Henry, you know where my office is, don't you?
Oh, I sure do, Bruce. Can I get something for you?
Yes. In the back room are some quarantine signs. Bring as many signs as you can carry that have typhoid fever on them.
Typhoid fever?
That's what it is.
Well, I must say we never had sicknesses like this until you came here, Doctor.
Yes, you did, Mayor. Before I came here, people just died. Nobody knew why. Now we do. And we can stop it if we get it in time.
Yeah, how do you expect to stop it?
By the use of vaccine, Mayor.
Some more of that newfangled treatment, eh?
Well, it may be newfangled to you, Mayor, but it saved the lives of countless thousands. And it'll save the lives of your villagers. Bill, will you have somebody go after vaccine? They've got plenty of knotty pine.
Right away, Bruce. Stumpy, Grey Wolf, you fellas take off in the copter and get what Bruce wants. And also pick up the medical supplies he ordered if they're ready.
We get them and be back plenty quick.
Tell Neil to be ready to talk us in again if this fog ain't gone.
Miss Jane, you've been very helpful. I'd suggest you get some rest before you come down with this, too.
I don't need a rest, Doctor.
But you do. Now, you
Oh,
be sure...
please don't send me away, Dr. Bruce. I can be more helpful to you now.
Well, all right. Let's go to the next house. Bill, will you and Henry see that those quarantine signs get nailed to the doors?
Right. Better give me the list so we can follow along. If you need help, Bruce, just holler.
I will. And watch for signs of hysteria among the villagers. Everybody's got to keep calm in a situation like this, or there's no telling where it might end. Well, that family's all right now. Mayor, Miss Jane, you've got to get some sleep. I'll call you if any more cases break out.
All right, Doctor.
Now, you be sure and call me now. I'll be angry if you don't.
I'll do that, Miss Jane. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Rangers.
Good night, Miss Jane.
Miss Jane.
There, my friends, goes an angel in disguise. For years, she's ministered to the sick in this town. Never once thought of compensation.
Typhoid fever is awfully miserable stuff, isn't it, Bruce?
Yes, Bill. Not only can it make you miserable, but it can kill.
Ooh. I get the chills just thinking about those poor suffering patients of yours, Bruce.
They'll be on the mend shortly, Henry. I got here just in time.
Bruce, do you run into lots of resistance here with your modern methods of practicing?
You're thinking about the mayor's remarks?
Yeah.
I thought so. Yes, Bill, the people here are resistant to modern medicine. Part of it is from superstition. The rest from being shut off from the rest of the world 2/3 of the year. Miss Jane is my strongest supporter, and sometimes, well, even she reverts back to the primitive.
I sensed that was about what was going on. Well, there's nothing we can do about it tonight.
Hey, here comes Duffy and Grey Wolf.
Yeah, and the fog's lifted. Oh, they'll be able to land all right.
Oh, wonderful. Now we're prepared for anything that comes. After the fellows get here, we'll put on the feed bag and, well, then get some sleep.
That sounds like an excellent idea. All in favor, say aye.
How's the Perkins baby look, Dr. Bruce?
He is much improved today, Miss Jane.
Those youngsters don't sound like they're sick, Bruce.
Well, if they are, they're the healthiest sick youngsters I've ever treated. Well, let's go on to the next house. Mrs. Clift can be up and around in 2 days, Miss Jane. Nothing strenuous, mind you. Just sitting around the house.
That's wonderful news, Doctor. I'll keep an eye on her so she won't overdo.
Bill, good news. I think the epidemic is over. We haven't had a new case in 10 days.
That's a real morale booster, Bruce. I guess now we can go back to Knotty Pine.
Oh, you're welcome to stay. Let's go back to the office and talk.
Hey, my old boy, sure appreciate finding a chair.
Oh, we go pretty hard for several days now.
Several? I'll have you know it's been 10 whole days, Sonny.
Oh, I'm too beat to care whether it's 10 or 1,000.
I'll get the coffee pot humming in a few minutes, fellas. Sure nice to have your company.
Well, we're glad to have been able to help, Bruce.
Well, I'll say. It's been a real experience.
You're going to get some more experience, I'm a-thinking.
Oh, what you mean, Stumpy?
Well, the way the mayor's galloping up the walk, you'd think a grizzly bear was chasing him. Looks like more trouble to me.
Hey, Dr. Bruce, there's 3 more cases of typhoid fever broken out.
Let's go, fellas. Bill, let's hustle off down the street. I don't want anyone to overhear what I'm saying.
Okay, Bruce. Come along, Henry.
Well, go ahead. I'll catch up.
Well, what's on your mind, Bruce?
Did you notice anything strange about these 3 cases, Bill?
No, I can't say that I did, Bruce. However, I'm not a doctor.
Here, hold my bag a while, will you? I want to show you something on paper.
Okay.
Now, look here.
Mm-hmm.
I've drawn a rough map of the village.
Yeah.
Where I'm putting the X marks is where the 10 cases of typhoid fever have broken out.
Say, they're pretty well spread out, aren't they? I'd say they cover the whole town.
That's just the point, Bill.
You mean because they're spread out, this makes a different pattern than most epidemics?
This is not an epidemic, Bill.
You joking, Bruce?
No, not in the least. I think somebody's carrying the fever wherever they go and contact people.
Bruce, that's terrible. That means some one person is responsible.
Exactly. Someone who's carrying the bacteria in their body and contaminating everything they touch.
How can you be sure, Bruce?
Bill, epidemics aren't sporadic like this. They start in a limited area and then spread out. These cases are already spotted all over the physical area of Storm Point.
I see what you mean. How are we going to find out who it is?
It's got to be very carefully done. But I think we can get all of you rangers to make a survey of the homes where the fever's broken out.
Why do you suppose those rangers are going around and taking all the names of everybody who's been inside the sick homes, Mayor?
And I wish I knew, John. It's some more of that fool doctor's work.
Maybe we ought to stop him.
And I've been thinking about that, Oscar. Pretty soon I'm going to put my thoughts into action. And we'll clamp down on this fella.
Well, let's add up the score, fellas.
All right. Spread out the papers so we can look at the names.
Okay. Now what?
Our job, of course, is to see if we can find the same name on more than one piece of paper.
Oh, I see Mayor's name on 2 pieces of paper.
Why, here's John's on 2.
Oscar's on 4 of them.
But there doesn't seem to be any of them on the whole lot.
Bill, what are you thinking about? You aren't paying much attention.
Bruce, what would a throat culture of the person who is carrying this disease show?
Why, if we took the culture from the tonsils, it would show active typhoid fever bacteria.
And can you see those bacteria through a microscope when they're placed on a slide?
Yes, you can. We can do better than that. We can project upon a screen a picture of those bacteria magnified millions of times.
You mean so that hundreds of people in an auditorium can see them?
Yes, that's what I mean.
That's wonderful. Let's get some cultures from the throats of these folks listed. Have the mayor call all the townspeople together tonight in the village hall at 7:30. We may have something to show them.
It looks like everybody in town's here except the sick, Bill.
Good. You got the projector all set up for these slides, Bruce?
All set, Bill. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Folks,
Quiet down. Bill's trying to talk.
probably all of you are wondering just why we asked you to come here tonight.
That's right, Ranger.
There's no need for alarm, but there are some things you should know, and this is the time for you to find out.
All right, sure. What's happening?
Whether you know it or not, the village of Storm Point is in a very dangerous spot, with a severe epidemic of typhoid fever waiting to break out among you at any time. Fortunately, through the efforts of this young doctor of yours, Dr. Bruce Hummer, that epidemic has been held in check. The doctor states that all the typhoid fever cases broken out so far in Storm Point have resulted from one person carrying this disease to many others, and yet not himself being affected. Now, this kind of thing is well known to medical science. Our job was to find out who was responsible. And today we found out.
Found out? Well, tell us who he is.
Now we want you to find out also. And we're going to do it by means of pictures. Pictures of the actual typhoid fever bacteria. First, as found in the throats of one of your townspeople now lying dreadfully ill. Then a picture of the same deadly bacteria as found in the throat of the one who was innocently carrying the same deadly germ. Now, the first picture I want to show you is a laboratory culture of the typhoid fever. The next picture is of the culture taken from the throat of the carrier. This person is in this room now.
Oh, they're the same. Did you see that?
I can tell by your reaction that you will recognize both cultures as the same. Am I right?
Yes. Who is the person, Bill? Yes, we have a right to know, even if it's me.
That person has to be taken away. He's a menace to the whole village.
Now, will you tell us who this person is?
The person carrying typhoid fever bacteria is a wonderful friend to all of you. It's Miss Jane.
Well, this is certainly a surprise to me. But I'll be glad to go to a hospital.
No, we can't take her away. No.
Listen, folks. Listen.
Listen, everyone, listen. Please don't feel I'll be harmed. I'm sure that Dr. Hummer and Ranger Bill know best.
Well, Miss Jane, how do you like Knotty Pine Hospital?
Oh, just fine, Bill. It's just like a vacation. I don't feel sick at all. It's hard to believe I make everybody else sick.
Well, you won't anymore, Miss Jane. The lab tests are beginning to show negative.
Now, that's wonderful news, Bruce. And Miss Jane, pretty soon you and Dr. Bruce can be back at your favorite job of helping others.
Better than that, Bill. There's no more typhoid fever in Storm Point. And the town folks have come to realize what Dr. Bruce has done for them.
Bill, how did you know Miss Jane was the carrier?
Well, because she was the only one not mentioned on the lists, Bruce. Yet I knew she'd been in all the infected homes because of her kind ways of helping others. The thing was, nobody we talked to seemed to count her as a visitor. She was more like a member of the family or an old friend. And she was the obvious one because her name was conspicuous by its absence.
And that's the greatest tribute Miss Jane could ever receive.
Well, who would have guessed that Miss Jane was making everybody sick that came close to her? Thanks to Bill and his Rangers, Miss Jane can go back to helping others without being dangerous to them. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
I am the voice of the city. I speak for its towers of steel and stone, its miles of teeming canyons, for the thrills of its changing skyline, the pleasures of its amusement centers and parks, the quiet hush of its churches. But more than that, I am the heart of the city that beats with the drama, the comedy, the adventure of people who are part of the magic that is the metropolis. People like Ruth and Arthur, whose wonderful romance began in one moment of enchantment.
What's your name?
Ruth Wood.
Ruth Wood. Ruthie, I can see by looking at you that you're a girl a man can trust. You know, a fella has to be pretty careful in a town like this, particularly a soldier.
Yes, that's the way it all started. But it's more than just a simple love story of two people who met in the rain. Because this romance inspired many lives with new beauty. Ruth's mother, who had almost forgotten how to smile. Grace, who was hungry for companionship. The boss, who had a weakness for a certain blonde. Ruth's father, who dropped out of their lives 10 years ago. The sergeant from Brooklyn, who was on a honeymoon with a shapely dancer from the Garden of Ballet.
With plenty of money and you.
She's great, ain't she? And she wasn't even trying. You ought to catch her at a midnight show. Red hot.
I love you, Ruth. You don't know how wonderful you are. And I love you as if I'd always known you.
You kept every promise, made every dream come true. And that's why I'll always believe in you.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From the Municipal Auditorium in Kansas City, Missouri, on behalf of the 5th War Loan Drive, Swan, the new white floating soap, brings you George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest Dinah Shore, with Felix Mills and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, last week, the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce sent a telegram addressed to Kansas City's favorite singer and intended for Dinah Shore. But by mistake, it was delivered to George Burns. Now, the telegram was an invitation to sing at the opening of the 5th War Loan Drive. So we now find Mr. and Mrs. George Burns in a compartment on a train approaching Kansas City.
Gee, I still can't get over it. They picked me as Kansas City's favorite singer.
Oh, yes, and this is only the beginning, George. You go from one triumph to another. Broadway musicals, the concert stage, grand opera, and finally, a singing commercial for Pepsi-Cola.
Do you think they'll like me in Kansas City?
Well, of course, darling. Well, you'll be the toast of Missouri. Sugar Throat Burns, the Ozark Lark.
Oh, Kansas City, here I come. Right.
George.
Back.
George.
Where?
George.
George.
George. You mustn't tire out those little silver tonsils.
Thanks. I wonder if I'll be nervous singing in that big auditorium in front of 12,000 people.
Well, of course you won't. Just remember that you're up there to sell war bonds. And not only that, but you're helping to increase Kansas City's beef production.
Beef? Beef production?
Well, that's what Bill Goodwin said. He said that when those people hear you sing, they're going to raise the biggest beef in history.
I wonder how he meant that.
Of course, dear. What makes this trip even more thrilling is the fact that we were married right here in Kansas City.
I know. This will be a second honeymoon for us.
Oh, yes. George, let's stop at that same little hotel where we spent our first honeymoon. We'll get the same room.
Okay.
Everything will be just the same. I even want you to wear that same darling little nightshirt.
All right.
Oh, I'll never forget our wedding night when you walked out in that nightshirt. I thought Mother would die laughing.
Yeah, I remember.
Come in.
Hiya, folks.
Hello, Bill.
Say, look what the baggage man found in your trunk, George.
Hello. Tootsie Sagwell, what were you doing in my trunk?
Well, I can explain everything, dear. Tootsie's going to Kansas City to be married. She sent her picture to a man there through the Lonely Hearts Club.
Yes. See, it was a picture just like this one taken in my strapless evening gown.
Hey, Tootsie, that's a pretty daring picture.
Oh, do you think so?
Yes, it shows your face.
Oh, Bill. Pay no attention to him, Tootsie. You're a regular glamour girl.
Oh, are you kidding, Gracie? Now, if you want to see a real glamour girl, just step into compartment A in the next car.
Yeah, who's there?
Dinah Shore.
Well, what's Dinah Shore got that Tootsie Sagwell hasn't got? Put them both in bathing suits on a beach, and how would you tell them apart?
Dinah has a better shoreline.
Gracie, let's go in and see Dinah. I'd like to tell her about being Kansas City's favorite singer.
Well, George and Gracie.
Hello, Dinah. Dinah, we just heard that you were on the train. Where are you going?
To Kansas City.
That's a coincidence, so are we.
Oh, good. Say, I hope you'll come and hear me sing at the Bond rally. I've been chosen Kansas City's favorite singer.
You have?
Well, this is a coincidence. George has been chosen Kansas City's favorite singer, too.
George?
Yes.
Oh, well, I guess I'm supposed to be their favorite girl singer, and George is their favorite boy. Man. Singer of the opposite sex.
Yes, I guess so.
Say, I don't believe I've ever heard you sing, George.
Really? Well, listen. I can't give you anything but love, baby.
Oh, that man must have a lute and a lyre in him. Oh, Dinah, wasn't that beautiful?
Yes, it was magnificent.
Oh, you're just saying I'm magnificent because you're another singer.
Yes, I guess there's a little liar in me, too.
By the way, Dinah, how is your husband, George Montgomery?
Oh, he's just fine, thanks. Say, Gracie, there's another coincidence. You married a man named George, and I married a man named George.
Yeah, you married a big, handsome actor?
And you married a man named George.
Dinah, maybe we ought to get together on our numbers. What are you going to sing in Kansas City?
Well, I thought the folks might like an old favorite. How about this? I'll get by as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain. I'll sit through, and darling, poverty may come to me. That's true, but what care I? As I have you.
Oh, that was lovely, Dinah. And now, George, you sing something for Dinah.
Okay. Oh, Kansas City, here I come. Right.
George.
A bag.
George.
Where?
George. George.
Yes?
George, we're pulling into Kansas City. All out for Kansas City. There's a big crowd waiting.
Oh, wasn't it clever of me, George, the way I sneaked you off the back of the train and into this taxicab?
Yeah. I still don't know why you did it.
Oh, didn't you see that mob of young girls at the station? I didn't want those Bobby Sockers to tear your shirt off like they do Frank Sinatra.
But, Gracie, they wouldn't think I was Sinatra.
Well, they might, with your shirt off.
I was kind of looking forward to getting mobbed a little.
Well, you just wait till tonight. After they've heard you sing, then you'll really get mobbed.
You think so? Say, what happened to Tootsie?
Oh, well, she's out looking for that lonely heart correspondent of hers. Oh, dear, here's our hotel. Driver, pull right up here.
Here you are, driver.
Well, George, there it is. The same hotel you took me to the day we were married.
Yeah, the Packing House Plaza. Rooms, $1.
Gee whiz, the rates have doubled since we were here.
Well, let's go in and get a room.
Oh, wait, George. I'd like to be carried across the threshold just like I was on our wedding day.
Oh, but Grace.
Oh, please, George. Maybe you can find the same bellboy who did it then.
He's probably in the army. Let's go in. I guess that girl is the desk clerk. I'll find out about a room. How do you do? I'd like a room for my wife and myself.
I'm sorry, sir. We don't have a single vacancy.
Oh, but you just have to accommodate us. After all, I picked this hotel when I married my husband. Don't you think you owe me something for that?
I'm sorry. We don't rectify mistakes after 30 days.
Look, I'd like to see the manager.
Oh, he's in Wichita.
Wichita?
Yes, he found a room there.
Let's go, Gracie. Come on.
Oh, gee, I wanted to stop here.
Hey, hiya, kids. Where you going?
Oh, we can't get a room here, Bill.
Oh, well, George, I took care of that for you. I knew you'd want to stop here.
Yeah, how did you do it?
Well, you see that cute little desk clerk with the sparkle in her eye?
Yeah?
Well, her name is Betty Ann, and that sparkle didn't come from eating carrots.
What kind of room did you talk her out of?
Well, I gave her a hug, and she offered me a single room.
Yeah?
I gave her a kiss, and she offered me a double room.
Yeah?
Here's the key to the royal suite.
How did you get that?
Well, gave her a bar Swan soap, George. You know, that's Swan, the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, for bathing the baby, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
So all you did to get the royal suite was hand her a bar of Swan, huh?
Well, tonight we're going to take a little picnic supper out to Swope Park, and after supper we'll stroll over to the lagoon.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, what do you suppose? We'll put the supper dishes in the lagoon and wash them with Swan. Gee, I'll show Betty Ann how those long-lasting Swan suds make short work of washing dishes even in hard water. And I'll tell her that Swan's so mild and gentle, it's not only kind to her hands, but it's wonderful for her complexion, too.
Oh, hello. Here you are, George and Gracie. How you, Bill?
Hello, Dinah. Well, I'll be seeing you folks in the auditorium.
Gracie, Bill told me you were going to stop here, but why this hotel? Why don't you come over to the Mule Box?
Oh, no, Dinah. This is our honeymoon hotel. It reminds me of George.
But it's so old and broken down and... Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, Gracie and I were married right here in Kansas City, Dinah.
Yes. My whole family came to the wedding. And when the preacher said, if there is anyone present who knows why this marriage should not take place, well, you never heard such shouting and screaming in your life?
Gracie's family didn't exactly approve of me.
Oh, Mother cried and cried.
Oh, well, all mothers cry at weddings.
But mine is still crying.
I don't think Dinah is interested in our honeymoon talk, Gracie.
Well, how can I help but talk about it? This hotel brings it back to my mind so vividly. Remember when the bellboy took us to our room and handed us the key and started to leave? That's when you leaned over and whispered those 3 little words in my ear.
3 little words?
Yeah. Tip the boy.
That's right. Well, that's enough. Dinah and I have to be getting over to the auditorium to rehearse. Dinah, I think I'll do my opening number with a lot of rhythm. You know, I can't give you anything but love. Oh, baby,
Oh,
baby.
no, darling. No. Oh, dear, no. Sing it smoothly. You mustn't jerk those delicate tonsils out of position.
Well, what do you think, Dinah?
Well, I agree, George. You did sound pretty jerky.
Well, you two songbirds run along to the auditorium. I'm going over to the Chamber of Commerce and thank the head of the bond rally for inviting us here. Oh, how do you do? Are you the head of the Chamber of Commerce?
No, I'm not.
Oh, well, I wanted to see the chamber head. Well, are you the head of the bond drive?
No, I'm the head of the fat salvage drive.
Oh, you're the fat head. Well, I'm Mrs. Burns, and I just wanted to thank Kansas City for inviting my husband here.
Who is your husband?
Sugar Throat Burns.
Sugar Throat Burns.
For Kansas City's favorite singer. See, here's the telegram you sent inviting him to sing at the bond rally tonight.
Oh, this telegram was intended for Dinah Shore. Your husband must have gotten it by mistake.
Oh, then he isn't Kansas City's favorite singer?
No. You might try Kansas City, Kansas.
Oh, dear, this will break his heart. I better get him out of town before he finds out. I've looked all over the auditorium. Where's George?
In his dressing room?
Well, I just found out that he's not Kansas City's favorite singer.
Really?
Oh, Bill, he won't get over this if he lives to be 100.
Well, so he'll be unhappy for a couple of years. Cheer up, Gracie. Dinah Shore is just getting ready to rehearse that wonderful tune she introduced, Tessa's Torch Song. So let's listen, huh?
I had a man. He was a good man. That is, you see, what I mean is I thought he was a good man. I had a friend. She was a good friend. I told my friend about my man, 'cause I thought she was a good friend. Life was sweet. Didn't I have my man? World complete. Then the fireworks began. Ain't got no man, ain't got no friend. I'll bet you can guess just exactly what happened. That was the end of my friend, the end of my man, and darn near the end of me. Of me.
Sing so beautifully, Bill.
Yeah.
Almost as beautifully as George. And now poor George won't get to sing. Gee, I'm afraid to tell him.
Oh, don't worry, Gracie. He'll get over it.
Oh, you don't know George. When he finds out he's not Kansas City's favorite singer, he might do something desperate.
No.
Why, he's liable to throw himself under the mayor's car and let the oil out.
Impetuous boy.
The poor darling, he's in his dressing room right now rehearsing. Just listen, Bill.
Till that lucky day, you know darn well.
Why, if Kansas City could hear that glorious voice, they'd keep him here forever.
You think so?
Well, if you lived in Kansas City and George sang here, what would you do?
I'd make the San Fernando Valley my home. Well, I gotta be getting out onto the stage.
Oh, dear, I hate to tell George. His face will drop just like his chest did.
Oh.
Gracie, I heard the news about George not singing tonight.
Oh, Dinah, maybe you can fix it. Have George put back on the program.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I can't, Gracie. Besides, I wouldn't worry. It's not a matter of life or death.
Well, no, Yeah. Yeah, yes, it is. That's why you've got to help him. George is in his dressing room right now standing on a chair with a rope around his neck. And if he doesn't sing...
You mean he's gonna...
Oh, yeah, I'll peek in and see if he's all right.
Oh, dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find.
Gee, somebody must have kicked the chair out from under him.
No, that was George singing.
Well, I never would... Oh, Gracie, here comes Mr. Higginbottom, the man in charge of music tonight. Why don't you speak to him?
Oh, Dinah.
Yes, sir.
Better get on stage. We're ready to start.
All right, Mr. Higginbottom. I'll see you later, Gracie.
Mr. Higginbottom, wouldn't you like to have Mr. Burns, the famous radio star, on the program tonight?
Mr. Burns, is he here?
Yes, right in this dressing room. Listen.
Happiness, and I guess all those things you've always pined for.
Well, there you are.
That's wonderful. And he brought along his bazooka.
Oh, no. That was George Burns. He was singing.
He was?
Yes. Won't you let him sing on the program tonight, Mr. Higginbottom?
I'm afraid I couldn't.
Well, couldn't you just let him sing a duet with Dinah Shaw?
I'd rather not.
But singing seems much better than soloist. Now look at the Mary Macs. Where would Mary be without Max? Well, how about it, Mr. Higginbottom?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns. And now, if you'll excuse me, I must get into my office.
Oh, poor George. How will I...
Gracie, I'm so miserable.
Oh, Tootsie, what happened?
It's my Kansas City man. I came all the way from California and I couldn't get him.
Well, Tootsie, you should have wired him.
I did, but he untied himself and got away. I chased him all over Kansas City, but he ran in here and disappeared. I want my Mr. Higginbottom.
Tootsie, did you call him Higginbottom?
Yes, is it a naughty word?
Well, Tootsie, look, you wait right here. I think George may sing tonight after all. Mr. Higginbottom, have you changed your mind about letting my husband sing tonight?
No.
All right. Sick 'em, Tootsie.
Oh, Higgy, come to my arms.
No, take her away. Help.
Yeah, oh. Well, does George Burns sing tonight?
All right, anything. Just call off this woman.
All right, Tootsie, you wait outside for a minute.
All right. Oh, he's a cute little rascal.
All right, Mr. Higginbottom, you can come down now off the chandelier. But remember, my husband sings tonight, even if it's only a duet with Dinah Shaw.
All right, I'll make an arrangement for you.
Oh, good. Make it I Can't Give You Anything But Love, and give my husband the juicy part. You know, lots of cadenzas and fortissimos and tacids and all kind of chords.
Sure. I'll even give your husband a diminished fifth.
A diminished fifth? Oh, no. He couldn't drink half a pint.
Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the Freedom Man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you're enjoying our show, and I know that you people here in the auditorium will be proud and happy to learn that the bonds which you purchased as your admission here tonight totaled $11,283,525. George, Gracie, Dinah, myself, and all of us thank you for letting us help get the Fifth War Loan off to such a rousing start. How about that, Dinah?
You said it, Bill. And I'd like to remind you folks that every bond you bought here tonight is going to make those walls of Fortress Europe come tumbling down a little faster. And the sooner that happens, the sooner our boys will be coming home.
Right, Dinah. And remember, folks, every time you buy a war bond, you're buying a hunk of happy future for yourself and your children.
So let's all get in there and invest every dollar we can possibly scrape together.
And keep backing the attack.
Buy more than ever before.
And now for the grand finale of our show. George Burns is waiting in the wings to entertain you. So, without further ado, I present one of Hollywood's greatest talents, one of the finest artists I have ever worked with. That great entertainer, Mrs. George Burns.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present the musical treat of the century, Mr. Sugarthroat Burns, assisted by Dinah Shaw and Felix Mills in the orchestra, singing that great torch song, I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby. George and Dinah are both great torch singers, but after listening, I'm sure you'll all agree that my husband is the torcher of the two. Incidentally, this arrangement was made by Kansas City's own musical director, Mr. Higginbottom. Well, here they are, George Burns and Company.
I can't give you anything but love,
Baby.
That's the only thing I've plenty of.
Baby.
Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find happiness, and I guess all those things you've always pined for.
G.
I'd like to see you looking swell.
Baby.
Diamond bracelets, Woolworth doesn't sell.
Baby.
Till that lucky day, you know darn well.
Baby. Baby, 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 baby.
I can't.
Baby, baby, bo, 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 bo. Baby, 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 baby. Take it.
Take it. There's nothing left to take. You take it, Felix.
Before we go now, George and Gracie would like to speak to you. All right, Gracie.
Thanks, Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to the invasion news, it makes you feel sort of helpless. Helpless because you realize just what our boys are going through, and all we can do is listen to what is happening. But actually, we can do more than listen. We can help those boys. We can help them by buying war bonds.
Because we've all heard so much about war bonds, and we've all bought them before, we're beginning to take war bonds for granted. We're apt to think, let the other fellow buy them. They'll make the quota all right, but the other fellow was you. Don't forget that without the war bonds you bought in the past, there never would have been an invasion. And don't forget that there's plenty of rough going ahead. Don't let the boys down. They're doing one terrific job.
Let's buy war bonds with every single penny we can spare. This time, let's really back the attack. Let's buy more than ever before.
Our guest, Dinah Shore, is heard every Thursday night over this same network and appeared through the courtesy of Bird's Eye Frosted Foods. Tonight's broadcast, in behalf of the 5th War Loan Drive, came to you from the Municipal Auditorium in Kansas City and brings to a close the current season for George Burns and Gracie Allen. We'll be off the air for 8 weeks, after which the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, invite you to again listen to George and Gracie and the rest of our cast. Be with us, won't you? This program is broadcast to our servicemen and women all over the world through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And now, till next August 15th, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles. KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles. KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles. KNX, Columbia Square, Los Angeles.
Shameless, seductive parrots. All her loves, ladies, her lusty legends. And Toulouse-Lautrec, the man who loved her and gave her immortality. Everything about this picture is marked with greatness. The director is Academy Award winner John Huston, acclaimed for his African Queen. The star is Jose Ferrer, another Academy Award winner, playing Toulouse-Lautrec, fabulous artist, famous lover.
That's why you're acting like this. You're in love with me, and you're jealous.
This is the headstrong, wayward Marie Charlet.
Please, monsieur, say I'm with you.
The girl he met on the Paris streets, who endured his grotesque ugliness to become his first love. And Miriam, the only woman who truly loved him, and the only time he dare not reveal his adoration for fear of her rebuff.
Henri, tell me about Marie Charlet.
What do you want to know?
Were you in love with her?
Let us say that she opened doors for me that might better have remained closed.
In an exciting supporting role is gorgeous Zsa Zsa Gabor as the glamorous Jeanne Avril of the Moulin Rouge.
Listen again to your 17th year in the sun and the rain beside the river
You'll meet them all in this startling, daring love story of the days when Paris was a gay young girl and the whole world was her love. The fantastic La Goulou, her mortal enemy, the tantalizing Aisha, the wonderful Chocolat, the flamboyant Valentin de Saussay.
Get out! Get out!
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Sentinel and Mike Axford, reporter, sat in the living room of Britt's apartment having after-dinner coffee, which Cato was serving as they listened to Don Dunlow, well-known radio commentator.
In the black market beef situation, it's fast becoming a vast business that's helping to undermine the economic structure of our country. I promised you, my listeners, that I track down those in this city who are responsible for the steady influx of black market meat. By broadcast time tomorrow night, I hope to be able to point a finger at least one of the top men in this nefarious business. In spite of the fact that just before I went on the air tonight, I received a warning, a printed unsigned note to lay off or else. Good night.
You have been listening to Don Dunlow, your city news detective.
Shut it off, kiddo.
Say, no, that Dunlow sure has got a lot of nerve, don't he, Reed? In spite of a warning he got, he's going to keep on after them black market guys. You ought to get the cops to give him a bodyguard. That's what I think.
I understand he refuses to have a bodyguard. Wonder just what it is he has on the black market operators.
Hey, maybe if I get to see Dunlow tomorrow before his broadcast, I can get him to give me the dope so as we can put out an extra right after he goes on the air.
Well, Dunlow never gives any tips to newspapers, Axford. If you did get anything out of him, you'd be the first who ever did.
Well, it won't hurt to try, will it?
Well, go right ahead. In fact, if you do get any worthwhile information from Dunlow, I'll give you a bonus. Meantime, Don Dunlow, the radio commentator, left the radio station and walked to his car, which was parked in the station's private parking lot nearby.
Mr. Dunlow.
Yes? What is it?
I have a message for you.
Message for me? What is it?
Just this.
Wise guy.
Radio commentator murdered. Here you are, sir. Don Dunlow shot down in a parking lot. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Central Street.
The following morning, in the city room of the Daily Sentinel.
Hey, now, Reed. What do you think of that killing last night? You think the black market meat racketeers are responsible?
What do you think, Axford? Gunnigan.
Yeah, what do you want, Chief?
Reserve space on the editorial page for a hot editorial on the black market meat racket. I want it to go in the next edition. I'll get it down to you in a half an hour.
Okay, Chief. Looks like they ain't going to stop at anything to keep people from interfering with their racket, Chief.
Yes, Gunnigan. But for once, the Daily Sentinel will keep the issue alive until the racket is broken and the gang rounded up. They've gone too far this time.
And up to now, the cops ain't got a single lead that'll tell them who's behind the racket or who committed that murder.
The killers will turn up eventually. And until they do, as I said before, the Daily Sentinel will not let this matter drop. You can bet on that. In a small but well-furnished apartment on the west side of the city, a flashily dressed man with close-set eyes and thin lips sat behind a desk listening while his husky, rough-looking visitor talked.
Well, I gotta admit, Fleetwood, that you know your stuff. Guys I went to out in the country were all willing to sell when they saw the cash. Rounded up enough beef and pork to make another truckload just by going to the places you sent me.
Of course, Shelley. I knew you would.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. When I first met up with you, I had my doubts. You being so fat and all, I didn't think you'd be smart enough.
You're not here to discuss my physical propensities, Shelley. Get on with your report.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, I got enough for another truckload. Tomorrow night, Dave and I will go out and pick the stuff up.
Very good. You can make delivery to the same place you took the last load.
Okay, boss. Cops are putting up quite a holler about Dunlow being bumped off last night.
Dunlow's untimely death is most regrettable. He was, unfortunately, my favorite radio commentator.
Well, you mean you're sorry you had us get rid of him? Yeah, I don't get it. You yourself told Dave to be sure.
I know. There's no need to repeat the details. Dunlow precipitated his sudden demise by his uncompromising attitude toward the enterprise by which we make our livelihood.
He did? Well, what do you know? I thought he got bumped off for being too nosy.
Shelley, your crude expressions are a manifestation of a shallow mind. I always regret the passing of a clever mind, especially when I instigate the act.
Yeah, sure. Now what? Oh, that's Dave.
Let him in.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Dave. Come on in.
There's something here in the paper for the boss to see.
Don't move like a somnambulist. Give it to me.
I thought you meant anything by that.
Oh, forget it, Dave. It ain't an insult. You don't understand what somebody says to you anyway.
Look there on the editorial page, Fleetwood.
Dave, someday your insolence will be your downfall. What is it you want me to read?
Right there. See?
What's it say, boss?
The heading says black market and murder.
Yeah, but read the rest of it.
It stands to reason those responsible for the recent influx of black market meat are also responsible for the murder of Don Dunlow, the radio commentator, whose untiring efforts were directed toward finding evidence that would lead to and convict the vicious racketeers who are taking advantage of the present shortage of necessary commodities. Their well-concealed but effective method of operation indicates that those bringing in black market meat are directed by one who is cold, calculating, and extremely clever. If they concentrate upon finding him, the police will find the one who instigated Dunlow's murder. The black market meat racket will be broken. There's more, but that gives you the idea, Charlie.
Yeah, and as for me, I don't like what the guy who wrote that says.
The editorial is signed by Vitry, publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
He's just blown off through his hat. Could be. Them newspapers have to have something to write about.
Well, we gave him something last night. I guess maybe that Reed guy ain't no dope, though.
You are correct in your assumption. I'd say he shows a great deal of sagacity.
Yeah? What's that?
Sagacity unites penetrating keenness with judicious foresight, to the end that one possessing sagacity seems sometimes uncannily prescient.
For the love of Mike Fleetwood, will you cut out
your lingo, Dave? Pitt is a wise guy with a lot of foresight, which makes him a dangerous man to deal with.
What harm can he do us by writing stuff like that in the Sentinel?
If he continues his editorials, he'll arouse the police to concentrate on our meat racket to the exclusion of all others. And I resent his imputation directed toward me as head of the racket.
You mean it makes you sore, huh?
Yes, you snaffle-headed nincompoop. What do you think I meant?
The only time you talk sense is when you get sore. So I'll overlook the name calling. If he makes you sore, why don't you do something about it?
Don't tell me what to do, you uncouth ape. Charlie, give me the pencil and paper.
Sure, boy. What are you going to do?
I'm going to send a warning to a man whose cleverness I respect, but whose interference I resent. This time, a printed warning goes to Mr. Brett Reed of the Daily Sentinel.
The following morning, Brett Reed was going over the morning mail with his secretary, Lenore Case.
And this is another letter to the editor about the housing situation, Mr. Reed.
Well, send it to Gunnigan, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Well, what's the trouble?
This is a printed note. It's a warning. It was addressed to you personally.
Well, let me see it. This is your only warning. Lay off the editorials on a meat business, or you'll regret it. Remember Dunlow.
It's from the same ones who killed Dunlow.
That's right.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Reed?
I'll show you right now.
What do you want, Chief?
Gunnigan, be ready to put a botched editorial in the center of the front page of the next edition. I'll get it down to you shortly.
Okay, Chief. Anything else?
No.
Oh, but Mr. Reed, if you do that,
Get
then...
Inspector Evans on the telephone.
Yes, sir.
Maybe before we're through, those killers will realize they can't try to intimidate a newspaper publisher and get away with it. We won't give up until they've been caught once and for all.
It was early afternoon when a man known as Charlie entered Fleetwood's apartment carrying a copy of the Daily Sentinel.
Hey, boss, he did it again. Right on the front page. Look here.
I should have known he would. This editorial is even stronger than the last one. Mr. Reed's importunity leaves no alternative but to carry out our threat, Charlie.
You mean Dave and me should go lay for him and give him the word?
Don't be impetuous, my friend. Your suggestion is impractical.
Now, listen, boss, this ain't no time for playing with big words.
Your idea won't work.
You understand that?
Well, why not? It worked with Dunlow.
It did. Reed will be expecting something to happen. Police will be watching near the Sentinel building. And near his home.
Oh, I didn't think.
You couldn't think?
Yeah. Well, either way, it means the same thing, I guess. What do we do then? We look like a lot of bums if we let him get away with them editorials now.
I doubt if you and Dave could improve your appearance that much. Both of you can go about your business. I'll take care of the Reed case.
You? All by yourself?
Yes, all by myself. All 300 cursed pounds of me. Now get out. You bore me with your drivel.
Okay, boy. Me and Dave will see you here tonight.
Implicable thought.
Yeah, amen. So long.
Come. Now let me think. I must devise a plan to see Reed in his own office. It will give me the cleanest of pleasure to show him I'm much more clever than he. I'll manage somehow to get Reed to this apartment tonight. And I've got to get him here. Alone.
It was almost dusk. Britt Reed was in his office talking to Mike Axford when Miss Case entered.
Mr. Reed, there's a gentleman to see you. He sent in this card.
Mm-hmm. Horace Fleetwood, private detective.
He's about the fattest person I've ever seen. You should hear him talk.
The foreigner, huh?
No. No, but every word's a mouthful.
Oh, he sounds interesting, Miss Case. You may show Mr. Fleetwood in.
Yes, sir.
And, at the same time, show Mr. Axford out.
Come on, Michael.
Be waiting outside with Sarge, Reed.
Mr. Reed will see you now, Mr. Fleetwood.
Thank you, my dear young lady. Thank you.
You come right this way, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Reed, this is indeed a pleasure and a privilege.
Please sit down, Mr. Fleetwood, and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the size and stability of your chairs. My overabundant avoirdupois is incomprehensible to some people, but I've become impervious to their jibes. Obviously, you're wondering about my visit.
I am slightly curious. No private detective.
In the Machiavellian way, yes. I am engaged by our meatpacking association to invest market. I noted your bombastic editorials in the Daily Sentinel, indicating your keen interest in breaking the racket in this city and in bringing about the apprehension of the vicious killer who heads the Miscata group.
I'd like nothing better.
From the clues I've gathered and the deductions I've made on the case, I've come to the conclusion that I can definitely point to the fiend responsible for Dunlow's murder. The man who is the leader of the local black market in meat.
Really? Have you confided in the police?
No. The man in question knows me well. He's clever, crafty, disarmingly pleasant at times, but when moved to anger, he's extremely dangerous. One might say a mixture of saint and devil.
So?
He knows my every move as I know his. I, his worst enemy, am also his best friend.
This is rather strange.
What am I leading?
Exactly. This man knows every move you make. He must know that you're here now.
I'm sure he does. But he's convinced that I know you very well. That this visit is purely a friendly one. He doesn't know me as a detective. And it's entirely foreign to his mind that I'd bring to light and accuse him of his crimes.
Why have you come to me?
I was going to the publisher of the Clarion. But when I noted that you were carrying on a one-man campaign in your newspaper against the racketeers, I decided you'd be the logical person for my purpose.
And what is your purpose?
I want you to go with me. Ostensibly, on a friendly visit to my apartment. There, I'll turn over to you all the evidence I've gathered. Then, I'll drive you home. You can then contact the police, and your paper will get the credit for breaking the case.
Your request is unusual, Mr. Fleetwood. Though I have your card.
You require more credentials, of course. Hey, look at these papers. A letter from a publisher in another city.
giving me credit for breaking the racket there. Also, a letter from the head of the association by whom I'm employed.
I see.
My car is outside. You'll be perfectly safe. I'm armed in case of trouble. And with the evidence in your possession, you can have the police act immediately. Are you willing to come with me, Mr. Reed?
Well, yes, Mr. Fleetwood. I'll go with you to get that evidence right now.
Fortunately, I have a friend from whom I've sublet this small apartment for a couple of weeks. Sit down near the desk. I have the evidence right here in the desk drawer.
I hope you have sufficient evidence against him.
You can be the judge of that.
Oh, by the way, may I use this telephone to call the office? I forgot to tell them about running a certain editorial.
Yes, of course. But I must warn you to give no information as to where you are or with whom.
I won't. I'm very anxious to look over that evidence, Mr. Fleetwood. It's fortunate for the Sentinel that you came to me.
I'm sure your paper will have startling headlines before tomorrow, Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
This is Britt Reed calling.
Yes, Mr. Britt. I'm waiting dinner for you.
What's that? You say the Sentinel had a phone call from the Green Hornet?
I not understand, Mr. Britt. I say that...
Tip on the black market and meat, you say? Why didn't you have the Trace call Trace?
You tried to give a message, perhaps?
Yes, that's what I said. Trace the call. All you had to do was to get another phone while he was on the line.
I trace call right now from other phone. If you tried to keep line open short time.
Well, that's right. Hold on a moment. Say, Mr. Fleetwood, have you come across any evidence that the Green Hornet is in with that gang?
Green Hornet? No, I'm positive he has no connection with the case.
That's strange. We found that the Hornet's mixed up in most rackets in this city.
That's so. But I can assure you, he's not mixed up in this one. I suggest you complete your phone call so we can go over this evidence.
Yes, of course. But, I'm undecided about having them run a story on the call they received from the Hornet.
Did it ever occur to you that such a call might be from a crank or prankster and not from the Green Hornet at all?
Well, that's so. Well, I guess the best thing to do is to ignore the whole thing. I'll tell them. Hello? Don't run a story on that yet. We'll wait for further developments. And I want you to run that black market editorial again.
Hello, Britt. I trace call. I get Black Beauty and come there quick like anything. Goodbye.
All right. Do what you think is best. I'll see you later tonight. Bye.
Now you can glance at these. The leader of the group was careful to get a receipt from each farmer who sold the black market meat. Put these over.
Thanks. Receipt from Horace Fleetwood, $600. In payment, 200 pounds. Why, all these receipts are made out to you.
Exactly, Mr. British. I'm the leader of the racket. This gun I hold should tell you the rest. So once you're covered, Mr. Reed, your faith in human nature is amazing. But enough of this. Can I say it? Hey, is that really the guy? Mr. Brittreed in person. Hey, boss, how'd you do it? Don't mind that. Won't you get on him, Charlie? You did tie him up. Then you can put him in the bedroom and light it back. I'm going over to the warehouse and check that last load. Hey, I got him covered. You're busy, Dave. With pleasure. When I come back, I'll settle accounts with Mr. Brittreed. Once and for all.
Charlie and Dave put him on the bed in the bedroom.
Guess he can't get away now. So you're the great Mr. Reed, eh?
So what?
You'll find out so what when the boss gets back. Hey, Charlie, listen. Somebody's sure leaning on the door, buzzer. Wait a minute. Well, I check these knots. See if he's tight enough. Yeah. Come on, we'll see who the dope is before he wears the buzzer out.
you, Cato?
Yes, sir. I stick pin and buzzer to get men from room. A good thing apartment on the first floor. I run around quick to window. I untie you now.
Did you bring the Hornet disguise?
Yes. We leave in hurry.
No, we've got a job to do.
How you get captured?
I didn't, really. I came out here on my own volition.
Why you do that?
I knew the man who sent me that warning note was clever. I expected the trick. When he came to my office posing as a detective, I suspected him. He described himself a little too freely.
There. You're free now.
Let's go. We'll get the two men who are in the other room before the boss gets back. We'll go through the window and in the front door.
In the living room of the apartment, Charlie and Dave were discussing the incident of the door buzzer.
Who do you think could have stuck that pin there in that buzzer, John?
Maybe some dopey drunk passing through the hallway. Guess he thought it was funny. Yeah. Boss sure made a quick trip.
I guess he wanted to get back to get rid of Reed.
Don't make a move, Muggs. You're covered.
Holy mackerel, who's that guy?
He's a Green Hornet, and I don't like crooks who move in on my rock.
Gun him down, Charlie.
Show him. Oh, no, you won't.
Hey, you knocked him out with that chair.
Don't need a chair for you, don't I?
If I can get my rod, I'll
try a little gas, buddy.
Oh, please help.
Now what we do? Get the papers out of that desk. I'll put them in my pocket. Then tie me up again and put me on the bed. After that, call the police. Tell them to come here and close in on Fleetwood. Hurry. Then stay nearby in case I need you.
It was half an hour later when Fleetwood entered the apartment.
Hey, Charlie. What happened? Those are cold. Reed, was it? Shields on the foreheads. Green Hornet shields. Gone. Every last scrap of paper gone.
What's happened?
Plenty of fool. That tip your paper got about the Hornet was on the level. Fortunately, I can still settle my score with you, my friend. This gun I have carries a silencer. This is a very propitious time to use it.
Drop that gun on your own.
Please, they won't help you. I shoot him.
All right, take him away, boy. Put him for attempted murder.
I'll never lay down, Monsieur.
Are you okay? I'm all right, but I don't like being trussed up like a chicken.
Have you no solution?
We got a tip that we find the Black Markets gang here, Mr. Reed, but we didn't expect to find you here.
That's the same fat guy Reed left the office with a while ago. There.
Yes. He's the leader of the gang. He sent me that note. Then came to the office and persuaded me to believe he was a detective working on the case. Hey, Sarge. Those two we found lying in the other room have Hornet seals stuck on. Then the Hornet's been here. Yes, he was, Sergeant. In fact, he stuck some papers in my pocket. These.
Yeah. Where? Say now. This is evidence against Fleetwood. Guess the Hornet recognized you and thought to tie you in with the gang. Ain't that something? You mean to say, Reed, the Green Hornet was in this room and got close enough to stick them papers in your pocket?
It was the Hornet's own hand that put the papers in my pocket, Axford.
What? Holy crow.
Mommy's going to the beauty parlor, darling. But I'm leaving you with your favorite friend, Roger. He's going to take very, very good care of you. Because if he doesn't, he's going back to the science lab.
Cut! What the hell was wrong with that take? Nothing with you, baby Herman. You were great. You were perfect. You were better than perfect. Just Roger. He keeps blowing his lines. Roger, What's this?
A tweeting bird.
Tweeting bird? Roger, read the script. Look what it says. It says rabbit gets clunked, rabbit sees stars. Not birds, stars! Can we lose the playback, please? You're killing me.
For crying out loud, Roger. How the hell many times do we have to do this damn scene? Raoul, I'll be in my trailer. Taking a nap.
Excuse me,
Please,
Guns.
Raoul. I can give you stars. Just drop the refrigerator in my head one more time.
Roger, I got on your head 23 times already.
I can take it. Don't worry about me.
I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the refrigerator.
This is the tale of an up-and-coming movie star named Roger Rabbit and a down-and-out private detective named Eddie Valiant.
Ooga booga.
Every moment they were together was a new adventure in trouble.
Hide me, Eddie. Please.
It's a motion picture about friendship,
Get here, people. Please, Eddie. Don't tell me out. You're making a big mistake.
love, compassion,
Well, I'm sorry I yanked your ears. All the time you yanked my ears?
murder,
Marvin Acme. The rabbit cacked him last night.
Remember, you never saw me.
sex,
I'd do anything for my husband, Mr. Valiant. Anything.
and violence.
Tunes gets him every time.
You wouldn't have any idea where the rabbit might be?
Got a thing for rabbits, huh? The whole thing stinks like yesterday's diapers.
It's a comedy a little different from all the rest.
I'm a pig! I'm a tune.
I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way.
But tell me, Eddie, is that a rabbit in your pocket or you just happy to see me?
Touchstone Pictures and Steven Spielberg present a Robert Zemeckis film.
We tunes may act idiotic, but we're not stupid.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hail, Silver! The Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. But justice meant more to him than the letter of the law. And if a man or woman deserved a second chance, the famous masked rider was always ready to help them. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Crow Ridge. Tails waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Night had fallen. 2 men were camped in a small wood some miles to the east of Crow Ridge. One was masked, the other an Indian. They rested upon their blankets in silence while their mounts grazed nearby. Finally, the masked man lifted his head. The Indian looked at his companion inquiringly.
What matter? Listen, Tonto. Don't you hear it? Oh, now me hear him.
Someone off to the south there.
Huh.
I don't like it. They chose this spot for a camp because it was out of the line of travel. What would anyone be doing here at this time of night?
Me not know.
Oh, wait. Oh, it sounds like trouble.
One feller heap scared.
I think they've stopped. I don't hear horses.
Here,
come on.
What we do?
We'll see what this is about.
Get horse?
Leave the horses. They aren't far off. It's the trees and brush that muffles the sound.
That's right.
This way. We'll walk quietly. We won't announce ourselves until we know what's up. To the left. Dodge that brush.
No, you can't do that to me. Don't shoot.
Them not far now.
There's plenty of moonlight. We should be able to see them clearly. This way more.
Oh, please don't. Don't shoot.
There, fella. See him?
Yes, a little closer.
You gotta listen. You're making a bad mistake. I ain't the fella you want. I can't be. Why, I never seen you before. This is the first time I was ever in this part of the country. What could you have against somebody you don't even know?
It's your blasted one.
But look,
you
took my shooting iron. You got me covered. I wouldn't have a chance to get away, even if I did make a break for it. Now, the least you can do before you finish me off is to tell me what for.
Likely you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
What?
You know why you gotta die, mister?
That's what I'm asking you.
Because you got a red beard.
What?
I told you wouldn't believe it.
What in blazes has my beard got to do with it?
The fella that hired me to describe you said you had a red beard so they couldn't mistake you. Well, that's you. So having a red beard is what's getting you killed.
Then somebody hired you.
Sure. Don't think I'd do this for nothing, do you?
Who is it?
Forget it. I've wasted too much time on your fool questions already.
Just tell me
where you're going. Answers won't be no help nohow. All right. Stand where you are.
Hold it.
Hey, what the? Hey, you...
Take it!
Oh!
You take his gun.
You just bet I will, stranger. But who are you? Where'd you and the Indian come from? What?
Save it. Tonto, get this fellow back to camp. We'll ask him some questions of our own.
Me take him.
You quiet. Come along, stranger. We'll find out just why you were marked for murder.
Prisoner marching sullenly in front of them, they returned to camp. Then the Lone Ranger grasped the gunman by the shoulders and turned him so that his back was against a large tree.
Stand right there.
Quit shoving me.
You're lucky you don't get worse. Tie him up, Tonto. Me get rope.
You can't hold me. You ain't got no right to tie me up.
No?
You better not if you savvy what's good for you.
A couple minutes back, you stated you were going to kill this man.
I don't
He
have...
asked you a number of questions, but you refused to answer.
And I ain't talking for you neither.
We'll see about that. Got the rope, Kimosabe?
Here, rope.
Make sure he can't escape.
He won't get
Just
away.
as sure as I'm standing here, you fellas are going to be sorry for
I'll
this.
get to you in a moment. You stranger, what's your name?
Me? My handle's Matt Rourke.
You said this was your first visit to this section.
That's so. I've been ranging around the West Forks country over Wyoming way. Just come here thinking maybe I'd sell out back home and settle in this part of the country.
I see. You've got no idea why anyone would want to do away with you?
I'm clean beat. How can a fellow make enemies in a place he's never been?
Someone had a motive. This fellow's admitted he'd been hired.
Well, I ain't denying it. All I can say is that I don't know what the motive could be.
There's one possibility.
Huh? What's that?
You know anyone here? What I mean is this. Someone you knew, someone who had been an enemy of yours in Wyoming, might now be living near Crow Ridge. He might have seen you and hired this fellow to get rid of you.
Shucks, I don't know anyone here. I'll take that back. There is somebody I know. But if you can figure why she'd want me killed, then you're a heap smarter than I am.
Who is it?
Well, shucks, a girl I used to know when she was living with her folks near my pa's old place. We was just about of an age. She disappeared when her pa and ma died, and I never did know what become of her till today.
You still haven't told me her name.
Abby Sanders. Run into her in a store in town.
Seemed to fluster or some. Shucks, who wouldn't be flustered to see somebody they'd known 30 years before? You'd have an awful time making poor Abby into a killer.
Abby Sanders. Talk with her long?
Oh, just for a second or two.
Did she tell you what had happened to her recently?
Huh? Happened to her?
It was discovered she was the heir to a fortune amounting to about $100,000. The estate was left by an old lady named Sarah Randolph. Her lawyer searched for more than a year to find a relative who could claim the estate. And just by accident, it was found that Abby was a distant relation. She'll soon be a wealthy woman.
Well, doggone good for Abby. You say it was just an accident she come into it?
According to the story that's being told, it seems that she's been housekeeper to Judge Greevy and his wife for the last 12 years. Several days ago, the judge knocked Abby's sewing basket to the floor. In replacing the contents, he discovered a picture and some old letters that established the relationship. Abby hadn't known of it herself.
Just like Oliver's storybook.
And she hasn't had an easy time of it, from what I've heard. This will make things much easier for her.
Say, that's the best news I've heard for a month of Sundays. My gosh, I'm going to look her up again and tell her just how glad I am to hear it.
It doesn't look as though she'd have a motive for wanting you out of the way. Well, we'll see what this fellow has to say. You, what's your name?
Try and find out.
That's the way you're going to act, huh? Well, we can...
You look here.
What is it, Tonto?
It's cash.
Let's see that. Where'd you get it?
It belonged to him.
Quite a lot of money here. Several $100s. So this is yours, huh?
Doggone right it is. You take that and you're stealing.
I don't want it. I wonder, though...
Well?
I wonder if this isn't what you were paid by whoever hired you.
What if it is?
You've been paid, so you have nothing to lose by telling us who gave you this. You'd better talk.
Go to blazes.
I'm giving you good advice. Matt here owes you something for your attempted murder. If he doesn't care to give you what you've got coming, Tonto might enjoy working on you.
What do you mean?
Show him your knife, Tonto.
Here a knife.
Maybe you've heard that Indians have their own ways of making prisoners talk. You can do as you wish. I'd better tell you, however, that if you won't talk, then Matt and I will take a little walk while Tonto...
Hey, you can't do that.
Why not? What mercy would you have had on Matt?
I was just joking, just throwing a scare into him. I'd never gone through with it.
You say that now.
Honest, if I told who hired me, he'd get me, no matter what.
You could clear out of the district.
No.
Well, you've chosen. Come along, Matt.
Yeah.
Tonto, you can do as you wish. Just see that he talks. I won't ask you how you persuaded him to talk.
Him talk.
No, wait. Don't leave me here alone with no murdering redskin.
Well?
I'll tell you what you want to know.
Very well. Who hired you?
Smiley. Luke Smiley.
The lawyer?
Yeah.
You know him, Matt?
Never heard of him before.
There's something strange about this. Here, Silver.
Well, I should think there was something strange. I'd call it that when a fellow I don't even know wants to get rid of me.
That isn't what I meant. Tonto, saddle Silver for me. I'm riding to town.
Wait. What do you mean that wasn't what you meant?
Luke Smiley's a lawyer.
Yeah?
And it happens that he's the lawyer representing Abby Sanders in her claim to the Randolph estate. Matt, Abby may be a friend of yours. She may be the most kind-hearted woman in this district. Nevertheless, there's some connection between her and the attempt to take your life.
It was later that same night that Judge Greevy and his wife Ida, after spending the evening with Luke Smiley, rose to depart. Abby Sanders, who had accompanied them, hung back.
You ain't coming with us, Abby?
Well, I got some business to talk over with Mr. Smiley, ma'am.
Well, don't be too long.
Good night, Luke.
Night, Judge.
We'll leave the door unlocked for you, Abby.
Thank you.
Now then, what's the matter with you?
Mr. Smiley, I seen an old friend of mine this afternoon.
I know it. You told me.
He said he'd looked me up this evening and wanted to talk over old times.
Very nice.
But he never come. He never showed up.
No.
Don't talk to me like that, Mr. Smiley. You always act as though you was laughing at me.
I am.
But
Now, you listen to me, Abby. This man, what's his name?
Matt Rourke.
Well, you say he promised to pay a call this evening, but didn't. Now you're excited about it.
I know he meant to come.
Maybe he did, at the time. But how do you know what happened? Perhaps he forgot. Maybe he had business to attend to. Maybe he left town and won't be back again. For your sake, I hope that's just what he did.
For my sake?
He could spoil everything for you, couldn't he?
Yeah, I suppose so.
And you wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
Why, I don't know anymore. I just don't know. Mr. Smiley, will you swear to me you didn't do nothing to Matt? Will you tell me it's the honest truth you never had him harmed somehow?
Whatever put a thought like that in your head?
Well, it's the only thing I seem able to think of when he never come like he said he would.
You're being silly. Forget to worry about others. You've got enough worries of your own. Don't you realize that if anything goes wrong, you and I are out $100,000? That's money that isn't found every day in the week.
Oh, I wish that...
Wish what?
You'll just get mad if I tell you.
Out with it.
All right, I will tell you.
I wish you would.
I don't want to go through with it, Mr. Smiley.
What?
I thought having all that cash would be so fine it'd make up for not coming by it honest, but I've had to lie to folks that have been good to me. I've got so I can't look nobody in the eye anymore.
Why, you...
Please, Mr. Smiley, please, I just can't go on with it. I just can't.
No?
Can't you see how I feel?
So, to save your squeamish feelings, you expect me to give up $100,000. Will you listen to me? I'm getting that money. You can't stop me. Nobody can stop me. And if you or anybody else gets in my way, he'll wish he hadn't.
Oh, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, sent to Luke Smiley's home by the gunman's confession, raced back to camp with the information he had gained.
Whoa, Silver. Oh, boy, oh.
What'd you do, stranger? Where have you been?
I acted on what this fellow told us, and I believe I partially learned why Smiley wanted your death. By the way, have you found out what this killer calls himself yet?
Him name Pecos.
Pecos, huh?
Look here, mister. I've told you what I could. You gonna let me go?
Not yet.
Maybe I was gonna kill this fella, but I didn't, did I? You can't make me pay for something I didn't do.
Perhaps we could, perhaps not. That isn't the point.
But I don't
I think you're going to be useful to us. If you are, and Matt agrees to it, you'll have a chance at freedom. If you won't follow orders, you'll be turned over to the law. Maybe you could beat a trial. You know best about that. I've got an idea, though, that you have a reputation that wouldn't help you in a court of law.
What do I have to do?
I'll tell you that later.
Just a second.
Yes?
You said you found a reason why this here lawyer wanted me out of the way. I'll believe what you tell me, stranger. I'd sure hate to think that Abby was mixed up in it.
She is, however.
Yeah?
But not in the way you fear, Matt.
You mean she didn't have nothing to do with hiring this polecat here?
She didn't.
What was it you found out?
That there's a fraud of some kind, and that somehow Abby has no right to the fortune she's claiming.
You don't say.
I believe from what I heard that Abby regrets her part in the affair, and that she's obeying Luke Smiley from fear.
You rotten skunk. Oh, I'd like to get my hands on that hombre and...
Later, maybe. Not now.
Huh?
For the present, you'll play dead.
Dead?
As long as Smiley thinks you dead, I believe we can break up his game. Alive? Well, we probably could anyhow. But not without involving Abby. She's not guiltless, Matt. Nevertheless, a woman who has lived a life as hard as hers has some excuse for being tempted. And if possible, we're going to bring Smiley to justice while keeping Abby in the clear.
Stranger, I like your style. That's just what I'd have wanted done.
Tonto, you'll have to make a disguise for me.
And what you do?
Matt will stay here. Pecos and I will go to town. You, Kemosabe, you will have your part to play also.
Me do it.
Good. You, Pecos, you're going to take my orders?
They're going to get me in bad?
Not if you do exactly as I say.
But what about afterwards? What happens to me then?
Matt has something to say about that. Matt, if Pecos helps us bring Smiley to justice, will you agree to let Pecos go?
He's a skunk and a hired killer. But the man that's hired ain't as bad as the man that hires him. He helps me get Smiley, and for all of me, he can clear out.
Agreed, Pecos?
Just tell me what to do.
The following morning, Luke Smiley saw a horseman draw his mount to a stop in front of his office. The lawyer pushed back his chair, rose to his feet, and...
That blasted fool! Smiley! You confounded idiot! Listen. What are you doing here? I told you to clear out. You said if I paid you in advance, you'd get out of this part of the country and stay out.
But I tell you...
You did as I told you?
Yeah, but
then
listen...
in heaven's name...
Blasted, Mr. Smiley, give me a chance to talk. I done what you told me. I got that red-bearded fella. But things went wrong.
He got away from you?
No.
You drilled him?
Yeah, I drilled him, but
That's all you had to do. That's all they give you orders to do. Now get out of here before
Mr. Smiley, I was seen.
What?
Two fellas seen me do the job.
Why, you blundering halfwit.
I couldn't help it. I took them to the woods like you said to. How was I to know them fellas was camped there? I couldn't guessed it, could I?
Couldn't you have made sure first?
Look holes with them woods in the dark and give that hombre a chance to break away.
Who saw you? Where are they now?
Well, they were strangers. I don't know where they are.
Then how do you know you were seen?
They chased me. That's why I just now got here. It took me most of the night just to give them the slip.
And if you didn't, then you've brought those men right to me.
Right.
What you...
Stand right where you are.
But don't kill me, mister. It was this fella hired me. I was just obeying orders. Don't shoot. Don't...
Why, you dirty double-crosser.
Hold it. Reach for that gun and I'll let you have it.
You've got nothing on me.
But plenty on this fellow here. All right, you. We're going to the sheriff's office.
No, wait. I ain't gonna take the whole blame. He hired me. Honest, he did. Here, look at this cash. He'd give it to me for the killing. Anybody in town will tell you I never had this much cash on me before last night. Don't that prove I ain't lying, don't it?
You just...
Stand back.
I heard you, Luke Smiley. I heard all you said. You had Matt killed. I knew last night something had happened to him. I could just feel it.
Close the door, Tonto.
Wait, listen.
I done all the waiting and listening I'm gonna. I've had all I'm gonna have to do with your crooked work. I should never have listened to you in the first place. I was wrong, and I know I was. Don't think I could have gone through with it anyhow, but now that the Injun brought me here so I could learn how you killed Matt, I'm through. Do you hear me? I'm through. And I'll tell the law everything I know.
I don't think that's going to be necessary, Abby.
But
I think after I've had a little talk with Smiley here, he's going to protect you and like it.
Sending Abby, Tonto, and Pecos away, the Lone Ranger served Luke Smiley with an ultimatum.
You're in a bad spot, Luke. Right now, you face not only a charge of fraud, but a charge of murder as well.
You can't prove either one.
Don't try to bluff it out, Smiley. It doesn't pay to bluff when you know your bluff will be called.
I tell you...
As far as the fraud is concerned, all Abby has to do is to go to the law with her story. There'll be an investigation, and the truth will come out soon enough.
If she does that, she'll be in just as bad as I am. She won't dare. I don't care what she threatened. She won't.
She will, and for a very good reason.
What reason?
Because you and I are going to make a bargain.
Bargain? What kind of a bargain?
Your life against Abby's freedom.
I don't get it.
We both know that Pecos will tell what happened last night if he's arrested. It'll be easy enough for the sheriff to find the place where Pecos says he shot Matt. That's all the evidence the law will require. You and Pecos will hang.
If you're going to turn me over to the law for that killing, do it now and get it over with.
Whether I turn you in or not depends entirely on you.
On me?
Go to the law. Judge Greevy if you wish. Tell the law that your scheme to get the Randolph estate was yours entirely. That you threatened Abby's life if she didn't agree to play her part. And perhaps nothing will be said about the murder.
I'm to make it look as though Abby was forced into the scheme?
Right.
And if I do, you won't tell about my hiring Pecos to kill Matt Rock?
I won't.
But what if the law finds Matt's body? What if they suspicion Pecos and make him talk and he implicates me?
I give you my word that won't happen.
How do I know what your word is worth?
You don't. But I can tell you this.
Huh?
If you refuse, you know you'll be held for murder. Whether you accept my proposition or not, your only chance is to do what I say. A sentence for fraud will get you a prison term. The other will see you hung.
If I could believe you...
You can. Well?
You've got me. I've got to take your terms.
And I'll keep my word as long as you keep yours.
An hour later, Mrs. Greeley, returning home from a visit with friends, found her puzzled husband trying to comfort Abby.
Heavenly day. What's this about? Abby, whatever's happened?
Please don't make me tell you.
Ezra, what is it?
They don't ask me. I can't get a word out of her. Here now, Abby. Why don't you tell us what's troubling you? Maybe we could help.
No.
Get in there.
What the...
All right, Smiley. Yeah, Judge Greeley. Do you talking to him?
You wait.
Or shall I do the talking?
I'll tell.
Mr. Smiley, what is
He'll
it?
explain.
Now look here, stranger.
Judge, I'd advise you to wait until you've heard what Smiley has to say. Talk.
I schemed it, Judge. I schemed the whole thing. Abby wasn't to blame at all.
Schemed? What in blazes are you talking about?
I fixed it to look as though Abby was related to Sarah Randolph, as though she inherited the money Mrs. Randolph left.
Land sakes, whatever are you talking about?
I think I'd better explain it after all. Judge, you were tricked, and tricked cleverly.
Tricked?
I've heard of the evidence that convinced you Abby was entitled to the Randolph estate.
Why, of course she's entitled to it. I found that evidence myself. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm not sure what this is all about, but there's one thing I can say for certain.
Yes?
Any talk of trickery on Abby's part is just poppycock. Why, she didn't know herself that she was entitled to the estate until I told her. If it had been a fraud, she would have tried to convince me, not me her.
That's just where Smiley was clever.
Huh?
As I heard the story, you accidentally spilled Abby's sewing basket. And when replacing her things, found several open letters.
That's correct.
You saw enough at first glance to make it important to look further. When you did, it appeared that Abby's mother had been distantly related to Sarah Randolph. So distantly, in fact, that Abby had never known of the relationship.
Yes.
Now, wait. What happened was this. Smiley forged those letters. He knew that if Abby herself came forward with a claim, it would be investigated. The truth probably discovered. So those letters were placed where, sooner or later, either you or your wife would find them. It didn't matter when. For a prize of $100,000, Smiley could afford to be patient.
You mean finding them myself convinced me they were authentic?
Well, didn't it?
Why, that's just what it did. Abby, you've deceived us. You had
One moment. Smiley has already confessed that he forced her to fall in with his scheme.
Is that true?
It's true, Judge. I made her do it. Threatened her life.
Don't you think, in view of what Smiley had just confessed, that you can afford to forget the part Abby played in this, Judge?
Well,
Ezra, if you hurt poor Abby after what this scheming polecat just admitted, I'll never speak to you again as long as I live.
Now, Ida, you know me better than that. I reckon I can figure out a way to see she don't come to harm.
Good. Did you hear that, Abby? Did you hear what the judge promised?
Well, it's more than I deserve.
Perhaps, but it's certain that you were never as much to blame as Smiley. And I'd like to ask you just one question.
Yes?
Could Matt Rourke have exposed you? Did he know enough about you so that you couldn't have carried out the deception?
He did. Poor Matt.
Matt Rourke? Who's he?
You promised you wouldn't tell.
I promise you wouldn't hang for murder, and you won't.
Murder? What
You've heard enough to jail him, Judge? You have all the evidence you need?
Enough to jail him and keep him there for the most of his life, stranger.
Good. Smiley.
Well?
You may be interested to meet a man who's been anxious to meet you.
Who's that?
Look.
Matt Rourke!
Alive and kicking.
You tricked me, blast you! You made me confess when I didn't have to.
You'll head for the sheriff's office. And if you got notions of revenging yourself on the masked man, forget him. In a case like that, it'd please me to deal with you myself.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Mr. Smith Goes to Washington is a significant picture. It is significant because it emphasizes democracy in action. I consider it a real privilege and a real experience to have played even a minor part under the distinguished direction of Frank Capra.
By far, the greatest picture of filmdom's top director, three-time winner of the coveted Academy Award, the most timely, the most vital, the most significant picture ever to come out of Hollywood. A homespun boy and a hard-boiled, worldly-wise girl in a picture carved out of the everyday lives of everyday Americans, with those inimitable Capra overtones of drama, laughter, and romance, plus the finest supporting cast ever assembled.
Check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. You advertised for adventure? I have it for you. If you will go any place, I can offer Paris. If you will do anything, you are the man I need. If you're interested, call at my office any day between the hours of 10 a.m. and...
Any day between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon. I am at 247 Wabash Place, signed William Martin. Paris. Adventure. What a dream that could have been. It was, but the awakening was different.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Diamond in the Sky.
It sounded great. A trip to Paris and adventure for the frosting on the cake. Whoever Mr. William Martin was, he must have known that waving a deal like that in front of anyone was making it a sure thing. But Susie, as usual, had something to say.
I don't know, Mr. Holliday. Maybe it's just somebody kidding you.
That's the girl, Susie. Get out the wet blankets, spread them around.
Then again, maybe this Mr. Martin is beyond approach.
The word, Susie, is reproach. But I've got a brilliant idea.
What, Mr. Holliday?
It's all very simple. I go to see Mr. William Martin at 247 Wabash Place. Wabash Place was one of those little streets filled with small businesses. But number 247 was by itself. No display window in front like the others. I thumbed a bell button that had a card under it with William Martin engraved on it. 1 minute later, after introductions, I was looking across the desk at a short, stocky, apple-cheeked man who said,
"No one knows you have come here, Mr. Holliday?"
"No, just my secretary." Oh, but she won't say anything.
You're positive?
I am.
Good. A cigarette, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, yes, thanks.
And a light. You do not like my brand, huh?
All this lacks is a fuse. What's in it?
My special tobacco. But here's an ashtray.
Thanks. Well, Mr. Martin, you wrote that letter to Box 13, and here I am.
Good. Down to business, then.
He opened a drawer, took out a photograph, and slid it across the desk to me. What I saw was a picture of a diamond. But what a piece of ice. I was studying it when Martin spoke again.
I see by your expression, Mr. Holliday, that you are properly impressed.
Oh, I'm impressed, Mr. Martin. What is this, the Rock of Gibraltar or something?
Not quite. That is the Mirabilis diamond.
Oh.
You've heard of it, then?
Yes, but how does it concern me?
Here. These credentials will tell you who I am.
William Martin.
Well, that's my name, yes, but, well, you look.
Martin passed me a sheaf of papers with his photo on them. He was William Martin, representative of Jason Van der Cleef. The name sounded familiar. Martin read my expression again, and...
Mr. Van der Cleef is a diamond merchant. He has recently purchased the Mirabilis for $1 million.
That's a lot of hay for a lot of ice.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
The gem is in Paris. I am to get it and bring it over here.
I see. And, Box 13?
You will go with me, Mr. Holliday. I have reservations for you on the
plane.
Oh,
now, just a minute. I'm not a bodyguard, Mr. Martin, or a private detective.
Please. Nothing so crude, Mr. Holliday. No, I have a much better plan. But first, let me tell you something. There is no jewel thief in the world who would not risk everything to get the Mirabilis.
He could never sell it.
No. But it could be cut up, and any one of the smaller stones would more than repay the thief for their trouble.
Yes, I guess you're right. Okay, where do I come in?
Well, it is very simple. But like all simple things, it is brilliant. I thought of it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Now, you will pick up the diamond in Paris. I will go on the same plane, but we shall be complete strangers to each other. Do you begin to see, Mr. Holliday?
Sure. If anyone's wise that you're going over to get the stone, they'll follow you.
Exactly. But I won't have it. You will. I shall stroll around Paris as a tourist. Anyone following me will be, shall we say, following a red mackerel?
All right, let's say it. Oh, but there's only one thing wrong.
Wrong? I did not think of something important?
Yeah, that's right. Me. Suppose this plan doesn't fool anyone. Then I'm set up like a clay pigeon. You lose a Mirabilis, and I'm just another claim for the insurance company.
Oh, no, alors, you have no worry.
Well, maybe I worry easily, Mr. Martin, especially if I'm carrying $1 million worth of bait.
Mr. Holliday, only you and I know of this. There can be no leak of information unless you tell someone.
Oh, sure, I'll go around telling everyone that Dan Holliday's a setup. Here I am, fellas. Come and get me.
That's right. And thieves would kill to get the diamond. They have already. Why, I can tell you the history of the stone. Calcutta murder,
London, murder. Vienna, 2 deaths. And
Mr. Martin, skip the cook's tour of the morgue, will you?
But you advertised for adventure, Mr. Holliday. You will go any place, do anything. Well?
Touché. A little below the belt, but touché. And you've added one more to the population of Paris. Martin's plan was simple, and if it worked, a good way to get the Mirabilis into the United States. I said if. Hey, who invented that word? Well, it was 3 days later that I was ready to leave, passport okay, papers in order, and a phone call from Martin warning me not to recognize him when we were on the plane. I gave instructions to Susie and left for the airport. A few hours later, I was out over the Atlantic. Martin sat well in front of me and never once looked back. So I played it his way and beyond a quick look paid no attention to him. Then, as I was settling down to watch the ocean go past underneath,
Mr. Holliday? Mr. Dan Holliday?
Yes, I'm Holliday.
I'm Maureen Carson, your stewardess.
Oh, how are you?
Fine. And you?
Wonderful, thank you.
Good. Here's a letter for you.
Letter? You're sure it's for me?
Mr. Holliday, seat 19, flight 12.
Check all the way through on that. All right, thanks, Miss Carson.
You're welcome, sir.
Oh, Miss Carson.
Is there something you want?
Well, just an answer to a question. Who gave you this?
Why, no one. It was among last-minute letters and packages and gifts for our passengers.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks again, Miss Carson.
Not at all, Mr. Holliday.
The letter was from Martin, brief and to the point. I was to go to an address in Paris and stay there until he called. Well, Mr. Martin was playing them close to his vest. Maybe he didn't trust me. And who could blame him? With $1 million worth of diamond for an ante, he wasn't dealing all the cards at once. Well, all I had to do was wait until morning in Paris. Early next morning, we landed at the Bourget field. I stuck close behind Martin leaving the plane, but he didn't give me a tumble, so, well, I guess my cue was to hole up at the address mentioned in the letter until he got in touch. I was trying to flag down a taxi when...
Is this the last time you saw Paris, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, hello there, Miss Carson.
Looks like you're having trouble.
Yes, a little. Say, how do you get one of these grounded grasshoppers to stop?
You wave in French, like this.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Just like that.
Teach me to wave like that, and I'll be able to get a taxi in Paris. Of course, if you lend me your face.
There's nothing to it. Oh, I almost forgot. I came out here to find you.
Oh? Something wrong? Passport, papers?
No, but I believe this is yours.
How did you get this?
I found it on the floor of the plane just after you left.
Oh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I have my reports to make out.
Maybe some other time if we're still in Paris, huh?
Well, I'll be for 3 days before the hop back to the States.
No, I see. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Carson. I'll be seeing you.
I hope so, Mr. Holliday.
She walked away from me. In my hand was the letter from Martin telling me where to stay until I heard from him. I hopped into the cab, gave the driver the address, and then leaned back in the seat to do some thinking. The letter was in my inside coat pocket. Pretty hard for anything to fall out of there. But my coat had been on a hanger, and I'd been away from it just long enough for anyone to pick up that letter. So, if anyone was wise to the way the game was being played, Martin was home safe, while I stood a better than even chance of being picked off of first base. A half hour later, I was sitting in the little room at the address given me when... Yes? Oui? Hello?
Holiday?
Yes? Oh, Martin?
Yes. Everything was all right?
Fine. Now what?
You are sure no one knows where you are?
Well,
Holiday.
All right, no one knows. Now what?
Here is an address. Go to it. There you will pick up the package.
Okay.
Now, don't write this down. Remember it.
All right, I can remember it.
45 Rue de la Guerre.
45...
No. Do not repeat it there. Just remember it.
All right.
Please, Mr. Holliday, you understand my concern.
Look, my neck's out of yard, too, Martin.
Of course. Now listen. There is a Monsieur Corey. Ask for him. Identify yourself with these words. I've come from the sky. You hear that?
I got it. Then what?
There will be no question. Those words are our code. Now, I am registered at the Vendôme Hotel. Leave the package for me at the desk.
Just like that, I leave a package
I know
for...
what I am doing. Now, that is all. The rest is up to you, Mr. Holliday.
Okay.
And, Mr. Holliday,
Yes, what now?
for your sake, I sincerely hope nothing goes wrong.
And now, back to Box 13 and Diamond in the Sky with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
The rest was up to me, Martin said. All I had to do was collect the Mirabilis diamond, see that I wasn't caught off base, deliver it to Martin, and then that was all. I hailed a cab on the street. 4-5 Rue de la Guerre. Beat.
Governor, with an accent like that, just talk English.
Huh. Guess it wasn't very good, huh? Are you an American?
No, a Londoner from Limehouse. Hop in, sir. That was 45 Rue de la Guerre, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. How did you know I was an American?
You kidding? I drove a cab 3 years in Brooklyn. He wants to know how I know he's an American.
Okay, Limehouse. Then you should know what this means. Step on it, never mind the tickets, huh?
Blimey, I ain't heard that since the days in Flatbush. Hold on, pal. Here we go. You're here, Governor. Want me to wait?
Yeah, and keep that motor hot.
Hey, what's up?
I don't know.
Something hot?
Just wait.
Okay, Governor. I'll be here.
I went into the house, asked for Monsieur Corey. Gave him the code words, I've come from the sky. And without a word, he went to the fireplace, lifted out a brick, and handed me a velvet case. Well, after all this, I had to take a look. Inside the case, well, the Mirabilis looked like a piece of something that would make any crook risk his neck. Or mine. I snapped the case shut. Corey said nothing, just watched me. Showed me out. All right, Limehouse. Vendôme Hotel and on the way. Don't bother to fly low.
I don't know what this is all about, sir, but when you went in that house, that car pulled up back of us and stopped.
Huh?
And they kept their motor hot, too.
Limehouse was right. It looked as though somebody had talked, but not me, and certainly not Martin. We pulled away, the big car tailed after us. Limehouse turned his head to talk to me.
They're tailing us, all right.
Can you get away?
With this act, the 3 cylinders still working. I got asthma.
You gotta make it.
What did you do? Pinch the crown jewels?
You're warm. Step on it and do your best, will you?
Did you pull a heist?
No.
Okay, you've got an honest face. All right, Governor. There's nothing keeping this act together but termites holding hands. But here we go.
That big car in the back didn't lose an inch. Limehouse and I had to go through an empty stretch of road. So I told him I thought that's where the mugs in the big car would make their pitch, and...
Yes, you're right, but I've got an idea.
Well, I can use it.
Listen, look down the street. See that turn to the right?
Yeah?
I'll get close to the curb as I can, and you get ready for a jump.
Huh? Jump?
Sure. I'll act like I'm going straight, but where I showed you, I'll turn fast to the right. You jump out, roll in a doorway or something.
Well, what about you?
I'll make a U-turn back out and pull the mugs down the street after me. You got it?
Got it. Oh, here's your fare. Plus.
Ain't had so much fun since Coney Island. Okay, pal. Try for the brass ring. Nah!
Attaboy, Limehouse. It worked. I collected a few bruises, but I still had the diamond. Farther down the road, Limehouse stopped. He had to because the boys in the big car angled in front of his cab. I waited long enough to make sure Limehouse was going to keep his health. Then I doubled back and forth until I came out on a main street. There I took a bus. I felt like having lots of people around. I got to the Vendôme Hotel, walked to the desk, and told the clerk I wanted to leave a package for Monsieur William Martin. Oh, brother, I got the surprise of my life when the clerk told me there was no Monsieur William Martin registered there. Well, I sat down to figure that one out. Then, just when I was about to give up,
Holiday. No. Don't look at me.
Martin, what the devil?
Pretend that you are not speaking to me. Now, you have the stone?
Yes, but I almost did that.
What happened?
It's a long story. You want to hear it now?
No. We have not enough time. Look, I will put part of my newspaper on the sofa between us. Then, when no one is looking, put the diamond under the paper.
Okay, then what?
After a minute, I will pick up the newspaper and leave.
Oh, and I hope this ice goes with you, Mr. Martin.
It will. Don't worry.
Well, that looked like it. All finished. I counted chickens that weren't there. A half hour later, I went to the room of my hotel. I just had the door open when... I woke from my deep dream of peace with a knot on my head and a distaste for the whole proceedings. And the room? Well, it was in shambles. Somebody had fine-combed it after drumming on my head. The manager knew nothing about it. Well, that made us even because I couldn't figure why somebody took the trouble to slug me and search the room when I didn't have the diamond. Unless somebody thought I was still carrying it. That somebody? I had an idea, and 40 minutes later, I was sitting across from Irene Carson at a little sidewalk cafe.
Mr. Holliday, you're insane.
I will be after another knock on the head.
But why do you accuse me?
Because no one but Martin knew where I was going to stay in Paris. And you.
But this is ridiculous. How should I know?
The letter you said dropped out of my pocket.
It did drop from your pocket, and I did not read it. Really, I think this is a ridiculous story. A Mr. Martin who wasn't at his hotel to pick up a diamond worth $1 million, men chasing you, hitting you, searching your room. And now, simply because I had my hands on a letter, you accuse me of...
Who else knew?
You're Mr. Martin. And that's another thing. I never saw you with anyone on that plane. You spoke to no one. You got off alone. Really, Mr. Holliday, it's a fantastic story.
No one saw me with Martin.
Exactly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to Le Bourget. You've taken up too much of my time already.
All right, Miss Carson. But will you do me a favor?
What? Confess to the whole thing? Admit I'm a notorious international jewel thief?
No, just get me on a plane back to the States. Look, I apologize.
All right. All right, I accept the apology. And I'll do my best to get you out of Paris. You seem to be allergic to trouble here.
You're so right, Miss Carson. You're so right. After that rigmarole in Paris, New York's LaGuardia Airport sure looked good to me. I was leaving the field when...
Welcome home, Holiday.
Well, Kling, what a nice surprise.
I've got more. Come on.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
You're a writer. Write a line for yourself now.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a pinch, Holiday, which this is.
Arrested? Now, wait a minute. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. On the way into the city, Kling wouldn't say a word. For every question I asked, he growled. But finally, in his office...
Where's the diamond, Holiday?
Diamond?
Mirabilis, schmirabilis. Where is it?
I smuggled it in, Kling.
So you got through customs. Now quit stalling. Where is it?
Are you kidding?
$1 million in ice and nobody, kids. Nobody.
Now, wait a minute. Why did you pick me up?
I stopped in at your office to say hello, and Susie told me that you were in Paris. Yesterday, we got word from Jason Vandercliff that the Mirabilis diamond he was to get from Paris hasn't shown up. We checked with the Paris police. A guy named Corray...
Describe me. Is that it?
Yeah. Susie tells me you're in Paris. Corray describes you, and 2 and 2 make 4. Now start talking.
Well, I told Kling the story, starting with Martin's letter to Box 13 and ending with my return to the States.
Can you prove that yarn?
Get Martin and ask him.
That'll be a little tough. He's dead.
What?
Yeah. When did you leave for Paris?
Day before yesterday.
Martin's body was found in the river that day. We didn't get an identification until yesterday. Vandercliff identified him.
Kling, you're crazy. I tell you, Martin went to Paris on the same plane with me.
Here's Martin's photograph. Take a good look.
This isn't Martin.
Vandercliff ought to know. His own agent.
And the Martin I went with was a fake.
Yeah, who probably killed the real Martin. Took his place, used his own photo and the credentials he showed you. That's a brilliant remark.
But the crooks who chased me in Paris, my being hit over the head after I got the diamond,
Yeah, it's easy to figure now. Your fake Martin sent those hoods after you to get the diamond and get rid of you for good so you couldn't identify him.
That's why he wasn't registered at the hotel, because he didn't expect me to show up at the diamond.
And the crack over the head, your room searched.
Sure. When I got away from his boys, he sent them to my room thinking I might go back there before I went to the Vendome. I walked in while they were searching the room and they slugged me. Don't you see, Kling, I'm in the clear.
Yeah? How?
Well, because I had nothing to do with the
Holiday, you've got your story. But only Martin can keep you out of jail.
Then you've got to find Martin.
How? He must have taken an earlier flight from Paris.
But how could he get the diamond through customs?
I don't know. You know, Holiday, this looks like the end of Box 13 for you. Martin loses himself in a city of 7 million, lays low, and leaves you to take the rap.
What if I find him?
You'll still have to make him talk.
Listen, Kling. You know I've never been mixed up in anything shady. Maybe I've been roped in because I follow things through, but never deliberately.
What are you getting at?
Will you let me find Martin?
How? You're our only link with him, and you don't know a thing about him. He could dye his hair, leave off his glasses.
I know, but if I don't find him, I'm in trouble. Is that right?
You've never been more right in all your life.
All right. If I don't find him in 24 hours, I'll walk back in here and you can do what you want with me. Is that a deal?
You know, Holiday, when I was a kid, I always wanted to be a cop. My father wanted me to be a sign painter. Now I realize my father was a smart man. All right. Go ahead.
A needle in a haystack. I was hunting for it, and it was a pretty sharp needle. Any character who could think up a frame as neat as this one would be tough to locate, if he was still in town. But I had to go ahead. It took me 2 hours to remember something that would help me. 7 hours more to follow it up, and an hour to get hold of Irene Carson and take her with me. Then call Kling and give him the setup. It was later that night that I knocked on a door.
Yes? Who is it?
Telegram from Mr. Benjamin Slade.
One moment, please.
Hello, Martin.
What?
I used to be a salesman. I'm good at sticking my foot in doors.
Who are you?
Mother Hubbard, and I've come to take a look in your cupboard, Mr. Martin.
My name is Slade, Benjamin Slade.
So, you did dye your hair. And you're much prettier without glasses.
I have never seen you before in my life.
Yes, but I've seen too much of you. Come on, Slade, or Martin, give it up, will you?
What brought you here?
One of your peculiar cigarettes. I remembered I tried to smoke one when I first met you.
You are insane.
Yeah? I went to your fake office in Wabash Place. There was an ashtray with some cigarette butts still in it. It took me 7 hours to run down the dealer who makes your cigarettes.
Clever. But I still deny ever having seen you before in my life.
Oh? Okay, let's try something else. Come in, please, will you? Martin, this is Miss Carson. Our stewardess on the trip over, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Carson, is this the man who gave you the letter to give to me?
Yes, that's the man.
I did not give
Slips count in this game, Martin. Besides, your handwriting in the letter can be identified.
You're too much too clever.
Duck, Miss Carson. Okay, Martin, without a gun, you're just another sitting duck. Now get up and come on.
But, Mr. Holliday, how did Mr. Martin get the diamond over here?
He was too smart for that, Susie. He left it in Paris.
Oh.
He got out and planned to return later. The Paris police have found it.
You know, he was pretty silly.
Silly? Oh, how'd you figure that out, Susie?
Well, $1 million? Jeepers, look at all the income tax he'd have to pay on it.
Huh? Oh. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Watch for him in his latest picture, Saigon. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Saul Shore, adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker and Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood.
Last year, Billy Jack became one of the most popular pictures of our time. Walking Tall was applauded by audiences across the nation. Now, Charles Bronson is Mr. Majestic in a movie that touches the hero in all of us. Vincent Majestic was an ordinary man. He wanted to work his farm, live his life, mind his business.
Hey, didn't somebody say something about a cold beer after work?
But they wouldn't let him.
Hey, I don't think I know you.
Come over from La Junta with some top-hand pickers.
I hire who I want.
Yeah, well, you see, you want me. Only, it ain't sunk into that thick brain of yours yet.
They frightened his workers.
Tell them they don't work here anymore.
You got 2 minutes to get the hell in your cars and get out of here.
They tortured his friends.
They do this to me. They're gonna kill you.
They threw him in jail.
You understand your rights under the law? I understand I should keep my mouth shut.
They destroyed his crops. They forced him to become what he never meant to be, a hero. Why are they calling Mr. Majestic the one movie you must see this year? Ask anyone who's seen it. Anyone. Charles Bronson is Mr. Majestic in a movie that touches the hero in all of us.